Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Raw Law Unfiltered with your host, Just Woke Up Guy. I was not expecting my body is going to need 11 hours of sleep, you guys. I thought maybe I would be up at like 7:30, maybe like 8 at the latest. I woke up like 10 minutes ago. Now I woke up a couple extra times, but I finally got out of bed literally 10 minutes ago. So let me tell you, while we're waiting for court TV, long crime, whatever, whoever has the video, um, the court hasn't started yet. Thank God. Um, I'm gonna be sitting in my chair today, so sorry, you guys. You're gonna have to bear with it. Um, I got something in my eye. Anyway, here's what ended up happening. So Monday night, I drove. I left the hotel. I said goodbye to James. We hugged, we kissed, we made out. We had one last bang before I left. You know how it goes. You gotta have one sticky before you go and hit the road. You don't want to be like horny all the way back. So we got that taken care of. Around 7 p.m., I hit the road, and I was I was driving. I was driving all evening, all through the hours of the night. Court starts at 11 today. Oh shit. Well, okay. Well, I didn't miss anything. That's fantastic. That's even better. Um Video or it didn't happen. You guys are gross. Oh man. I love it. Anyway, so yeah, I was driving 7 to like 2:30 in the morning. I made it all the way to Lexington, Kentucky. So I drove all through South Carolina. I drove all through North Carolina. I drove through all of Tennessee. I made it into Kentucky. I'm like, I'm on the home stretch. Like, I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. And I had an energy drink with me, but I didn't want to crack it open just yet because I'm like, I don't know. It didn't feel right, especially since I've been on the road for like 8 hours at that point, 7, 8 hours. So finally, I made it to Lexington. I was literally an hour, you guys. I was an hour away from home, and it started creep. It creeped up on me around midnight, but I could still hold it. But like 2.5 hours later, you start to get these. You start to feel these. Uh, when you get these moments when you're driving, that's when you know. That's when you just pull over and you're like, I don't care. What's the first available exit? Because like I was contemplating in my head, it's like it's 1 o'clock. Maybe I can stop at this exit here. Maybe I can stop at this rest area here. Maybe I'm gonna sleep here. But I ended up just like skip, skip, skip. I'm like, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. But in Lexington, when I got to Lexington, that's when it hit me. And I'm like, you know what, you guys, I value my life more than getting home tonight. I don't want to like fall asleep behind the wheel and wreck or anything crazy. So I took an exit. I leaned my chair back and I just went to bed. I crashed. Um, I crashed, you guys, and it was absolutely worth. I needed that sleep. I slept for like, I don't know, maybe 3 hours. Nothing crazy. Car sleep is not very efficient. You don't get good sleep in the car. But car sleep is better than no sleep. So when you don't, I wasn't going to pay for a hotel, like or anything crazy like that. So I just ended up crashing right then and there in the car. And I slept a good 3 hours. I slept a good 3 hours. I think it was like 6:30. I thought I slept more. I thought I slept like close to 4, but I guess I woke up a couple times. And then at like 6 a.m. yesterday at 6 a.m., I got back on the road. Drove my final hour, came home. It's about 7:30, not even 8 a.m. It wasn't even 8 a.m. yet when I finally got home. And I went to bed. Again, I went back to sleep. Woke up like again 3 hours later or something like that, 3.5, maybe 4 tops. It wasn't even noon. And yeah, I just spent the day working. I didn't have time to like stream or anything. I mean, I did have time. I shouldn't say this. I did have time in the evening. I did have time in the evening to go and do a live stream, but I'm like, what am I going to talk about? I didn't watch the trial. I don't have anything to say. I don't know what's going on. Like, what's the point? You know, it was one of those moments. So I didn't stream, even though I actually do have. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi, Zinni. Oh, you guys missed Zinnia. You probably want to see her too, huh? Here. Come here, kitty cat. She's gotten so big. Oh, she's gotten so big. Why are you wet? You've been drinking water? Have you been playing in your water bowl? No. Hi, Zinni. She's just like a fucking queen, isn't she? They're visiting the house. Yeah. That's basically what I'm thinking as to why we're getting a late start today, which makes a lot of sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. This girl has missed me. I missed you too. Missed you equally. I missed you more. I missed you more. She's so sweet. My cat thinks he's God. That's because he is God. Hello. Did you just get introduced to cats? Thank you, Cat Buchanan. Good morning, counselor. Good morning to you as well, Cat. Coffee on me. Thank you very much. So what was I saying before I got interrupted? Oh yeah, so I got home. I worked all day. I did have time. I actually have a thumb for yesterday because I asked my thumbnail maker to make me one. And he made me one, and then I didn't go live because I'm like, what am I going to talk about? I didn't watch the trial. But then people were like, you need to watch it. And I'm like, why? And they're like, it was hilarious. That one female expert that the state put on rebuttal, the defense did not put on any rebuttal. So the evidence portion is over. The evidence portion is over. There's no more evidence to come into the trial. So they're visiting the house right now. They're visiting the scene in Moselle, doing a field trip. Court, people are saying, will resume at 11. So there are no cameras on this morning. They showed up at like 9. They went to the property. They're going to come back. Court's going to resume, and they're going to do closing arguments. That's why today is the final day. Mr. H was on fire yesterday. All right, so while we wait, why not revisit? I want to watch this. Oops. Why do you think they declined rebuttal? Oh, that's an easy answer. There's nothing left. There's nothing to rebut. They got it. The jury's got it. The defense has got it. The case is over. Like, there's nothing to rebut. You only present witnesses on rebuttal if you think it's going to help you. If it's not going to help you, then why would you even present anything? So that's the easiest answer. Like, why no rebuttal? That's too easy. Where's their trial from yesterday? 14 hours, 15 hours. Where's their live stream from yesterday? Lives. Where's the stream from yesterday on Court TV? Or the Law and Crime, whatever. Sorry, I have congestion for some reason this morning. So yeah, so last night I went to bed at like 11, you guys. I went to bed at 11 p.m. and I woke up. Do they not save them? Oh, this is stupid. Do I have to like... Why don't they don't save them? They don't save them. Okay. All right, Joe, we're going to have to steal yours. State's reply. Here we go. Poaching Joe. You better not be a copyright cug, Joe.
Surprise, Justin Tucker.
Ah, not that one. Pixel. There we go.
I know. Hope that
we're not going to watch the whole trial.
Do you want rebuttal?
353, yes.
I don't know.
620, 579.
Are they going to be talking over it again the whole time?
Rebuttal.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a rebuttal.
That's what he's saying.
So,
rebuttal to rebuttal.
It's discretionary with the court, but
the judge knew that.
I would submit to the court that under the criteria set out in this case, you would determine that if they raise new matters, that we have a right to respond to those. Now, we're told that Dr. Riemer, their pathologist, is going to testify. And if you remember correctly, Your Honor, I've looked at the YouTube. That's all we can get at this point, which is a video of it.
Good, Kyle. Thank you for asking.
That she did not believe this to be a contact wound to the head. I submit they're going to
I couldn't find it.
Repeat that testimony or elaborate on that testimony, and that was the only issue that our pathologist raised, but he believed it was a contact wound. And why? She's already testified why it wasn't a contact wound to the head and why. So are we going to have to get our pathologist back here to counter hers if she raises some new issue? Or perhaps, Your Honor, 7 reply witnesses. It was 2, now it's 4, now it's 7. I mean, this is a process that's got to stop at some point. We're going to be here next week. There are 2 expert witnesses that have already testified in this case.
He's asking,
one of them I would concede.
For the love of God, be a gatekeeper.
Ken Kinsey, they're an appropriate reply witness based on Mr. Palmbeck's testimony yesterday. But the pathologist, again, to testify it wasn't a contact wound to the head, she's already testified to that. And some of these other witnesses, law partner members, to testify what they do or do not remember about the night in question. Again, they've already asked them that on direct in their previous testimony. So this has got to end at some point. We spent 2 weeks on 2.5 weeks of the 6 weeks on financial matters. In my opinion, could have
want to be, prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some
statement.
Your Honor, briefly.
Yeah, this is it. Okay.
Let's take Mr. Kinsey, for instance. There was testimony yesterday that our expert believes there were 2 shooters. Obviously, something that he was not asked. Obviously,
wait, is
something
that it?
That's a new matter. Obviously,
I thought we were on day 26. This is somebody sent me day 23, and this is day 24. This is not Sir Rebuttal, is it? Is this Sir Rebuttal? I'm sorry. Is this Rebuttal?
Today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yeah, it should be like 26. This is. Right, I'm going back to Joe's.
They've already asked them that on direct in their previous testimony. So this has got to end at some point. We spent
That was
2 weeks
right?
on financial, 2.5 weeks.
Bloody hell. Sorry. All right. I want to skip to Dr. What's his face. I want to skip to Dr. the really, or what's her face. That's the one that people kept telling me I need to watch.
In somewhere in the brain, so.
The one that's like all coked out and shit.
May bring the jury.
Here we go.
Doctor, I'd ask you to look at this photo and tell me if this is one of the photos from your autopsy.
Wait. No.
Yes.
Okay.
I want her on direct.
Your Honor, I just
Thank you. There we go. There she is.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony
Coked
that
out
you give
dog.
today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
And
on the witness
frazzledy
stand.
dazzledy.
You will state your full name again, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Yes. It's Dr. Ellen Riemer, R-I-E-M-E-R.
And just to advise the gallery, if everybody could seal the monitors, please, and the media be advised of that.
Because I didn't see it yesterday, Patricia. And people want me to comment on it. People
Dr.
want
Riemer, I want to move through this.
my commentary. And I'm keeping an eye on Law and Crime. When they go
Riemer, I don't
live,
know if I'm necessarily even going to put them up on the screen. I am going
I'm
to show
gonna
you
go
some
live on
images.
the
I know
new
the jury have
stuff.
seen these. I don't want to belabor the point. And I want to move quickly. But just very quickly, you've been previously qualified as an expert in this trial in forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've done how many autopsies? Remind the jury, please.
Around 5,500. Since I was last here, I've done a few more.
I can't see a monitor anymore.
Okay. I haven't put anything up yet. You actually conducted the autopsies of Paul and Maggie in this case?
Yes, I did both of the autopsies at the request of the Colleton County coroner, who called MUSC Forensic Pathology, requesting autopsies on 2 individuals that died under his jurisdiction. I was not asked by the prosecution to perform an autopsy. It was an independent autopsy.
Your autopsy is independent. You're not hired by the prosecution
Fancy
or law enforcement.
schmancy.
or
Yeah,
anything.
already,
it's
I
just
can
at the
tell.
request of the coroner.
All right. You've had a chance to hear the testimony of the pathologist for the defense that testified yesterday.
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of general questions and then move specifically to some of the conclusions that individual reached. But just very quickly, with skin tags, can you tell me the reliability of that in determining directionality just as a general matter?
Yeah. Well, we look at these things, but just like every other thing at, finding at the autopsy, we take it in the context. So sometimes skin tags support your findings, and sometimes they're not really so reliable. So, skin tags don't tell you necessarily the direction of a wound, especially going through very soft tissue.
All right. And I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits that have been previously introduced in this particular case. I'm going to try to be very careful with these. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits, defense exhibits 159, 160, and 161. And if you could take those out and just tell me if you recognize
Okay.
those. And again,
I
please
can't
be
wait,
mindful
Susan.
of the direction in which those images are presented.
Food was on fire yesterday? Damn, I missed it.
Yes, I've seen these.
All right. And what are those images of?
They're autopsy photographs of Maggie.
All right. You heard the testimony of the defense pathologist who testified yesterday that the directionality of the injury to the side of Maggie's head with the associated injury to the breast, and the abrasion actually was coming from the top down as opposed, and I say top down as if somebody's standing upright, as opposed from going towards the bottom of the body up, correct?
Yes, that's
All
what I
right.
said.
And can you please look at the images that you have and explain to the jury your conclusions and why that defense pathologist is incorrect? Who didn't conduct the autopsy.
Okay. Well, do you want me to show the photos?
You can, and let's just go ahead and put them both up on the screen. So I'll take them. And if you could step down, please, if that's okay with your arm. And first, I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 160. Are we secure? We good? All right. All right, and that's Defense 160. And Dr. Riemer, if you can again explain to me your specific findings and how they relate to the testimony from yesterday.
Yes. So we have the abrasion on the left shoulder clavicle area, and then we have an entrance defect in this left side of the face. We can see a hole there. It's a hole. And there was a defect in the left temporal lobe of the brain, which was included in my autopsy report. That could only have happened from that being an entrance wound.
Okay. And you mentioned during your testimony the concept of a diastatic fracture. Does that in any way relate to your conclusion in this regard?
Yeah, well, the diastatic fracture is when there's a separation of skull bones along suture lines, which solidify during childhood. And usually it takes a lot of intracranial pressure to fracture a skull.
The previous testimony is way more exciting.
And does that relate to the conclusion that
Really?
this had to be an
Okay,
intrude
all right.
wound?
Let's go back.
That's a finding.
That's fine.
That doesn't
I want to give you guys what
prove
you
that
want to
this is
see.
an entrance wound, but what I do, I have a path through the
Of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have
All right, go
calls
skip
to
to the
ride
cross.
around?
Alec took it.
Of hogs. Because
When we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer. And one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
Oh, God. Theatrical
Thank you. Please
lawyer.
answer your questions. To the defense.
Thank you. Fucking bam. Oh, my God.
I hate to go here, but let's talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing about.
You might not want to go there then.
I'm about to hog you up, bitch.
Been here so long, I think
about to
I
hog tie
probably do
you
need
up.
to learn how to hog hunt. But I guess my first question is this: did you ever ride Moselle with Alec? Did you ride around Moselle with Alec?
Probably. I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing much riding with Alec at Moselle. But I know I dove hunted there, and sure I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a specific.
Well, when you're riding around dove hunting, you got a gun with you, right?
You would?
Would you take a shotgun to hunt dove?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
Why? I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So
Well-
I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Hartpootlian, typically. I mean,
But daytime, you're riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun, or you using birdshot?
you would shoot birdshot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they
you're
would
on your
shoot
way-
at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field. The dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
It's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day primarily?
Well, they can live in the swamp, they can live in a bay, you know, it could be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp.
Hello,
So
everyone
a
just
hog
joining
could have
us.
come out of that swamp
Yes.
and you were unarmed.
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with birdshot.
Yeah, that's
that
what
kill a
birdshot's
hog?
for.
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have in fact ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did
Up
that
past the crime.
afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where they plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never done that with Alec and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess, use corn for deer and ducks?
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond.
Correct. They had a duck pond.
Right. And then the others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed. Right. Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Okay.
What
But,
the fuck is
you never
going
rode around
on?
like that with them,
We're talking about hunting.
looking at different plantings and that you remember.
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex. There.
Okay. And would you're not telling this jury that they would do that without a blackout. Would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you're looking for hogs or if we're just riding my property. Most people
Okay.
carry a gun,
Okay,
but no,
Ashley,
I have no idea
I'll be
what they
patient.
had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs.
Yes, we have.
Because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we've shot a lot of hogs in the daytime. You
Sure.
can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody
Ride up on 'em
testified
and
they were out
shoot 'em in the
looking to
ass?
shoot hogs that afternoon?
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this
Okay.
trial.
All I'm saying
Oh, you
is there
haven't been
seems to be some
listening?
implication they would not ride around the property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about
About 4 years.
what you heard from Alec the night of June 7th.
About 4 years.
You would agree with me that, well, let's ask it this way. What your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Okay.
Well,
All right, Amy.
I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their loved one is hurt, maybe killed? In that situation, that's a traumatic experience for the surviving person, correct?
Well,
To see their loved one killed?
Duh.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes those folks misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very accurate with the details because they know it's important to me representing them.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview them that night, do you? Typically?
Well, typically you don't because you don't know it.
It's crossed. They can leave.
It's happened.
Well, sometimes
That's
in the old
normal.
days, they used to do that, but they don't do that anymore. right?
That would be very rare.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam, or
I see it, Amy.
sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written
Sense it in
statements.
my spidey sense is
Witnesses
tingling.
saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have.
Yes.
Help them get a better
Yes.
recollection of what happened, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Doesn't happen in the moment,
So
does
the
it?
instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned him over before he made the 911 call, whatever it was, I'm not quite
So
sure.
true.
Before, I think is what you said. If that would be inconsistent with something he says later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your business. I think you just said it would not be unusual, correct? Strike that, strike that,
You're
strike that.
trying to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Oh,
No, I think I want to.
Answer the question.
Withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. Maybe let's get to the meat of the matter here.
here we go. Here we go.
Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes.
Yes, and if you,
How much?
I,
Don't tell me you don't know.
well, we're still counting, Mr. Harpootlian.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much
business
have you
to-
had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has
Answer the damn
exactly been
question.
paid back as of we sit here today. But
And
yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way
That's
because
not-
of that, that's,
Stop being a
I
lawyer.
would take high offense with that, Mr.
I'm not concerned
Harpootlian.
about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or
Yes!
the
I
other.
don't have any feeling about Alec Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, that was
This thing is
brilliant.
not a question of jury, it's to disregard the.
You just
argument.
shut up, Judge.
You are
That was
not
real.
angry with Alec Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Harpootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our
Oh,
clients.
there it is.
What
Look at his face.
he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger.
And
But
that
you can't
anger-
walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest you are dead wrong, if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Oh!
You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from
You
your
think
firm.
he did it? I don't
You
have
admit
an
your firm's not
opinion.
even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away
Oh,
from
you
that. I don't
got
have
him.
any feelings because you can't walk around with
Oh.
anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
And you carry I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you
was
keep
very
trying to
angry.
push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the.
Your Honor, objection.
Mr.
Have you
Harpootlian,
forgiven him?
I came to the scene of
They're
these
ignoring
murders
the
to
objection.
support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand.
Wait,
but
hold on. I knew who he was with respect to like his addiction and his theft, not as in like I knew who he was, like I didn't know he was a killer, because that's he literally said I don't have an opinion on that. He thought he knew who Alec was, but then he stole from him and he lied about his addiction. That's what he's referring to.
Just it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but I've got to function, I've got a family, I got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
You indicated
Oh,
that
wow.
he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
And much like you.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
Oh, yes.
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe, is the best way to describe it.
he doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Like you maybe, like you. Point
Not
the finger.
to Alec's
Point the finger.
level.
Point the
You
finger.
don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
Point the finger.
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might yourself. I don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for, well, let me ask you one last thing. This Bullware guy that he stole all the money from, Mr. Bullware, remember him?
Yes, I remember him.
How much money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole 70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Bulwer died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another 270-something thousand after Mr. Bulwer's death, sometime in around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Bullware's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore.
I said I have no feelings.
Oh, you
And
have
I had to
feelings,
work on
liar.
that, Mr. Hart.
Oh,
Poopman. When you go through what we've gone through,
We saw
not
it.
only the trauma of losing people we love
saw it, buddy.
in a double homicide,
Just admit it.
seeing the
You're making yourself look
aftermath, and
stupid.
then learning that someone you've worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us.
No.
There's a lot of emotion there. And yes,
Yeah.
it was bad in the fall of 2021. And I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness. It's just, I don't.
We saw your
Have
Angry
face.
here today. You're not angry at him at all.
I'm not angry.
Okay.
If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to
The
make out of it.
implication that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question, because he destroyed your firm. He stole millions of dollars you had to pay back. He deceived you. All
This
that's
is not about
away
me right
and
now.
is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously. And if you've got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, mic drop. Bam, baby. Oh, God. That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Wow, dude. Okay. All right. So what next? Who do I need to go to next? What's the next hot fire? Give me some coals. Give me some coals. We saw your face, dude. You were not angry at Poot. You were angry at Alex, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Go to the cross of the pathologist. Okay, so that's what's her face. That's Tweaker, right?
here that
Also,
I had not
coming this way.
Oh, I saw Poot
he
stand up. I thought he
said
was
that
crossing.
which side of them at all. I don't have. Hello.
There we go.
So, you took pictures, correct?
I took pictures. I wish I took more pictures. Now,
I wish I took
but
more
took
pictures right out of the gate.
Yes, I would have. I wish I took even more pictures.
So you did your job poorly.
So, you made notes, which you converted into an autopsy
Yeah,
report.
it's a standard operating procedure.
Yeah, no. But so, and that's done so that somebody else can look at your work and see if they agree or disagree with you. Because
No, the notes are a work product for me while I'm preparing, doing my examination. I don't always, I take notes, I write numbers, but that is really for me so I can incorporate findings into an autopsy report that I'm going to write. And I don't write it the same while I'm at the table. I need to go away. Maybe I'm going to do it the next day, that night. So, but it's not done. People say, oh, can I have a copy of the autopsy diagram? Well, these are not autopsy diagrams that are meant for other people to look at. And sometimes they're not even completely accurate because I mark things on the outside of the body that later on during the course of the autopsy, I determine, I'm like, oh, well, that's what that is. And it may not be what I initially wrote down. But by the time the autopsy's over, I've put it all together. And that a diagram or notes do not necessarily reflect everything, that I concluded.
do you still have your notes in this case?
I imagine they would be in the file, but as I told you, this is my notes are not necessarily the conclusion that I came to.
Did you produce them to the state?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Take a step back. So the notes that you wrote are not necessarily the conclusion that I made. So everything I wrote down, you can ignore because I'm going to testify to whatever the hell I want to and whatever the state asks me to testify to. So your opinion can change? Oh, yeah, sure. My opinion can change on a dime. So my notes don't mean jack shit. Basically, I'm completely unreliable. That's literally what she just said. And I cannot be trusted because I will change my testimony in whatever the state wants me to say. Wow.
What I did. I personally, if they were asked for, I'm sure I did.
Did you produce them to us?
No, I don't remember producing them at all. I don't have a request for those notes in my file.
I'm blown away.
But those notes would be your present sense impression as you're doing the autopsy, right?
Well, they can have a lot of things written down on them.
But we don't know because we didn't get them, right?
Well, they're not important. What's important is they're my notes. They're for me. They're an aid to the pathologist.
I'm sorry.
So even if I thought something initially, and then while I do the autopsy, by the time I get to the end, it could disagree. I don't necessarily go back and change the diagram. It's my work product. It's for me to aid me in writing my autopsy report. It's not for public view. It's not a statement of my conclusions.
Okay. Did you review those notes before your testimony previously or today?
No.
Okay. So you just go with your report.
Well, I reviewed my report, correct.
Right. But you don't go back and look at your notes.
No.
Huh.
So let me ask you some basic questions here. You've previously testified that the muzzle of the shotgun for this wound here that goes through his neck and out the top of his head was about 3 feet away.
That would be about right.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with this page from, I believe you've described.
Oh, yes, I've seen it many times.
Okay. And as you see, the gas comes out, right? In the first shot, the top
Yes.
shot. And then actually there's sort of a blowback of gas as as we can see right here, the projectile, which is the pellets, are extruded from the barrel, right? I mean, the gas pushes the pellets out.
Well, there's gas expansion and that helps propel the pellets. Yes, I agree with the book. This was not a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head.
Okay, well, the book doesn't say that, but what the book does say is that as the pellets
Zinger.
come out, at some point they begin to, the container opens and the pellets expand or move out in a pattern, a circular pattern. It becomes bigger as the further away you get, correct?
Yes, and that's what we have here.
Okay,
But this is
ma-
actually demonstrating specifically a contact shotgun wound to head.
Why is she
But
so
we do have
snarky?
splaying outward of the pellets. We can see on the left shoulder, they're fairly clustered together because they're first starting to be released from the wadding. And they did spread out. We
Okay.
have some of them down in the neck, some of them in the brain, and so they are spreading out. I don't
Give me just a second, you all. I want to catch up on these. Oh, Jonathan Riggins, what's up, brother? He's the one that the Air Force E6 retired military that we ran into in the line a couple of times. So if you remember him, what's up, brother? Defense tried to rebut some of the pathologist testimony, but the judge said, I'm not inclined to allow it, even though the pathologist introduced new testimony. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. But we already know that was going to happen. Tom N says, your DUI videos are amazing. Thank you very much, Tom. I reference and refer everyone I talk to join your content. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. It's a true eye-opener. Hey, I mean, you get to see real-life trials in action, you know, kind of like this one. Only this one lasts, 6 weeks. Mine lasts a day, maximum 2. L'Enfant, merci beaucoup. So you didn't hear about the possible juror misconduct telling coworker he's innocent? Watch Newton got an email. Watch his face when he gets the note. Ooh. 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 Wait, where is this? Wait a minute. I'm waiting for the chat to catch up to my stream. Jury misconduct telling a coworker he's innocent at the end of the day of this day. Okay, I'll check it out. Is that what it is? That's terrifying. I mean, you're not supposed to reach any conclusions until all the testimony is in, all the evidence is in. Sitting in jury duty watching your stream. That's funny. Merci beaucoup, l'enfant. Tom N says 1 for guilty or 2 for not guilty. Okay. Vote in the chat. Right meow. 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty. I'm not going to start a poll just yet. I want to finish out closing arguments first. Law and Crime has their chat up. 45% said they'll vote guilty. 9% said not guilty. 36% said they will hang. The problem with your question, Tom N, is that, you need 3 for hung jury. You need 3 for hung jury. That's the problem. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. Excuse me. My nose is really bugging me today. I'm going to stop slurping to the microphone. No, don't skip. Watch Poot interrogate the guy before. So we did that. Yep. Thank you. You need to see the direct. Go back. I think we're good. I want the fireworks. L'enfant, merci beaucoup. Otra vez. Otra vez is Spanish. I know. I just don't know how to say once again in French. Put mocking him about seeing some anger after he asked him the worst question a lawyer can ask. Yeah. Poot got angry after the you don't want to go there. That's definitely something you don't expect a witness to say, by the way. When a witness says, oh, you don't want to go there, you absolutely want to go there, because that means the witness is hiding something. And the fact that he didn't go there is actually a smart decision, because he left that open, and now the jury's like not distrusting of the witness. Kelly says, oops, she gave notes to the prosecution, but not the defense. Oops-a-daisy. Jonathan says, I like her a bit, an eccentric doctor who's excited about how the body handles trauma, but she clearly can't handle being questioned and does poorly.
don't
All right.
see how,
That catches us up.
yes, it's a respected treatise, but this is specific to a contact shotgun wound to head. This is what this is describing.
Really?
Well, it's fine, it doesn't matter. I can look at my photos.
Whoa, yes, it
I can
does.
If you're going to talk about theory, the
Doctor,
photos.
Doctor, Your Honor, I would ask you to tell the witness to be responsive. She is going on a diatribe. Excuse me. I'm asking the court to instruct her to answer the question as specifically as she can. She goes off on tangents and I'm sorry.
Harpooly, you may continue answering the question.
You remember what the question was?
No, that's your question.
Is this series of shots from the book depicting a contact wound? I think that's what I understand.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So where, if you step down here, show me please where the contact is.
No question,
With the
Girl
body
Scout.
or the head. Here, let me give you this pointer.
Well, the contact would be at the first area.
Right here?
Yes.
Well, what's it contacting?
It's not, it's just a theoretical depiction. It's a theoretical.
Is that what the book
depiction.
says?
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I don't recall the exact, why don't you read it to me?
Well, why don't you tell me, is that a contact wound?
I don't know what this is. This is.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun being fired. Those are the pellets coming out.
Object,
Those are the
counsel
pellets.
testify.
Yeah, I think,
He's not. He's asking her
a
questions.
book,
Shut
showing,
up.
Showing the series of steps after a shotgun is fired.
If
But
it's-
it has nothing to do with what I found in the body and does not help me determine the direction of the wound.
All right.
And
So
I'm not going to describe to you, you can read it in the book. I don't remember
What the
how
fuck?
we say.
Your
all
job
of
is to
this.
describe
the book
it.
isn't testifying. You are. If you've testified,
You
that
can
depicts a
read it in
contact
the
wound.
book?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what this is depicting. It could be that this is a contact.
Are you
wound.
joking?
I don't know where you're going.
Here's I'm going. Is that in that
Answer
barrel
the
in contact?
question, lady.
It's not in contact with anything. It looks like it's just blowing into the air.
Okay. And you've been.
Where are you going?
That's
Get
fine.
back here.
And your testimony is that barrel is at least 3 feet away from Paul's shoulder. Is that correct?
It could be, depending on the weapon, it could be, it's not closer than 2 feet because we don't have the sibling. But we
No
do
sibling.
have packing material.
Okay. So as we see here, these pellets are beginning to separate.
Is this your first day
Is it your
testifying,
testimony
lady?
that those pellets had separated when they hit Paul's shoulder at all?
They are starting to separate. We don't have the complete, widening of it. They're still relatively clustered together, but they're not as close as they would be if they were still contained within the widening.
Okay. Now, at 2 feet, is there any gas left or is it all dissipated like this picture shows?
Well, what we have here, if there was more gas, if there was a contact wound to here,
It's not a contact.
I understand. The
Whoa,
gas,
whoa,
you're
whoa.
wanting me to say yes or no, and
Yes or
I
no.
can't because I have the
can't.
knowledge to explain how.
I don't have the
this
knowledge.
relates to
Thank
examining the
you.
body.
You just admitted that
I
you're a
don't give
moron.
theoretical talks or, I don't start.
That's why
looking
you're
up
so
in this book while I'm
flustered.
doing an autopsy.
Don't
I
get
use my
flustered.
fact-
Just simply say, listen, Mr. Harpootlian, what you're asking me, I don't have the knowledge just on that specific point. I have the knowledge about all the other stuff. What she's doing is she's making herself look like a complete nutcase because she's just like, she's getting flustered. She's tripping on her words. She's going back and forth. She's stopping him mid-question. She's interrupting him. She is literally, he's getting her. He has got her by the nutsack and he's squeezing.
Reasoning and my experience and knowledge of that.
If there'd been gas in the wound or when it hit his shoulder or his neck, would you expect to find some physical manifestation of that?
Well, there would have been, a lot more expansion, shoulder expansion. This was fairly contained on the
So
left shoulder.
your testimony is there would have been little or no gas going to his shoulder, to his neck.
Well, there is always some gas, but it's not the kind of gas that we get in a contact shot.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, and you can go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Wow, dude. Wow. No, she's not, Chrissy. So we did get fireworks today. It was just not the ones we expected.
No, not that one.
Or yesterday, I mean.
Paul. Paul Wayne family.
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. It'll be over there somewhere.
Listen to Waters. Waters is so flustered.
Gentlemen, have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, what's next? What's next? Or encore merci, etc. Oh, don't have to read these. No, I'm gonna read them. You can say encore une fois, une fois. I don't know. I don't speak the French. I only have the terrible accent. The stupid American, like the cigarette, always, all the time, always. You can say encore une fois, stupid American. Phone guy cross is awesome. All right, so phone guy, Mr. Frizzle, Miss Frizzle purposely wore that blood splatter scarf. I was thinking that, and you took the words out of my mouth. I'm like, why does it look like she's wearing a blood splatter scarf? The Attorney General of South Carolina does direct. More of her cross, it gets better. Wait, there's more?
So can we put that up on the screen, please?
Oh, shoot, there's more.
Before I lose it, let me hand this to. So, what are we looking at here?
What?
Do you want me to come? Oh, here it is.
No, just tell me what it is.
Yeah, okay. So this is an entrance shotgun wound to the left shoulder area.
Okay, and you a moment ago said something about packing material. What is packing material?
Yes. So
That
there's
stuff you use
foam,
to pack
that is
boxes.
frequently within, between
I'm
pellets.
sorry, just a moment. You're on. I can't hear her because of the noise coming through the door. I apologize, but
Oh, he's doing that on
understand what
purpose.
she's saying. I apologize.
This is good. Okay, so let me explain what Harpootlian is doing. All right. Poot is very smart. He's a very talented attorney. When you have a witness that you got under complete control, they're getting flustered, they're all over the place. What you want to do is you want to distract them. You want to use whatever avenue you can to get them even further off the ball. You want to push them. You already know what their buttons are. And your job as a cross-examiner is to keep pushing that button. And that pushing that button is going to cause two things. Number one, it's going to get the witness further and further and further away from the room mentally. They're no longer in the courtroom. They're stuck inside their head and they're frustrated and they're flustered. And number two, you continue asking your questions under this atmosphere, under this arena. And that way you're going to be able to control them better and get worse and worse answers, presumably, because they're going to be completely off their game. So this is very, very, very smart. I'm telling you, Poot heard everything. Maybe he didn't, but the reality is it may be subconscious. It may be subconscious. Like you already know that you have them under control. So what you're going to do is your brain will tell you like subconsciously what you should do. So it may be accidental. I'm not saying Poot is doing it 100% on purpose, but definitely smells like it and is very possible. So I'm going to go to phone guy after this. L'Enfant says she got flustered from the moment Poot stood behind Cretan Waters and an inch from the jury box and her ego took over. It only went downhill from there.
May I begin?
Yes, sir.
Packing material. Let's start over.
Some
again.
people
Tell
will
me
disagree
again.
with that
Yes.
statement, Bonnie.
So it's frequently present in
Look at her
the
gnashing her
wadding,
teeth.
along with the pellets that sort of help keep them together.
Okay, so the wadding, you got the powder wadding shotgun pellets, and are these, is it in the pellets or is it close to behind it in the wadding, or?
It's within the wadding.
Okay, and you indicated you saw some packing material.
Well, that is very consistent with, with a little bit of packing material that would, as we have pellets going into the shoulder and some of the packing materials depositing on the skin.
Okay. And is this a picture of the packing material?
There is some of the white material, yes, on the skin. Correct.
Did you note that in your autopsy report?
No, it was just a general observation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it important it was there?
It didn't matter to me whether it's there or not, but it does reinforce
It didn't
that
matter.
it is an entrance wound.
But you concede it was not in your autopsy report.
Well, all the totality of my findings, I don't always write every little thing in my autopsy report. I could go on, that it could be 50 pages, an autopsy report. I include
That's just
the
mean,
findings,
Melissa.
my determinations, and I could have mentioned it, but I did not.
And why not?
Because it's not always necessary to mention that kind of thing.
Is it evidence of anything?
Well, I do believe that that
Ooh, good
supports
question.
an entrance wound, although it's,
Oh,
I don't require myself to see
He's
it
making
in
her
order
look
to
like a
make that
fool.
determination.
But you agree with me, it supports your conclusion. Correct.
Yes,
And you didn't put in your autopsy report.
Oh.
that's correct.
Would it be in your notes?
Oh.
No,
Even Waters is getting nervous.
So, and could you step down here and show me what the packing material looks like?
Oh. Hey, Vicky.
And there's a pointer right over there behind you.
Oh,
You
this
probably
is
want to stand
so
over
good.
here so the jurors over there can see it.
yes.
Whatever.
This
Look-
is what I believe to be.
Look, you
consistent-
guys, I'm not a huge fan of Poot either, but this is so good.
with, packing material.
And did you remove any of that to be analyzed or forensically examined?
No, I did not.
Okay, and while we're looking at this picture, you can actually see some shot in there, right?
Yes,
And
Hmm.
and that shot is that, I mean, that's pretty, that area right there is much
I
wider.
know. I noticed that, Jonathan.
Than this entrance wound in his cheek, is it not?
yes, this entrance wound is larger than the entrance wound here. And I believe I actually went over this last time. Frequently, there's.
It can get better than
enlargement
this?
of Wound as it goes along. But in this case, we have a wound going along the top of the shoulder, so it's going to be oblong. As it enters the
Really,
neck,
Kyle?
neck area, it's entering more at a right angle, perpendicular to the jaw, so it's going to appear smaller. And that has nothing to do with spreading of pellets.
Okay, well, let's pursue that a little bit more. You see that pellet that's clear, I mean, clearly there. You
This
see,
pellet?
right, and then you see a pellet above it. You see that? Right.
Yeah.
Right. Let me put my glasses on. Is that a pellet?
Yeah, it may be a pellet. yes.
Okay, so we have, if you step back just a little bit so this juror can see, we have pellets coming in like this, correct?
Well, they're kind of banging against each other. We have the wound track is from left to right. And we do have pellets that are in there. They didn't continue, they stopped in there, so they're not all continuing through.
Okay, how many pellets were captured in his shoulder?
I captured, I don't know how many I captured. I collected a sampling of the pellets that were along the wound path.
But you took x-rays.
Yeah, but, that's not necessarily the total amount, because some of them, exited and some were in the brain. So the x-rays were taken without the brain in the head because the brain came separate.
Okay, but they did send you the brain.
Yes.
Did you take x-rays of the brain?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't take x-rays of the brain.
And the
because
reason
I
go ahead.
determined that wasn't necessary.
Wasn't necessary.
To support your conclusion.
That's a valid question.
I didn't take x-rays of the brain. I guess hindsight is always 20/20.
Oh my God. What? Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say I made a mistake. Just say something like, there was absolutely no necessity to reach my conclusion to do an x-ray of the brain. That's it. That's your answer. Don't be like, oops, I fucked up. Hindsight's 20/20. My bad. My bad, dog. I know it's a murder case and all, but like, meh, I don't know. I wasn't feeling it that day. I wanted my lunch, so I wanted an early lunch. So I was like, meh, fuck it. I don't need x-rays of no brain. They may get charged. It might be a murder. Meh. People use shotguns on other people all the time. It's no big deal. No biggie. Meh. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. You don't want me to do x-rays of the brain? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
X-rays of the brain. I could have taken more photos. I could have taken a photo of the brain.
Oh my God, he's got her. He's got her.
But
She's owned.
I can tell from the examination of the body.
Poot can shrink her head and put it on his desk as a trophy for everyone to see.
That I have an entrance wound to my left shoulder and it's exiting at the top of the head. It's not a contact wound to the top of the head.
Okay.
That's my determination.
Okay, but the reason you didn't take x-rays of the brain was you'd already reached your conclusion.
There's more.
That you didn't need it because this was an entrance wound.
Well, I did not, because I felt comfortable with my determination.
And decided therefore not to take x-rays of the brain.
Well, I don't always take x-rays of every organ. I was comfortable I would be able to recover some pellets on the brain, and it wasn't necessary to show the spread.
How many cases?
Okay, there you go. That's a better
where
answer.
The brain literally exploded out of the head. I mean, that weren't suicides.
Where the brain exploded out of the head.
Right,
As
James?
the book describes it.
Well, I think that the determination that
Can't wait.
an entrance wound to the top of the head, contact range, all of that gas expansion the brain would not have escaped that. There would have been a defect, cavity, or fragmentation of the brain, which was not there. You can see the brain actually.
Do you remember what my original question was?
What was your question?
Okay, my question was, how many cases have you done an autopsy of a contact wound to the top of the head, which wasn't a suicide?
Very, very few.
Less than one?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not a tip. Usually contact shotgun wounds. Usually contact shotgun wounds are suicides.
And typically it's in the mouth.
They can be under the chin.
Where's he
in the
going
mouth,
with this?
Sometimes they're to the side of the head. There are people that do shoot themselves to the top of the head as well. And I can't recall exactly if, I remember any of those.
And in all those cases of the brain that explode out of the cranium?
No.
Okay. So you would agree with me.
You're not going to argue
that-
suicide. There's no way.
The way that strike that. Let's go a little bit further with where we're going here. Could you put up the X-ray of the shoulder? You can go ahead and take your seat and testify from up there.
And damn it, because of that key word, that one word right there, YouTube has literally just limited ads on it because one word, it was fine. It was green for for the whole duration, for the full hour and 10 minutes. And now it's yellow. And I have to let them know we're not talking about it. It's just a fact in the case. I hate that about YouTube. They flag one word and boom, it goes into yellow. It's crazy. It was the S word, the unliving oneself.
Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, they are pellets, and I have his shoulder, kind of out when I take the wound. We have some pellets remaining in the shoulder area. We have some disruption of the shoulder tissue here, some of the bone, and then we have some. We actually have less. We have more spread. They're more spread out as they're going closer to the neck.
So there are pellets in the top of the arm, the shoulder. Where is this? Right up in here?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's additional pellets, it looks like, down below that, like near his ribs, correct?
That's because it's starting to spread. Yes.
And it's starting to spread to get to this place right here.
What place?
Is this where
No, it's in the
Yeah,
neck.
Pam.
it's in the neck. Okay.
I indicated that I recovered. It's over here. Then some of it is actually in the trachea as well. So that's the windpipe of the neck. So we have some in the neck. This is the chest
I
area.
think so, but the
did
jury
not go
won't
into
find
the
him. So
chest.
Okay. Let me see another.
I think he's involved. You guys are brutal. I thought I was bad.
What was that exhibit? I'm sorry, I didn't announce it.
Yeah, that's
112.
what I'm
Okay, let me
saying,
see
James.
The next X-ray.
It's okay. They'll fix
Okay,
it
and
like
where's that?
in a few hours, but
That is
I have to review it
the
manually
the
now.
top of the left
much I can
shoulder
do.
and the left arm.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. I don't care.
And you see a number of pellets there.
Yes.
That would be
Just pointing out a
right in
fact.
this area right here.
Yes.
Okay. Next, there's, I think, one more X-ray. Okay, and are there any pellets here? Or are those the same pellets down there at the bottom?
Yeah, well,
see-
you can see, there are pellets here. You can see them in the head. There's some pellets in the head. The brain is not within the cranial cavity, but we do see some of the pellets ended up over here on the right side. See, R for right. There's the hole at the top of the head. And
Yes.
some of the pellets are, they're
Yes, I do.
spread out on the right side of the head.
How
Thanks,
many?
PI guy.
Well, I can see.
I love your
here
little emoji
on the right side
or-
of the head.
Okay.
Yes.
Thumbnail
So
photo.
well, how many pellets are there in a 12 gauge shotgun shell? And these are used primarily for duck hunting.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm an expert at examining human bodies and determining the injuries that occurred. And, I don't know how many pellets would be. When I took my boards, I may have had to actually know that, but I don't use this
100%,
information. Or you can ask
100%.
your ballistics.
As soon as the word is uttered,
Well, we
it's
did.
flagged. The video
And
is
I think,
flagged.
They said something like.
Doesn't matter who says it, as long because
I don't really.
here's how it works for those of you unfamiliar with how it works. So basically, while you're live, while you're uploading a video, while you're streaming, it doesn't matter. There's a behind the scenes underground transcript happening of your video, right? That's how they can do closed captioning in real time. As soon as like self-harming words become like a part of that script, the video automatically is flagged, and they have to do a manual review to make sure that you're not like advocating like, hey, go and unlive yourself or something like that, YouTube has to make sure that like there's sort of like the R word, when someone takes sexual advantage of another person. The R word is another one. The S word, unliving yourself. Certain key words, as soon as they are like part of that script, the background, it immediately unmonetizes, not unmonetizes, but like severely limits the monetization of your video. And then YouTube has to manually go in and like modify it. So it doesn't matter who's streaming it. Law and Crime, me, Good Logic, Emily D. Baker, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, that's like standard procedure. So I was just pointing something out that literally just happened. It doesn't matter like at all. at the end of the day. But yeah, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. I know you guys probably didn't ask for it, but now you know. Yes, you can drop F-bombs all day, mention medical problems, and you'll still be okay. Yeah, you can drop F-bombs all day, but mention a medical problem and no money for you. Exactly. Committed shoe size. What the fuck? Hashtag DOI daddy, free Larry. What the hell? You guys are crazy.
We know the answer to that. I'm not going to disagree with the ballistics expert. I do have a trajectory that an exit wound on the right side of the back of the head.
How many pellets were in the body?
I did not count
And it's
them.
okay.
I just collect a
It doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, like I said, the super chats you guys are sending are more than overcompensating for it. So don't even sweat it, fam. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
representative sample of it. I don't collect all of them, and I don't count all of them.
Why not?
And we know you don't know how many were in the brain because you didn't x-ray the brain.
Right.
Correct?
That's correct.
But if there were 70 pellets or 75 pellets in his shoulder, his chest, and his neck.
Again, why does it matter though?
And hypothetically, there are anywhere between 135 and 160 pellets in the normal duck shot. I mean, that's 40 pellets that travel on, for the sake of argument, correct?
Well,
My math.
I don't
Use
really,
my math.
I don't feel comfortable answering these questions because it's not, the specific ballistics are not my area of expertise.
I'm not going to ask you about
I really don't
ballistics.
feel comfortable answering them. I
Just-
examine human bodies and come to my determinations based on the wounds. And I can see I was correct that this is a shotgun wound.
I
to the
was
left shoulder that's
correct.
Going up to the right.
All right, Ms. Prissy.
And questions about numbers I really don't want to
Because math.
just, I can't answer that because, I don't know everything. I'm an expert. I'm a physician. I'm an expert at
Man,
examining human deceased individuals, determining cause and manner of death.
Just for the record, by the way, since Mandu is in the chat right now, I want to give a shout out to Mandu, who I don't want to jinx it, but as of this moment, let me count real quick, okay? Let me count. As of this moment, he got 45 copyright strike notifications reversed. Thanks to yours truly. Out of how many did we have? 68 or something at last count? He got 45 reversed. So they have 23 remaining, and they're working as we speak. So Mandu's channel should be back online. We have 45 videos already back online, and Mandu's back, boys and girls. Mandu's back, baby. 64. So about 29 more. Or 19. Sorry, I can't do math off the cuff like that. 64 minus 45, 19. 19 more videos, and he's got them all back. He's already got 45 videos back online. So we did it. First Amendment wins. Fuck the Louisiana Parole Board. That's what you get for being copyright cucks and then lying about it openly, by the way. Openly. Completely uncool.
Okay, let's go back to the original question. And assume
I don't know the answer to the
Copyright
shotgun,
strikes.
how many pellets there would be.
They struck him. 64 videos.
we're not asking you how many pellets, but if there's 75 pellets, let's do some math here. This is simple math.
Okay, I can do math.
Okay, 75
Can you?
pellets we can count in the body, the chest, the neck. And there's anywhere from 135 to 165 pellets in the normal duck shot, 12 gauge shot.
All right, so 75 plus 60, that would be 135. And then what did you say, 70 or 80?
75.
Okay,
Excuse me.
75. So we started with 75 plus 75 is 150. So that's your answer. If your question is, you're asking me to do the math.
So my question is this.
Thank you.
After those pellets have gone through
Oh, you're brutal.
the shoulder and hit bone, apparently, correct?
Yes.
And then they go through the neck. Do they hit more bone there?
There was,
Excuse me.
there wasn't, there was some damage to the cartilage of the trachea. It was in the tracheal wall and some muscle. There's not a lot of like bone in the neck. The only bone really in the neck
Right.
is the spinal column.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, when you were talking about Maggie a moment ago, and you talked about a shot that I think grazed her skull, you said there was a lot of intracranial pressure. Is that right? Created a lot of intracranial pressure.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me. Your testimony is there was enough from the less than half the load that goes through to, was it one place it hit? Was it had to go through the brain still?
Yeah. Well, I didn't say that less than half the load went through. Some of it may have actually exited the top of the head. I don't know. Or went into the brain. I did not x-ray the brain. And so I don't know exactly how many, but we can tell that this is the direction.
Was the brain macerated?
No, it was largely intact. There was some maceration at the base of the brain where it was torn from the brainstem. Okay, the brain went up and torn from the brainstem, but it was pretty much surprisingly intact, from a shotgun wound.
Have you looked at the crime scene photos?
I really didn't look at the crime scene photos with any kind of, attention.
Okay, so, but you are aware that the brain was catapulted out of his head, probably hit the ceiling and then landed outside.
Well, I could tell from examining the body that the brain catapulted out of the head because I received the brain and a hole that was consistent with the brain leaving it.
Can you and I agree, and based on your testimony when you previously testified, that there would not be, that the gas from 2 or 3 feet away would not travel through the arm, travel through the neck, and then go into the brain?
Well, there's a lot of material that's going through, and plus we've got fragments of the brain, the skull, of the base of the brain that can also, there's a lot of energy going in that direction. Whether it's gas or not, it's energy from portions of ammunition propelling in that direction. So, whether you want to call it gas or whether it's other things, I really don't know the theoretical explanation. I'm sure it's in the book. But I examine the bodies and I make the determination on the direction and the type of injury from examining the human body.
The book seems to indicate that the primary cause for an explosion such as this, the brain exploding out, is the gas. You would agree?
Well, I think each case is a little bit different. And the kind of gas that would cause the head to explode would also, I think the book is talking about gas, gas in a contact shotgun wound. So what is your question about the book? I would actually have to refresh my recollection because I don't really I haven't read the book in a long time, but I know what I've seen on the body.
If I quote this to you, you would, and I can show it to you. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, adding to the pressure waves acting on the bony framework of the skull. The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
That actually must be describing a contact shotgun.
It is.
Wound. Okay, yeah, because that really makes sense for a contact shotgun wound.
And your reasoning for this, the same phenomenon that happened without the gas is?
Well, we've got injury coming from beneath. The skull is, like I told the jury, that is not shattered. We do have some horrible injury, but the shattering of the skull much of it is still up intact. We don't have shattering of every bone. We don't have shattering of the face. So
Why didn't you shave the head?
why didn't I shave the
Right, were
head?
you looking for any, if much of the skull was still there?
Look, my determination, I didn't shave the head because I was confident that that was an exit wound on the right side of the top of the head. It wasn't necessary for me to shave an exit wound.
So, but if you had shaved the head, and again, apparently you'd already come to your opinion by this point, you could have seen whether it was soot or stippling or any distortion around, or taken samples of the hair and determine whether or not there was any sort of GSR in it, which would be more consistent with a contact wound.
Well, no, GSR can just be we know gunshot residue can deposit in,
No,
I'm
not yet.
not like ballistics is
watching.
not necessarily my strongest suit, but I know that GSR can
I'm watching
deposit,
on another
within a
tab.
few feet. Somebody doesn't have to indicate a contact wound.
Okay, so,
All right.
did the shot penetrate the jawbone?
It went through through that area. I believe it actually may have went underneath the bone.
So it did not connect with the bone? Correct?
Yes.
Are any of the pellets that you see in the shoulder, the left shoulder, heading down instead of up?
Well, there's probably kind of a billiard ball effect when these things are going through, and there could be some, directionality but I didn't make that determination because it wasn't important to me to
See
make
which
that
way the pellets were
determination.
going?
What?
To determine which way some of the pellets were
Yeah.
heading?
I can tell from the
I can tell.
entirety of my finding at the autopsy.
Okay.
And the thing is, if you look at something like, a postcard photograph, that doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story. I did my autopsy.
Feels bad, man.
I viewed all of the wounds. I was confident in the direction of this wound path. And I'm not trying to say, oh, well, which direction are the pellets going? I can see that there's the entrance.
In her defense, she deals with dead bodies. She's not used to talking to living humans. So, because Poot is not a dead body, it's kind of hard for her to deal with him. Oh yeah, I blasted Law and Crime. Addie, one of their moderators, got on me for that. Yes, Susan. I don't give a fuck. It's against terms of service. Is it really? Please show me. I mean, maybe it is. I've never done that, but I was like, I'm just gonna be commenting on it. That's all I said. They want to give me heat for that. I don't care. That's fine. I won't do it again.
Wound was to the top of the left shoulder, went through the left side of the neck and out the top of the head.
And how many pellets made it through the brain to the skull? To fracture the skull? How many pellets?
Oh, well, there were some pellets in the brain. I don't know how many.
Because you didn't x-ray it.
Correct.
So since you don't count the number of
I gave
pellets,
him money for it.
tell the jury, please, how you know how many pellets hit the skull and fractured it and allowed this eruption to occur.
I don't know how many pellets. I never said that I did.
No, I didn't say you said it. I just want to know if you know it.
I don't know the answer to that.
And it's not important to you.
It doesn't really matter. It's really very theoretical. I
Ooh.
examined the bodies and I made my determination based on examination of the body.
Is it true that an autopsy report should be able to be read by an independent pathologist to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay, how about put that up for us, please?
Noises,
I just scanned the terms of service.
strange
I
noises.
don't see it on there.
Who's talking?
I'm talking, Judge.
Proceed.
I'm asking Doug to put up exhibit number.
I didn't hear you talking. I heard
Oh, I'm
you were
sorry.
questioning the witness.
James from court 40 minutes ago. Jury's at Moselle. Okay.
What's the exhibit number?
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay. So, how about step down here, please? And get the pointer for me, please.
I'm on my way to Walterboro for closing arguments,
Jury can see.
which are expected to last
So
2
you
hours.
indicated there were, I asked you if you shaved the head. You said no. You said there wasn't, I think your words were there was enough of the skull there to determine what happened. Is there?
Well, I know this is an exit wound from examining the entirety of the findings, and I did not.
Jury just left.
I did not need to.
Come back to the courthouse.
shave
We're going to be doing that as well.
Shave the
We're
head.
gonna change the testimony
That was
to
my,
closing arguments.
opinion and determination at the time of it.
Yes, ma'am. We understand that. But what did you look at this to confirm or question your opinion, or have you already come to your opinion?
So I
Someone's gonna go
always
fund me for her. She's
question
gonna be out of his
myself
jobs.
during the autopsy.
United States of Q.
It's not just.
I'm gonna die when I hear
I
cell
look at
phone
every,
guy
take a long
cross.
time
Okay.
to look at everything before I reach a conclusion. Okay, so the totality of findings here told me this was an exit wound. The brain came pretty much intact. It was propelled at the top of the, out at the top of the head. I believe and I'm confident that this is an exit wound, and I did not do further investigation to rule out an entrance wound because I was confident it was not.
So you just said you were confident and you did not look further because you were confident you were right.
Well, I looked at it, and in fact, I took a photograph of it, and this is consistent with an exit.
It's what?
Consistent with an exit. The brain came out of that defect.
We're gonna find out.
If it were a shotgun entrance wound, there would be a lot more destruction of the head.
And again, you've never seen a contact wound to the head that wasn't in a suicide case.
You know, I don't honestly remember.
So you don't remember, let me just, you don't remember having a case involving a contact wound to the head that wasn't a suicide case. You just don't remember it.
I may have, it's possible I did not survey, I may have seen one where somebody was shot at point blank range.
I agree, CSI.
With a shotgun, and then the entire head is gone. So when I get that kind of, if there was a contact shotgun, whether it's suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown off.
And so in every case, well, there's no reason for us to go there because you don't remember ever seeing a case where there was a contact wound and to the back of the head.
I think it's honestly,
I'm not surprised.
whether it's self-inflicted or,
I like how there's like objections in the background and the judge just ignores them. What the hell? What the hell? So Jim is doing the closing for the defense. Interesting.
inflicted by somebody else.
Well,
The features of the body are going to be the same.
It's not
So
her job.
That's my answer.
It's the
And
judge.
I can't, whether I
The judge
remember it
ignored
or
it.
not, I've done a lot of autopsies. I don't necessarily remember how many or if I've done one, but I
Judge is
imagine
taking a
people
nap.
are shot at close or contact range with a shotgun. And in a contact shotgun, whether it's by suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown apart. This is terrible. And I know it's terrible. It's probably the worst thing you ever saw, but there would be a lot more damage with a contact shotgun. And that's my professional opinion based on my experience. And if other people disagree with me, that's fine. I don't have to convince them. This is my determination based on my education and multiple years of experience doing autopsies and being a forensic pathologist.
and I think in your testimony, whenever that was, weeks ago, you conceded that reasonable pathologists can differ, correct?
Yes, I think I said, you asked me if a reasonable person, you didn't actually ask me if a reasonable pathologist, you asked me if a reasonable person could have a different opinion. And I remember that because I was sorry that I didn't say, well, of course,
I'm
a reasonable
sorry?
people can think that. But
Oh,
a
come
reasonable
on,
pathologist could
bro.
also think that, but I would disagree with that. I
Okay.
don't think all opinions, a reasonable pathologist could have an opinion like that, but I think it would really be wrong.
Okay. Go ahead and take the stand, please.
Oh God. Isn't a pathologist a person? Apparently not. This woman is a computer, a very flustered computer. You may have, Alice. I haven't. Yeah, she's.
Have
yeah.
you discussed, any, you met and
He did
discussed
not.
with
Only one media went there,
Dr. Kinsley?
and that was the Washington Post, I think, lady.
Kinsey, about his findings?
I did,
Valerie
meet with him once,
Bierlin.
when a couple
Power
of weeks
line.
prior to the autopsy, I really never, prior to this trial, I met with the prosecution, and I would have been available to meet with you if you called me as well.
That's good.
But Ken Kinsey was responsible for the crime scene. What he had to say was, I really wasn't, I already written my autopsy report. I already came to my decision, my determinations based on my examination of the body. And whatever it was, he's going to do the crime scene. So I don't remember having any specific
You
conversation.
don't remember talking about vectors and where the blood spatter would have gone? And
Yeah, well, he asked me, he said, do you know anything about this? And I said, that's your department. I really am not a blood spatter expert. So I had no.
Despite my
nothing to
scarf.
offer, and I really didn't encourage listening to it because it's not my area.
Wasn't that important, is what you
And
almost said.
Say a couple of things. One is, you indicated that you did not put that packing material in your
Yes, this is yesterday's
autopsy
testimony,
report, correct?
Tanya. Testimony is
And
done.
today's the first time you've ever said anything
We're waiting
about
on law and
packing,
crime.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly,
Your Honor, just look
Am
at the
I-
dude.
let me just sort of summarize this and see if we can get this over with. There are certain things you did not do in this autopsy because you concluded it wouldn't be helpful in reaching your conclusion, correct?
Correct. Yes.
I agree with that.
Yes.
Like no x-ray of the brain.
I would have been, I did not x-ray the brain, right?
Okay. There were, and your belief is that the shotgun wound to the shoulder being so much bigger is because of the angle?
Yes,
Okay. And then it narrows down to, you would concede as a hole in his neck.
yes,
Okay. Shotgun starts out wider. That shot starts out wider. I think we confirmed that.
the defect on the shoulder is
Right.
wider because it's kind of going across the shoulder. So it's going to create a defect on the shoulder that's wider than something entering at a right angle or perpendicular. So and I think that makes sense to me. It's consistent with what I've seen in more than 20 years of my practice. And there wasn't anything that seemed odd about that.
And you would concede you're not a ballistics expert.
I know the kind of ballistics. Some forensic pathologists know a lot about ballistics. I know probably an average amount.
Okay. And so when you say it
Oh,
started,
whoa. Hold on. We have something very, very interesting, an interesting development. Let's take a pause here real quick. Let's take a quick pause. I want to show you guys this. Okay. So here's the latest. So the jury arrived at Moselle. Okay. They arrived at Moselle at 9:47 a.m. So it was about a 40-minute drive. About a 40-minute drive. They arrived at Moselle. That was at 9:47 Eastern this morning. Okay. Then shout out to Brian Enton, by the way, for this intel. Go follow him. He's with News Nation. He's a correspondent, a senior correspondent. Ooh la la. About an hour later, they leave, but they're not going back yet. They decided to go to a wooded area on the opposite side of the street from Moselle. So I imagine they probably wanted to see if the real killers could have escaped through or something. I mean, I'm totally speculating here, but why else would they care to look at wooded area next to the property? So that's very interesting. That is very interesting. That happened literally 34 minutes ago at 10:45 a.m., an hour after they were arriving at the property. So they examined the property for about an hour, the jurors, and now and then jury is now coming out of the wooded area. Unclear exactly what they were after. They leave. We will walk down to check it out. So that was almost at 11 a.m. That's why they're not back yet. Murdaugh jury just left Moselle, headed back to the courthouse. Closing arguments soon. So closing arguments will probably begin in about 20 minutes. It's about a 40-minute drive. So we'll probably, at the latest, we'll start at noon Eastern with closing arguments, which I'll be commenting on. Where Maggie's phone was tossed, maybe. They wanted to see if it can be thrown from a car or thrown from a pocket, like by a person. And finally, so he says 9 minutes ago, he tweeted, "This is the wooded area they walked into across the street from the Moselle property where the murders happened."
Are still out here. So this is the wooded area that the jury stopped along the main road and walked into here. The jury's now gone, obviously. It's on the opposite side of the street from Moselle. Back in that area is where the dog kennels are. There's this cottage here. The deputies are still out here. But
Yeah.
just want to give you a little perspective. So the dog kennels are right back there, and that's the wooded area over there where the jurors walked in. So this is...
Okay. Well, there you go. Thank you, Brian, for this intel. God, I feel like a news station for real. Like, thank you, Brian. Back to you, Tom. That's crazy.
Out wider and then came down to this hole. Have you discussed that with any ballistics experts?
It doesn't require, that's forensic pathology. That's damage to the body. I don't need to be a ballistics
still have
expert.
time.
And I've done enough autopsies on shotgun wounds to make
25
that
minutes?
determination
Okay, well,
without
they should be back soon.
requiring additional ballistics knowledge.
But we can see that the shotgun starts out, the shot starts small, and then
Don't forget, it's not just the drive. You have to get the jurors out of the van into the courthouse. You got to get everyone situated. You have to have order in the courtroom, bring the jury back in. It's going to be like at least noon before we get started.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Why are there no shot? Why there's no shot in his cheek if it's expanding? Why are there no pellet holes?
Why
here?
do we care, Poot?
Because
Unless you're just trying to make her look like a fool.
probably that's we have some wadding going in there.
Probably.
Yeah, I think
you talking
that is
about me?
consistent with the wadding. And there are, there's some pellets remaining in the wadding as well.
The wadding going where?
That's an entrance wound. Okay, it's entering perpendicularly. Why do we have, the pellets did not terminate in the cheek. They continued upward.
But a number of them terminated in the shoulder,
Yes,
in the chest, up here, right?
yes.
And then
Not
they-
the chest,
then
the
they
neck,
stop- they-
not the
I'm
chest.
sorry?
Not the chest, the neck.
But
No,
the
they
neck,
usually
the
do
upper-
lunch
the
at like
shoulder and
1:30.
upper neck, right?
Yes.
115,
And then,
130.
I mean, if they stop expanding here, so the cheek isn't,
But they may take, you're right. I haven't thought about that. They may take an early lunch. And then start closings after lunch. It is possible.
one of those pellets is,
Objection asked and answered to the former question.
Your Honor?
It's been asked and answered.
Where my yentas at? My yentas in the house? I have like 3 of them now. At least 2 that I can remember. Here, let me.
And you
let me-
say
I'll pretty
these
for you.
x-rays are consistent with your opinion?
Where are my yentas?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. Oh, let me ask you one question about the Maggie wound. Your position is that the tags don't indicate anything?
Well,
The Maggie
they're
wound?
not determinative. They're
How about
something we
Maggie's
look
wound?
at,
She's a
but
person.
the tags on the breast are very non-specific. They're not very good tags. We happen to have nice tags on the back of the skull. Frequently, the tags are more reliable when the skin is tighter over an area.
So on Maggie, you're saying one shot's going up and the other one's going down?
Yes.
Thank beg the court's indulgence.
Either that or something else. Yes, Kimberly. That's a long drive. That's a long drive,
Thank you.
Mears.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Just two
one
questions. 5,500 autopsies, you said, correct?
Yes, and since I was here last, maybe I've done it.
Who cares how many autopsies you've done? You've got nothing, bro. All right, where's cell phone guy? Who is cell phone guy? Who is cell phone guy that we need to jump to cross next? It's not this guy, right? It's not this guy. Is this one good? Which one is the best? Okay, so we got the first two. Which one is the third best? Not that guy. Keep going. Okay. Is it this guy? The bald guy. You passed it. What? No, there was no. This one? No, that's her. After her, after she's off the stand, the next guy is the black guy. I didn't miss anyone. Oh, okay. So it was the white guy. All right. The white guy after the black guy. And we want to do the not the direct. We don't care about the direct. We want to go straight to the cross. Here we go. Here we go.
The times that it did, that is correct.
Not far from the same.
This guy. Is this cell phone guy? State Secret Service. United States Secret Service. Damn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
He's got a Secret Service tag.
When you performed these experiments, did you record them in any way?
I did not.
You didn't video record doing any of this?
I did not.
Did you consider video recording any of these experiments?
Actually, it never crossed my mind.
You just did the experiments and then just sort of orally relay when you could have had a video to show us?
That is correct.
Oh, bam. Already. Zingers out of the
If you were going to throw a phone out from a moving vehicle, wouldn't you need to pick it up, to toss it?
Certainly.
And if I understand the previous testimony, when you pick it up, the screen comes on.
When you pick it up gently.
So
hell?
if
Are you speculating?
you pick it up to toss it out the window while you're driving, you got to pick it up. Is that correct?
Correct. And if you pick it up aggressively, it will not.
But not always.
Not always.
Sometimes will, sometimes won't.
Correct.
According to the experiments that you conducted since when did you do these experiments?
No, he should have brought Amber Heard. She's an expert at cell phone tossing out windows. Sorry. That was epic. Pat yourself on the back, DUI guy. Oh, damn.
I started it Friday afternoon and into Saturday.
So you did these experiments this last weekend.
Correct.
You did not record any data.
I did not.
You just played with the phone and are coming here to express your observations.
That's correct.
Do you have the phone that you used to do these experiments with you?
Not with me.
Are you aware of how the phone Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
Or was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Okay. Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screened down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time. Yes, sir.
And Do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently. Again, if you do it aggressively,
How
it will not.
gently? Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in your office?
Absolutely.
So you didn't record what you were doing.
Dumbass.
And you did not measure any data. Was
did
this
not.
because you were afraid that you would have to disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not, no.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video, record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
A basis.
I believe so, yes.
I
So
love
the-
how the judge is just ignoring objections today. What the hell? This is like the wild, wild west. I'm an expert cell phone picker upper. That's literally what he's saying. We just like we did this in the office. Whoop, did that. That's why you didn't record it, because that's what you were doing in the office, back and forth.
The reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
you
sir.
avoided that by not
God.
recording anything, correct?
No, sir.
Why?
That's not correct.
Why?
Why didn't you record any data?
I
It did
know,
not
that's
cross
the
my
most
mind to
terrifying
video
part,
record my
Peggy.
experiments. I just did the experiments to determine whether or not
And you
the screen
didn't,
would
you didn't
turn on.
occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone, maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim where the phone goes from turning on to not turning on? Exactly when does that happen? You have no idea, do you?
No, sir. It would take me much longer to do these
Why would you
experiments to
even
determine
put
the
this
exact
guy on
speed
the
and force
stand as the
required to turn the
state?
display on versus not.
You're
Did you
embarrassing
discover
yourself.
any, or did you attempt to locate any documentation regarding the raise to wake feature on the iPhone?
I did. I tried extensively. I reached out to several different forensic surface focus groups.
Just leave it open for interpretation. Don't try and solidify it if you don't have jack shit. Why?
Groups that I'm a part of, and we were not able to find any white papers on the subject.
So you were unable to find any actual data on it, so you resorted to throwing your phone around alone? Was anyone with you when you did this?
No, sir. I was alone in my office.
Oh my God. He was doing
So
this.
you're alone in your office, throwing the phone around, taking no measurements, recording nothing over the weekend, and then you come in here and testify as an expert
Thank
as to
you.
what the phone will do,
Oh,
That's correct.
and
Oh
testify
my
that it's different than what
God.
we've seen it do right here in this courtroom.
I'm
That's
deceased.
correct.
Have you ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Was this your expert testimony in any other case?
Oh,
My expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the data contained therein. I've never actually
Data.
done physical experimentation to come up with a realistic result.
oh my
So
God.
your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
Do you have any degree, academic qualifications in engineering?
No, sir.
Have you ever worked as an engineer?
No, sir.
You're trained in extracting data from the cell phone.
That's correct.
And when it comes to tossing it around and seeing how it moves, you don't know anything more than anyone else, do you?
No, sir.
Wow.
So you had this, Your Honor, based on the previous answer, I would move to strike the expert opinion.
Yeah.
On what basis?
He's not an
The witness
expert.
just testified he has
He's
no
a lay
expert
person.
expertise in this. That he just said he has no more knowledge about this than anyone else in the courtroom. That his expertise is in extracting data from the cell phone.
Yep.
And that this opinion is therefore outside of his expertise, and this
Scope
is
of
an
expertise.
admissible
You
opinion
previously
testimony.
stipulated that he's an expert.
Yes, Your Honor, in
Until this
extracting
happened.
data from the cell phone, which was before we got to this testimony about
Says
this.
state.
Your Honor, this witness performed a series of tests.
No, don't tell me he's going to
reported
allow it.
on- I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We know that. He's testified to that.
And he's
Don't tell me that, Bob.
expressed his opinion of what the phone will do in those
Not
series
like
of tests.
this.
It's not an absolute opinion.
Not like
But I think
this.
you can his opinion of when the screamer light on.
Yeah, but
Something he
as a
tested on
layperson,
something.
not an expert.
Let me think further.
Your Honor, simply that when he was proffered as
Not
an
like
expert
this.
for this testimony, it was in extracting data from the cell phone, not in engineering, electrical engineering, which is where he's gone now.
Objections overruled.
Shut the front door. God damn it. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, Judge. I'm sorry. This dude literally, he took the stand. In the beginning, I get it. In the beginning, I get it. Okay. He took the stand. He's like, I'm an expert. And the defense stipulated, that's fine. We'll classify him. You don't have to go through the rigmarole. But then when he testified, I literally was doing this in my office by myself. And I've never done it before. And this is the first time I've ever done it. And I have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't know anyone more than anyone else in this room because I'm not an engineer. I didn't calculate vectors, speed, velocity, acceleration, any of that nature. It's not grounds for appeal. No, that's going too far. They're going to call it harmless error because it's just one guy. But it's the fact this judge should have been like, okay, this guy obviously doesn't know more than my grandmother about cell phones. So his testimony as an expert will be stricken and he's determined to testify as a lay witness. That's what I would do as the judge. Let's go through these super chats real quick. I have a lot of them. Quesadilla of Pickles says, I've been gushing about Poot and how smart he is in Emily D. Baker's chat, which is the wrong place. I don't know if I'm welcome at Thanksgiving dinner again. Oh, wow. Her chat leans towards prosecution, but not me, I guess. Well, I don't know. I keep hearing multiple things, so I'm just not going to comment on it anymore. People want to come to her chat, that's fine. People want to come into my chat, that's fine too. Rebecca Jones, yes, sadly, the other defense lawyer went soft on the last witness. Oh, okay. That sucks. L'Enfant says, Poot, disorient on enemy senses like a flashbang. Exactly, L'Enfant. Brain would have been mush and non-X-rays, says Susan Davidson. Okay. Janet stuttered, I don't see how they can find him not guilty, only proved liar. Yes. L'Enfant, DH broke her completely. She's now submitting to everything. Oh, Dick Harpulian broke the previous witness. Yes, including self-blame, admitting she's wrong. Oh my God, disaster. Totally agree. LK Niche, what's up, brother? I'm so late. Hopefully nothing good happened. Oh, you missed it, brother. You missed it. The first two witnesses were creamed de la creamed on the stand. We're going in order of intensity today. So waiting for the jury to come back to the courthouse so that we can do closing arguments. Research on exploding brains favors the defense scenario more than the prosecution. I thought there was a CSI episode on this. I know, Kelly, right? Man, dude, don't forget to leave your DNA on the like button. Don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell to be notified, and join in as a member if you're so inclined. L'Enfant says, so we can say the M word, but not the S word. Absolutely. Yes. Sorry, not on topic. What's your coffee mug pick? It's Vegas. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I got it in Vegas. Kyle Cowden saw a dude that ate a shotgun blast. The brain neatly bifurcated, lay either side. Skull opened like a hatch. Face was fine. Realized I've seen more shotgun to head trauma than the state's expert. Yeah, that's terrifying. United States of Q says someone make a GoFundMe for Pathocat lady. She's gonna be out of a job soon. Yep. I read that one. That was hilarious. Quesadilla of Pickles. I think the judge got sick of playing Candy Crush and just agreeing with the prosecution and finally is in full meditation mode or asleep. I definitely agree there. Guys, considering the coroner, I think our expectations of her should have been lower. That's on us, says Amanda Moore. Rebecca Jones, looking for where Maggie's phone was found. That's where the jury is, probably, yes. The phone was found down the road on the right, not the left. I mean, look. semantics. The jury is just out there looking about. Rose says, putting links for GSW for injury pattern, direction, if contact type, etc. Check them out. They are from actual reputable agencies. Hit the like, sub to DUI. Thanks very much, Rose. Leave it to Larry to get the scoop on the jurors. Of course. Hell yeah. That's what we do. That's what we do, fam. Her coffee is wearing off. Fluster kicking. He forgot to mention Siri activated the phone. Yeah, some expert he is. Natalie Pirani, welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining on as a member. John Diaz says, if you had to steel man the DA's case, what would be the strongest points you think would convince viewers Alec Murdaugh is guilty? Did Netflix do the convincing? I did not watch the Netflix documentary just yet, so I can't comment on the second portion of your question. But as to the first portion of your question, when you don't have anything at all, you leave as much up in the air as you can, and you hope that they nullify as the prosecution. When you don't have a case like they don't, I mean, they put on all these experts trying to solidify a non-existing case. And the problem with that is you're always going to lose. Like this guy right here. Like, this is ridiculous. This is the dumbest thing. Even though the judge is letting it in, the jury actually hates the judge for it, because they're like, are you kidding me? Right? Did I miss yours, Salt Storm? I'm sorry. There's just, I thought I caught all of them. I was literally watching for it, and I did not see yours. I apologize. I did not see your super chat. So don't rule number two. That's all I'm going to say. But I really did. What did you write? I'm going to highlight it, Saltstorm. I'm going to highlight it even though it's not a super chat. What did you actually write? Since you're in the chat still, I'll highlight it and comment on it. You don't have to send money. I'll be on the lookout. So just type it up right now while I'm looking at it. He's like, I'm out of here. This is bullshit. He's joking, of course. Write your question in the, or whatever it was, your comment question, and I'll highlight it. But play it more, it gets more sad. Let's keep going.
So you just testified you have no more knowledge about
They were taking selfies.
engineering the iPhone.
There you go. And thanks for
than
the super
anyone
chat,
here, correct?
wherever it was.
I know more about how the iPhone works, but no, sir, I'm not an engineer.
You're not an engineer. When you said that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature, how do you know that?
That's from data that's on Apple's website.
So you found something on Raise the Wake that says that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature?
No, sir, that's the only thing that is capable of detecting motion on the phone besides GPS.
And you have no idea how much motion is required because you didn't measure, correct?
No, sir, I don't know the threshold.
Okay. You, this weekend, sat around your office by yourself, recording nothing.
Oh, God.
Tossing the phone around here.
So bad.
And are now reporting those results as an expert in what?
In cell phone forensics. I understand how cell phones operate more than most people.
Do you understand the electrical engineering? Do you have any background in that?
I am not an engineer, no, sir.
Do you know how the accelerometers in the iPhone work? Can you tell us?
Not exactly, no, sir. But I know that they exist, and I know that's how the iPhone determines motion.
Obviously, the lawyer
So
knows.
there's an unknown device within the phone that detects motion in a way that you don't understand, and some amount of motion that you don't know how much because you didn't measure it does something that only you saw in your office this weekend. Is that correct?
No, I know what that is. It's the accelerometer. The accelerometer is what detects the motion, and that's what causes the iPhone to race to wake.
How does an accelerometer detect motion?
I'm not an engineer. I do not know how it detects motion. I just know that it does.
But sir, you really haven't said anything you couldn't quickly find out on Google. Isn't that correct?
Probably, yes, sir.
So you have no expertise in this.
I have expertise in how cell phones work.
What do you mean by that? How cell phones work?
So I can tell you all about the knowledge C databases. I can tell you about the way iPhones are not iPhones. I can tell you the way some software is written, what kind of code it's written in. I can tell you how data is stored on the cell phone, the programming that's involved with the iOS feature, and the different databases that are involved.
Can you tell us that if somebody was driving down the road, picked up a phone that was either on the seat or pulled it out of a pocket or something like that, and while continuing to drive, threw it out the window, that the screen would not come on if it landed face up?
I cannot tell you that it will not come on. I can tell you that it might not come on.
Because when you were alone, throwing your phone around, you think it didn't come on sometimes.
Objection, ask the answer.
Objection sustained.
Boom.
Just
Oh,
real quick.
God.
When Mr. Barber was
Roasted
asking
that
about
pig.
picking up a phone and then tossing it, about the razor weight, what Mr. Surgis demonstrated jury was a gentle pickup, correct?
That is correct.
You test a more violent pickup or a more aggressive pickup, and then
All right. So who's next? Do we care about this cross? This guy's cross. Do we care? Oh, by the way, while we're doing this, somebody just sent me a message that South Park is getting sued, but not by who you think. South Park is not getting sued by Meghan Markle and Harry Markle. Is that his last name? I don't know. I don't know. Prince Harry. Might as well call him the Markles, or people call him the Harkles, but whatever. South Park is getting sued, but not by Meghan Markle or anything like that because of that episode. It's a little bit stickier than that. South Park lawsuit, Warner Brothers Discovery sues Paramount for $500 million. And the reason is because South Park was streamed on their platform when they had a contract. On their contract or whatever. It was a breach of contract about streaming services. Yes. Claiming the rival media company breached its $500,000 exclusivity contract with HBO Max by airing South Park on its own streaming platform, Paramount Plus. HBO Max is a unit of Warner Brothers Discovery, which also owns CNN, and this is being published on CNN. Nearly all South Park episodes air first on Paramount-owned Comedy Central. In 2019, Paramount and South Park creators together auctioned off streaming rights on the show first 23 seasons plus 3 new 10-episode seasons to HBO Max, and they agreed on $500 million contract. I remember that. Watch out, baby. You were about to tip my phone over. So South Park is getting sued. Stop it. Nearly prior to Discovery's 2022 merger with Warner Brothers, they agreed to pay $1.7 million for exclusive streaming rights for each South Park episode, the suit alleged. The first episode of South Park season 24 were delivered in March 2020. Then came the pandemic, and Warner Media was told the new production of South Park would be halted, according to the complaint. We believe Paramount and South Park Digital Studios embarked on a multi-year scheme of unfair trade practices and deception, flagrantly and repeatedly breaching our contract, which clearly gave HBO Max exclusive streaming rights to the existing library and new content from the popular animated comedy South Park. So they're not suing South Park. Warner Brothers is suing Paramount over South Park episodes. So nobody's actually suing South Park per se. Does that make sense? They're basically arguing over who has the rights and one of them breaching the rights. So just a little segue over to very interesting what's happening, because everyone is like, oh, South Park is going to get sued. South Park is not getting sued. Paramount is getting sued for breaching the contract. Does that make sense? That's not confusing, I hope. I think it's very clear. Paramount streamed it. Warner Brothers has the rights. Warner Brothers suing Paramount. You have no right to stream it. That's it. As Stone publicly described it, we have fuck you money now. The lawsuit claim, the suit claims he said regarding the deal with MTV. Oh wow. Wow. That's intense. But yeah, fun times. So, all right, do we care about this guy? Or do we go on to the next? Jury's back law and crime pull-up feed in the background. No, they're showing Buster right now on their channel. They're showing Buster on their feed right now. Feed is live. What are you talking about? No, it's not. I'm looking at it right now. Let me refresh. They're showing Buster on my law and crime feed. Next, please. Okay. So not this guy. We don't care about him. Break. Wait. No, that's never mind. That was break. All right. Do we care about this guy? This is their expert. Professor, detective, chief, all of the above guy. Professor, detective, chief. Wait, I need to go this way. There we go. Feed is not live. That's the Attorney General doing the direct. Okay.
Those are the angles that he used to determine the height of the shooter, correct?
That is correct. And Mr. Wilson, I don't know the totality of what he considered, but that was one of the elements, one of the criteria he used.
Okay, just to refresh the jury's recollection, Doug, if you go to page 4, it should be state 62. It's a picture. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of what's been described as a quail pen.
Go to page 5, please. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of that quail pen, and it has weathered cardboard on one end.
Okay, and that, for the record, is Exhibit 63 that is a picture of. And go to page 6, which should be state 64.
By the way, Law and Crime just confirmed Alec Murdaugh did not go with the jury for the jury view, for the record. El Kanich for Rose and Larry. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the generosity, honestly. Thank you so much, man. Compensating for the lack of ad revenue since we said not we, but the testimony has been too much with the S word. No fault of anyone's. It's just facts. It doesn't matter. Anyway.
4. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of what appears to be a bullet defect or bullet damage in that cardboard.
Okay. Now, they base their angles of at least 2 angles. Let's back up. There were 2 angles taken from this particular one bullet hole. Why is that?
There were, I believe the original crime scene agent gave a possibility of 2 angles of the angle of impact in the cardboard.
Okay. And what are some things that someone can determine from examining a bullet hole in this cardboard?
Well, the first thing is direction. It lets you know that you had one or at least one projectile fired from that direction. It's a pretty good indicator for direction.
Okay. What's another thing that you can determine?
Sometimes you can determine the angle of impact and whether that bullet was affected before it struck that object. And what I mean is, was it deflected by flesh, or did it hit its target, or is there an internal problem with the weapon that would cause that bullet to be off center?
Are you comfortable with the direction that was determined by Special Agent Worley in this particular photo?
I'm very confident of that direction.
Okay. The defense determined that there were 2 potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have zero confidence from this piece of evidence as far as establishing angles.
So that's interesting. You feel good about the direction of the bullet going into the quail cage, but you have a concern about the angle, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a concern about the angle?
The angle of impact, yes, sir, that is correct.
What are two things that could affect the angle of impact on a surface like this cardboard?
As I mentioned before, you could have, that bullet could have hit an object, which we don't know, or it could be an internal problem with the firearm that causes it. When you think about, if I could explain,
Yes.
When you think about a quarterback throwing a football, they spin that football and it makes it stable in flight. Well, a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a firearm, a single projectile firearm, works the same way. You've got little lands and grooves in that barrel. And as that propellant pushes that projectile down the barrel, it twists. Now, there's different twists depending on the firearm, but that twist, called rifling, most commonly, that's what my grandfather called it, but it makes that bullet stable in flight. Anything that can throw that projectile off of battery, whether it be striking something or a firearm problem, maybe fouling too much lead in the barrel, those kind of things will make that bullet off center. Now, it still may go the general direction, but the rotation of that projectile could be off just a little bit when it strikes the target.
So a good analogy would be a lineman getting his hand on a football and making it go wobbly, but it keeps going, correct?
That would work, yes, sir.
I'll leave it with us.
Doug, could you zoom in on this hole real quick? Dr. Kinsey, I'd like to ask you to step down here, and for demonstrative
He did
purposes,
previously.
I'd like you to demonstrate how an angle of impact can be affected in cardboard with a dowel.
Yes.
Describe to the jury what you've done with this box.
I've placed 4 strategic holes in this box representing a bullet defect in cardboard. As you probably saw in the photographs, as a crime scene investigator, we use dowel rods to help determine direction and angle of impact. Now, they can be as simple as a wooden dowel rod like you get at your hardware store, or they make some real complicated ones made out of fiberglass. If you can afford it, you know, most agencies and most crime scene teams will use a fiberglass rod, but the wooden rods, as long as they're pretty straight and true, they work just the same. So if this represents a projectile defect in cardboard, and may I say weathered cardboard, because this has been out there at least a year and a half since this incident took place, you place that dowel rod in that defect, and then you can get an approximate angle or angle of impact on it, but you can definitely get a more confident direction. If your shooter's over here and he's shooting this direction, or over here, or up or down. But it's not the end all be all. And I can explain that to you also.
Okay. So how could you demonstrate how, well, back up a second, and step away so the jurors can see this photo, if you would. You saw I might need you up here.
Call and I will come.
You saw the defense expert's testimony, Mr. Sutton, I believe, last week, describing this hole. Can you explain to them how he determined the angle of impact based on what he was observing in this bullet entry?
I can, Mr. Wilson.
Please do so for the jury.
What Mr. Sutton did with geometry and trigonometry and a whole lot of tools, but basically a protractor, as we use when I testified previously, if you had a confident bullet defect, you can run a string and then put a level or it's a type of protractor, it's a bullet angle finder on top of that rod, and you can get a general angle of impact in a fixed object.
Court's in.
However, this isn't a fixed.
All right, court's in. Here we go. This is live footage. This is live. We're back to live. We'll come back to the other stuff later if we have time and everything. This is live. There's no sound. Sound is on. They're just doing a bench conference, so that's why. Dr. Kinsey charmed everyone with 8th grade science. All right, boys and girls, I called it. I said it was going to be about noon when they start closings. That's expected. This is live. This is live footage from S-word or unlive yourself. Exactly, K-Nitch. Exactly. Courtroom is absolutely packed. This is live. They're talking. They're talking about. There's no sound. If you're wondering, there is no sound because they're doing a bench conference, and Law and Crime turns off the microphones for the bench conferences because they are not to be. I mean, some bench conferences are heard on appeal, like when you get the tape and everything. But while they're talking, my sound is up, as you all can see. It's unmuted. It's not me. It's them. I don't think they're going to call an early lunch. I think they're arguing right now. Should we start right now or should we call a lunch? And I think the judge is going to, if I know anything about the judge is going to make the prosecution at least begin their closing. Won't be sound until they see. No, they'll be sound after they're done arguing. There will be sound in a minute. There will be sound in a minute. Closing arguments are next. That is correct, Olga. We're going to have closing arguments for the prosecution and the defense. And then the jury goes to deliberate. That's why I titled this video what I titled, Final Day for the Murdaugh jury trial with lawyer analysis, because you have lawyer analysis right here, and you have the final day. Today's the last day. That's it. Oh, thanks, Rose. I just got your DM of Salt Storm's super chat. There is no more rebuttal. There is no more rebuttal. That is over. That is done. Rebuttal is done. Sir rebuttal is non-existent. They're not going to do any sir rebuttal. There's Buster. There's Buster in the courtroom right now. They're doing a bench conference. That's why we don't have sound. The jury charge, well, yeah, they're going to read the jury instructions, obviously, before the closing argument. Sorry, I forget that a lot of you don't know procedure. I apologize. But yes, of course, they're going to read the instructions first. You don't just like put the attorneys up there immediately. Yes, the judge is going to read the instructions first. That's standard procedure. Yes. He didn't deny it. He asked if you have any, and they said no. At the end of yesterday, that part I did watch. I wanted to see how they ended so that I know what to expect today. So he did not deny the sir rebuttal. No, he actually asked, like, "Do you have any?" And the prosecutor, the defense attorney said, "No, I don't." There's his sister. That's Lynn, by the way, on camera right now. The older lady with the blonde hair and the glasses. I know. Are you all still arguing if the math checks out? No, the math does not check out. He was spending that money to like pay off debts. That's clear. And I believe he was involved with the wrong people. If there's a hung jury, retrial is optional, not mandatory. They can retry if they choose to. They don't have to. All right, Law and Crime, get your shit together. What is with this button floating around? Their logo is like dancing all around the screen. Come on, Law and Crime. There was some of Maggie's family. I don't know if they were in the courtroom, actually. I take it back. I know there was like the sister-in-law, but she was married to John. John's wife was in there, and she was tearing up a few times. John Marvin Murdaugh. She was in there. Still waiting for the sound to come on. They don't have a sound because they're doing a bench conference. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to chat, it's subscriber only chat anyway. So I just don't like spam and stuff. This makes life a whole lot easier for everyone, including me. And anything that makes my life easy, I'm all for. You know what I'm saying? Anything to make my life easier. They're arguing probably about the timeline of how they're going to proceed, because like the defense may be like, we want to do closings tomorrow or something like that. The judge could be like, no, we're going to argue today. And then they're saying like, who's going to go when? Do we go after lunch? Should we go now? Like that's potentially what they're all. Why did you just zoom in on the Attorney General's face? And doesn't he look like one of the Three Stooges? And then Wednesday Addams is right behind her. What? Right behind him. We got Larry. He's gonna be definitely not curly because his hair is too straight. He can be Mo, and then he can be curly. We got Larry, Curly, and Mo, and then Wednesday Addams. Yeah, I know. No, she's been wearing black every single day. Every single day. Like, I swear to God, I don't think that woman owns a color suit. Not even a gray one. They're all black. I like Wednesday. Like, you like her face until you hear her dialect? You mean her accent? What kind of ethnicity, not ethnicity, like nationality is that? Fjernsider. Is it like Danish? Denmark? Finland? I rarely see those letters in a name, by the way. I'm very curious. Shut the front door. I live in LV, Summerlin. You live in Louis Vuitton? Wow, that's pretty impressive. I didn't know that. Danish, Icelandic. Yep. L'Enfant lives in Louis Vuitton. No, is it Las Vegas? Summerlin? I don't know. She was white in replay. You just, oh, was she? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe some people called her Wednesday Addams too much, and she decided to change to white. Yes, this is live. Oh, she did wear white. Oh, okay. I didn't pay attention. I was too focused on the testimony. Leave it to the women to point it out, because you all pay attention to that stuff. I get it. No, I just completely copied and pasted my entire studio, bought another computer chair. Yes, I did drive home. I'm kidding, Nenu. No, today's Wednesday. Today is Wednesday, so she is Wednesday Addams today. This is live. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go.
So,
WTF. Come on, give us something good. Come on, Judge. The sound keeps going in and out by them. Again, I'm not manipulating anything. I think Law and Crime is waiting. Bring the jury. I don't know. He hasn't said that yet. Bring the jury and bring the audio. They're setting it up. They're setting stuff up. It's clear. It's clear. Obviously, we know closings are incoming. I'm sorry for blowing up your super chat. Never apologize, l'enfant. Sacre bleu. Está bien. That's Spanish. The first one was French. Rate the judge. -3 on a scale of 0 to 10. Not his looks, his bias. Who goes first? The prosecution. So in South Carolina, prosecution goes first, defense goes second, and then prosecution gets a chance to reply. Like in Kentucky, the defense goes first and then the prosecution, which is really stupid. I always hated it. Yeah, he's been a consistent -3. I will give you that, Nicola. The judge is eating nuts. Because he tore off Poot and Jim's nutsack and he's munching on it at the bench very disrespectfully. Chopper asked earlier why they didn't have the trial in a different location.
All right, you may bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Why would they have it in a different location? I don't know. What's right for the country? Thank you for joining on as a member. Here we go. The reading of the jury instructions. Pay attention to the word intent, by the way, because I imagine this is going to be an intentional murder case, because what else is there? Release the Kraken. This is live. This is happening right now in Walterboro, South Carolina, Colleton County, South Carolina.
The jury is present.
No, jury instructions will be fast.
All right, thank you.
30 minutes tops. It may be like reading of the jury instructions, lunch break, and then closings. That's possible.
Let's wait till everyone gets settled. All right, welcome again, once again. Day number 27.
Don't
And
remind them, Judge.
you have heard all of the testimony, received all of the evidence. You've visited the scene of the alleged crimes, and now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Wait, the reading of the jury instructions.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
What are you doing, Judge? Judge. Judge.
Good morning.
Hello. Hello. Judge.
It's been a long trial, hasn't it?
Reading of the jury instructions.
On June 7th,
You're supposed to know what to
2021,
do.
at the Moselle property in Colleton County,
Wow.
Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him.
Wow.
The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a
That makes
person
no sense.
where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever. I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you.
Thanks for promising us you won't talk forever.
And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alec Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability.
They don't need to prove motive.
While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plyler case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm.
Just started.
He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about.
So he's a convicted thief and liar, not murderer.
Randy. But then the main ways were two schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff,
We're watching
fast
right
talk
now.
the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check.
Nope.
And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case, as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money.
Okay.
Took every bit of it.
Convicted, not convicted,
And that
admitted thief.
It's coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021 because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case. Everything's fine. I'm still working on the case. It's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace. because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March, and that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alec's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer, to his office.
Wrong trial, Waters.
And
There's
so
not financial
goes
trial.
to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul.
Okay, proof.
And how do we know that?
How?
We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline
We're
puts
going to
him-
talk in detail, huh?
the forensic timeline puts him there.
The forensic timeline.
The use of his family weapons corroborates that.
Corroboration.
And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it.
Lies confirm it.
And we'll go over each of those in great detail.
Oh, really?
Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this,
Beyond
everything
reasonable
changes.
doubt?
All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away, and everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked, because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Annette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. And what happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alec Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again.
Well, that was
accountability was at his door. He was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried again, tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs. And the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful.
Look at Alex,
who has a strong family legacy,
his furrowed eyebrows and demeanor,
who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. And those pressures mount.
Oh, come on. I mean, that's all he's got. A family annihilator. God, what colorful language, Waters. He's going into history like you're going to equate royalty killing royalty to this? That's what I'm saying, Jeff Holman. This is weak AF.
All right. We got to do a little law school.
Well, yeah.
I'm certainly not a professor.
But show proof.
We need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on,
that wasn't
not
me.
rely on.
That was them.
You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all the witnesses' testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable?
Yeah,
There's
PowerPoint
many
would have
things you
been
can
effective.
consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased.
Like
whether
your
the
witnesses?
testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past.
That's funny as.
And again, you can believe witnesses all against one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case, and it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture of something. Right here, I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right?
Oh my
You
God.
still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay?
Really?
You still know what it is, and you're firmly convinced. Then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the law, as the judge will give you the law to convict.
Oh my God. Wow.
Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that.
When you
There's no
don't
greater
have
degree of
facts,
certainty
argue
required of
law.
circumstantial evidence than of direct
That's what he's
evidence.
doing. He has no facts.
The
So he's
circumstances must
arguing
be
the law.
consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant.
God.
And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, then you know it's raining, okay? Because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet. But if you go inside and you're in a closed room and all of a sudden it gets dark and you hear thunder and you hear the wind rustling and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any reasonable doubt what happened? That it
Oh,
rained?
yeah. You get
Now,
a good feeling.
Again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate wind, but that's not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence. It is just as strong. The law makes no distinction just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms are malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and aforethought. But let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it could be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong.
Oh,
Could be using
shit.
firearms, shotgun in a blackout to blow somebody away.
They have to prove
That can be
malice.
ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide.
If that's what you decide, tell them what they're supposed to.
Sounds like it has to be
Weak.
planned, and certainly
Weak
planning
thought.
would account for a forethought.
Malice,
But
a forethought.
it can may be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act.
I know,
So
it's so
forethought
weird.
doesn't
Like,
require
They
planning
don't know what all this
for that
means. They
malice
haven't
to
heard the
occur.
instructions
All it has
yet.
to do is exist in the moment, just a
Release
split
the
second,
Kraken.
or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger's pulled, as long as there's that
No, this is standard. That's standard.
intentional
That's the job.
doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, there would be an evil intent,
Damn it, Corey.
a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that?
This is
I
so
said
bad.
infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened,
Or
look
make
at the
it up.
backstory,
Right,
look
Waters?
at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act
Because
with
he's
malice
always
and
high.
forethought.
Yeah.
That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. And why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right?
Chat, can you help out? Answer cooked goose in Florida question.
I'm going to move through this quickly because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. And I'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly.
So awkward.
Gathering storm in Alex's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard of how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen.
This is closing. Cry, I love Juju.
He's also a successful lawyer and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind.
He has to try.
That this is an individual who is trained.
Give him credit. He has to try.
To understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is
Telling the
constructing
truth. That's a good
defenses and
point.
constructing alibis.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that, that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, the way that firm works, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game. Always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSB checks.
Really?
You got the fake forge. You got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partner.
How?
Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trusted him based on those. And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide.
That's reasonable doubt,
Couldn't
Amy.
name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him, as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same.
It doesn't matter.
Down to the bottom.
It doesn't
matter. It's not
matter.
just the clients,
Like, she
too.
was
It's
the
the staff.
prosecutor.
They're doing paperwork. They're
It's
filling
just-
all that out. He had to fast talk them as well.
It's looking at the case. If Waters was winning, I would give him credit. It doesn't matter that I'm a criminal defense attorney. I thought they had evidence.
Alex's situation,
Like,
I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns.
Right.
And that's the situation fundamentally his
Financially,
finances were
not
like. And that's the situation that was
murderly.
arriving in June of 2021, when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone who would listen about it.
well, right, but
A gathering
this
storm.
is a political
The
trial.
boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said, we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really
Okay,
was.
it's the chat. It's
That's
from
how
chat.
convincing
I know.
he
We said that. I think.
But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, what you doing, man, about the boat case? And Mark says, you're going to have to pay money to the Beach family, millions of dollars. Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game at this point. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and we get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, I'm going to structure those, which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March.
Cool.
And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, show us your books if you're telling me you're broke. I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refuse, and that's what leads to the motion to compel.
I don't think.
And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Or the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do. And he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records. Because it's all going to be
rare.
apparent. That forged account is going to open.
I had that
right up.
happen in my jury 2.5 weeks ago.
He can't have that happen.
Sat there for 6
It will
minutes.
all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's never.
But it's possible.
He's been able to avoid.
Yeah,
his
but
entire
not
life.
here,
If
not
he
in this
could
case.
Just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, one
They're
day
split.
longer, then he's never going to have to face
I
that.
think our
accountability
jury is split in this
that he has
case.
to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it.
Right? Exactly, Kelly.
There's a conclusion
He's
to
saying
that.
he's going to talk about it, but he's not talking about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. No, we'll talk about it.
And then you heard from Tony Satterfield.
Not Quilty. Yes.
He got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021. And he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah,
This is
we're
very
hoping to get this
Quilty.
case moving. And you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and
Oh
gentlemen?
my
That's
God.
millions of dollars.
Get to the meat
It's millions
of your
of dollars.
case.
And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid.
For sure, Rose. For sure.
The insurance company thinks it's gone the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day.
You know what's not converging? This jury on a guilty sentence. That's what's not converging.
And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on
How did you
this
get here?
man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes.
Is he in high school?
People stop
Why is he
asking
still
about
studying?
these things. The community has changed like you would expect.
What's
People
with
are
the fucking
concerned, they're
pictures?
scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case.
My stomach is having
Understanding
a
the
bigger lunch
sympathies of the
crescendo
case.
right now.
If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it.
Cry me a
It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets the 750. Well, he gets 600 of it. Ultimately gets a 750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool. I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay again one step ahead of the game because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away.
Thanks.
Doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. It doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. You don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts as in representing him and says, well, let me see him. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show him to his own partner.
We know, Waters. We
Because
know.
what's going to happen? They're going to see it too.
Yeah. And
He can't let that happen.
well, it happened.
Everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. We've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plyler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plyler girls before they turn 18, and then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account, and it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin, Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225.
But
He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. $3.7 million, $1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide.
You know what that means? That means he was paying somebody off and they came after him and his family. That's what that says to me.
This is some of the exhibits.
Stealing money to pay somebody off. And
This is,
those people
as you recall, there'll be
came after
statements
him.
and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were
At least
affecting
he's admitting it.
middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of it.
Anything as heinous as
That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful.
Ooga booga booga.
Withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money and a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time.
That's his theory,
And
hamster wheel.
You don't really see the escalation
That's his theme.
from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable? He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. I leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable of opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal
Waters.
and
no.
fool everyone
Oh no.
and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're
Don't
you know,
attack
who
an
you
addict.
profess to
No.
be in public.
No.
If you were
don't
taking
attack an
1,000
addict.
milligrams a day,
No. Oh
does
my
that
God,
make
you
common
dumbass.
sense? I submit to you, ladies and
You just
gentlemen, it
lost
does.
them completely. You can't
have no
attack
doubt
an
that he was
addict for
taking
being an addict.
Opiate pills.
Dude.
But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out as inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense.
God, what a prick.
He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade.
Oh, God.
If he was taking that much dope,
Oh, God.
I would submit to you.
God, Waters. No, you are
Just one
so
other
disconnected from
lie
reality.
that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is
You can't. You
it wasn't.
can't.
This has been going on for a
You
long
have
time.
to be a
and the
human.
finances prove differently.
It's not gonna kill his case, but it
Well,
shows
what
that
else about this?
he doesn't understand reality.
You've seen the interviews. We're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any question, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs.
Stop.
His responses are appropriate. He's
Oh God.
not in
Water.
displaying any paranoia.
No.
He's smooth.
Hmm.
He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that?
No.
And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me.
The fuck?
How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road.
So atrocious.
That he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Crocker,
Yes.
Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul
This
that
is how
little
not to do a
detective,
closing.
specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal to stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills. We need to talk.
You know, it's one thing to lose a case. It's another to be a complete asshole.
Mom found some pills, and we need to talk." Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence, Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, don't come if you feel bad. And he's like, well, I think I can get a late checkout. And then he's like, at 1 o'clock, they made me leave. I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this
Just
time.
keeps murdering this case.
They were watching him like a hawk.
If I was on that jury, he lost me completely.
Opiates, the most
Opiate.
powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well.
Wow. Okay, Waters.
Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the Ferris fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about.
If this is the
He
hill
doesn't
you want to
care
die on, Waters, be my guest.
About lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients, if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
Wow, dude.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Wow.
All right.
Bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch.
Hour 15. So
Please do not discuss the
20-ish.
case.
All right, let me explain, you guys, why I was going off. All right, because some of you are confused, like, why is Larry going off like that? Look, it's one thing to argue, like, addiction caused him to commit the murders. I'm fine with that. You can argue that all day long. But when he started coming after him personally, like, this is how addicts act, addiction is this, vile thing that causes people to do things, that's where he crossed the line. You cannot go after a person for being an addict personally.
We'll be in recess, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
You just don't do that. You just don't do that. That is a dick move. That is an asshole move. That is pure attack on a person for who they are. You cannot go after a person for who they are. You can talk about the actions that they have taken. You can talk about what you know about their character. You can talk about what they have done, what they haven't done, but you can't go after a person merely because they're an addict.
He said
that is just simply a piece of shit asshole move to attack someone by virtue that they have become an addict. You can do it, but you lose touch with reality. You see what I'm saying? You disconnect yourself from people because now you're going after someone for the character of them being an addict. Like, is this a joke? It's like, imagine you were, let's say, I don't know. I'm trying to think something more universal. Addicted to watching Netflix. Okay, let's say you're a Netflix addict. You love watching Netflix. Every night you tune into Netflix. And I go, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this person is an avid Netflix addict. All they do is watch Netflix all day. They don't care about their life. That's fine. You can talk about that. But when you start going after a person and you start, let's say I start twisting it like, well, clearly they're a Netflix addict and they murdered their wife in their sleep because they're a Netflix addict. Like, are you joking? Are you kidding me at this point? You are now connecting two things that are, you cannot come after a person for their addiction because, and people don't choose to be addicted to things. Netflix addiction is probably like a bad example, but it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Like, I don't know, masturbation addiction, TV addiction, drug addiction. You can't, as a human being, forget the case for a minute. Forget the case. This is where Waters lost me completely as a human being again. I mean, he's done it. He's done it multiple times already throughout this trial, but it just shows that Waters is not a human being. Waters does not elicit empathy. Waters does not connect with me on an emotional level. Waters does not connect with me on a mental level. Waters is talking about everything surrounding, but he doesn't talk about, yes, thank you. That's exactly the words I was looking for. You can't make a moral judgment about a person, and he did that in his closing. He did that on Alex Murdaugh. I don't remember the exact words, but he made a moral judgment, a character qualification. He qualified Murdaugh, and he has in no position to do so because he has no experience. He's not an expert. He does not understand. It just shows me that he is so disconnected from reality that he is apt to even try and do that. As a nurse, we can't judge addiction. Preach. And again, the reason I know a lot of this stuff is because you think I judge my DUI clients for being addicts when they're like admitting their addiction? Absolutely not. I empathize with them. I understand them. I deal with addiction, even though I'm not a counselor, like Tug, for example. Tug, that umbrella guy, can probably tell you all about addiction. Ask him in his next live chat, by the way. I know he sometimes doesn't read very well, but he does read super chats. So send him like a couple bucks or whatever. Ask him, when was the last time he judged an addict for their addiction? Ask him that. He will tell you. I can tell you right now. He's going to tell you never, ever. Now, can you judge them for some of the actions that they make? Sure. You can judge them for like, pissing on their neighbor's house. You can judge them for getting maybe arrested is a little loaded. Sure, but you can't judge them for being the way that they are. Notice, we don't have a single law in the United States of America that punishes you for being an addict. Have you noticed that? They tried. All these laws have been struck down. You can be arrested for being under the influence in public. That's called public intoxication. You could be arrested for possession of illicit drugs, but you cannot be arrested for having those drugs in your system. If you're not causing a ruckus, you're not trespassing. Just by virtue of you being an addict is not a crime. There's a reason for that. Okay. 30 years ago, Alkanich says, I broke my neck, several vertebrae, multiple surgeries, and yes, I got hooked to hardcore drug prescription. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I stole money from family to feed my habit, hurt a lot of people, but I never murdered anyone. Well, yes, that's an extreme, of course, but like I agree. Thank you, Cormina. I mean, I'm preaching the truth. I'm preaching from personal experience of dealing with people in a similar position, being addicted to these drugs. You lose me as a human being when you attack another human for virtue of them being addicted to something. You can talk about like him saying Alec was, he did it because he's an addict. Is kind of, it's close, but you can still kind of go that path if you really want to. But when he started going after Alex personally, like, oh, come on, 1,000 milligrams a day, think about what that did to him. That's what got me. I remembered now. 1,000 milligrams a day. Think about it. What they like, dude, you're in no position to judge how much drugs and how addiction works and how many pills it takes. How many pills does it take to get to the center? You know what I'm saying? Like, you are not an expert. You are not in a position. You are not qualified, and you lose me when you start making these judgment calls. Okay, period, the end. That's what I'm saying. If there's only one juror who is an ex-addict or knows someone who is, he shot himself in the foot, no pun intended. Yes, exactly. Absolutely. I live in Carolina Beach, North Carolina, which is right outside Wilmington. Wilmington is ranked number 1 in the country in opiate trafficking and number 3 in human trafficking. That's because it's a port city. Ellen, not Sarah Lee. That's a cool name, by the way. Ellen, because Sarah Lee is a very popular brand for foodstuffs. She's like, I'm Ellen Lee, not Sarah Lee. And it's spelled differently. I think Sarah Lee is L-E-E. Yours is L-E-A. That's cute. I like that. But yeah, that's terrifying. Number 1 in opiate trafficking, number 3 in human trafficking. Is that close to the island that got busted recently, by the way? In last year, I posted the article. I tweeted about it. I know not everyone follows me on Twitter, so I'll share it on here. This one right here. Have you all saw this? The private island owned by Alec Murdaugh and suspected drug smuggler for sale in South Carolina. I wonder if it's, oh, come on. I wonder if it's one of these. If it's close to that, by the way. I'm wondering. Ellen, not Sarah Lee. Maybe you can answer. I don't know. You're from that area, so you'll be in a better position to tell us. Call James and ask what the jury looked like. All right, we can do that. Now that I'm not hooked to my phone. He's probably back to his phone by now. It's almost there. Let's see if he answers. Sled was never looking for another suspect. Yeah, which is weird because they didn't suspect Alec in the first place. Why didn't they? That's a question. Love seeing your passion for rights of those often publicly condemned. It is very noble quality of you. Well, thanks, Steph. I appreciate it. I just speak the truth. I just speak how I feel. But you must be accountable for your actions. Yes, absolutely, Chelsea. James is not picking up. Thanks, Nikki. James and I are talking. Oh, by the way, I was joking about the whole James stunt. I was giving him shit because he was taking so long in the car. He was talking to somebody. James, who did Judge pick as the lead? First of all, James is not here yet. But it's the lady in the front, the older lady. I think. I could be wrong. But I don't want to give out too many details because there's a few of those on the jury. So that's not going to be a dead giveaway to anyone. But she, I think, is the foreperson. Or it might be that guy sitting next to her. It was hard to tell from where I was sitting in the courtroom when the judge did that. James is with Cheney? You mean Chanley? I think Dick Cheney's dead. May he rest in not so much peace. I was never a huge fan of him. I think they have a decent jury. I like the jurors, except for the blanket lady. He might not be back to his phone yet. Or maybe he's live with someone else. I don't know.
Your call has been forwarded to an...
Let's see. Let's see. James is ghosting you. No, James. He's like, hey, you're not an SC anymore, so fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. James is awesome. I love James. He's probably oh, there you go. Shout out from Brittany. Wait, I thought he was deceased. Did he pass away recently? Like a couple years ago? Hold on. I thought I was... Oh, he is still alive. Who was I thinking of that passed away? Big prominent politician. Big prominent politician. Died a couple of years ago. Everyone was talking about it. Who am I confusing him with? Also, McCain. Yes, sorry. I mean, they're both old, white, bald men. Can you blame me? John McCain. He wasn't that bold, but yeah. John McCain is the one who passed away. Yeah. Thanks, Chad. See, Chad is always right. Alec Murdaugh would not flip AG, brought BS charges plausible. Alec Murdaugh would not flip. Attorney General brought BS charges. Is it plausible? Yeah. Yeah, it's plausible. The Oxys did the same thing for me that they did for Alex. They gave me energy, but I did not have hallucinations. By the way, I woman. Oh. Sorry. I don't know why I thought you were a man. Maybe because you have a picture of a dog. And I'm probably mispronouncing your name. I keep calling you El Kanich. It's probably El Nick or El Nitch. Chad knows everything. I love how you say it. By the way, you man, I woman. Grab club, beat overhead, drag to cave, make snoo snoo. El Niche. The K is probably silent, right? You tell me. El Niche. I woman, you man. Drag cave, make snoo snoo. Chat is Bay. That's right, Sarah Lee. Now we have a Sarah Lee, also spelled differently. Oh God, it's so much fun. There's so many like wonderful people on this planet, and they're all in my chat. Lock Niche Monster. Oh, come on. I'm waiting for her to say it. This whole time I thought you were a dude. Straight up. Chad is in the building. That's right, Salt. So, what are your thoughts so far, Chad? Chad, what do you think? Did Waters get his point across? Does he have enough for a guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on Murdaugh's murders? What's the opposite of a mensch? A wimp? AG does not have a case, not at this point. No. I still don't think he's guilty by the state standard. Unmensch. That's funny. You want some more Zinni? She's sleeping over here. I don't want to disturb her. She's very, very cozy. Well, thank you, Lynn. No case for murders. Does he know who? Probably. That seems to be the prevailing theory, that he is involved, knows, aware, etc., but did not pull the trigger. He had no cause, no reason, no motive. That seems to be the prevailing theory. That seems to be the prevailing theory. Damn it, Jenny. I love you too. Yeah, I think so, Slayer. Can you put a poll after each of the parties closing? I'm interested to see if I can do a poll right now. We can start out light. We can start out slow. I can put up a poll. Let's see. Start a poll. Do you think Waters' closing so far convinced you beyond reasonable doubt Alex is guilty of murder? Here we go. Sorry, I had to shorten it because it's like I have 100 characters max. Hey, Vince Clortho, welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining, brother. Thanks so much. Do you think there's a poll up? There's a poll up. Do you think Alex Waters' closing so far convinced you beyond reasonable doubt that Alex is guilty of murder? What do you say, Chad? What do you say? Ooh, that's my food. BRB. What are we having for lunch today? We are having Qdoba. Yes, Dead Mouse. Y'all saw the chair? That's not what we're having for lunch. We are not having dead mice for lunch. Maybe for Zinni, who is up right now, because she heard the... That's a great question, Nanu. I think many of us being in that same position would have not told the truth. Sholey Richter says, from this closing, looks like defense and Waters had a sit down and they know is who killed them, because if Alec owing money or drugs must have had proof. Also afraid for the family. I mean, do you really think this is all just a ploy, an act, a conspiracy? I don't think that. I think that's a little extreme. I think that's a little excessive. I think that's a little over the top. But do I think that there's a whole lot more to the story? Well, yeah. Yeah, like we've been talking, I do. I do think that. So, you know, there's definitely some stuff, some shady stuff going on there. He has not convinced me. All the financial stuff doesn't mean that much to me. I wanted proof of the murders. I thought they would have had more. Yeah, I think you and the rest of the world. Kelly Suggs, sorry. Qdoba. No, that's the judge's meal for today. He's having Jim's and Poot's nutsacks for lunch. She was named when I got her. Let me go grab my food real quick. Okay. Here we go. So, what do we got? 10 years ago this May, my love was sentenced to prison for her opioid addiction. Is for money crimes. See? Again, not for being an addict. Money crimes. We had no idea of the money crimes. Of course I'm okay. What's wrong? Don't forget to vote in the poll that we have up. We've got 300 votes so far, just over. More than almost 9 out of 10 of you are saying the prosecutor did not convince you beyond a reasonable doubt. That's extreme. That is really extreme. Nine out of 10 is a lot of people. It's like 90% of you. Almost. Emhoff, I gotta eat, bro. Or girl. I'm not gonna go off stream. But I have to eat. I haven't had breakfast yet. I literally woke up and started streaming. There's nothing wrong with eating on stream. Again, appears to be the prevailing theory. Exactly, MDR. I'm not going to listen to some one person. Qdoba. I have rice, beans, steak, mild salsa, red salsa, corn salsa, fajita veggies, avocado. I think that's it. No, these are all people here for the trial. Chat is getting kinky. I think we have to reserve that for Pornhub, Ellen, not Sarah Lee. Toda rabah, Jenny. Thank you. Kelly asks, or says, I wonder if the jurors are feeling pressure to convict based on what? Like political stuff? I think, if anything, they're being pressured to acquit. Having the Attorney General question Dr. Kinsey had a huge effect locally. Wow. It was almost intimidating. Yeah, but like they're doing it. It's a last minute, last ditch effort attempt. If you missed the first half of the closing, it is absolutely abysmal. If you want to cry yourself to sleep, I would watch the first half. They are currently on lunch break for the next 40 or so minutes. A bit more than that. 45. Do you have any other questions? Feel free. You don't have to super chat. Just put in like a question, like a red question mark so I can see it. Or just write out question in all caps or something so I can see it. James is still in court. Larry, we had an attorney locally who was cooking and using and selling meth in her office. Holy crap. That's impressive. Very lucrative defense practice. Addiction comes in many forms. There you go. Let's try James again, see if he's still ghosting me. It's like, you're not in South Carolina anymore, bro. I don't have to respond to you. Larry, question. Threesome? Why is this not a RICO case? Oh, it is parallel, just not this one.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 502-595-8470 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot.
I can't even leave a voicemail, James.
Goodbye.
Are you serious? Oh my God. I can't even leave him a funny, hateful, stupid voicemail because he doesn't clean out his mailbox. Oh, I'm still hung jury. I still think hung jury. Are the attorneys in South Carolina a typical representation of attorneys all over? No. 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 No, I didn't. I didn't share the screen on the screen, did I?
Your call has been
Oh.
automated voice messaging system.
Hey, that's his fault for not picking up. That's his fault for not. God damn it, James. The poor kid. Oh, he'll be all right. For those who don't know the chain, there aren't Five Guys in my bedroom. It's just burgers, food. Oh, we were all assuming you had a bukkake session going on, 808 feet. Look, we're not here to judge. We're not here to judge. Some people like their lunch one way. Other people like their lunch break another way. There we go. L niche. Okay. Okay. K is not silent. You're saying it correctly. My daughter, the prosecutor, does not like me to use my real name. Oh, well. Lori Kathleen Nicholson. That's L.K. Nicholson. Got it. Damn it. See, sometimes my brain just doesn't work, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm not good at privacy stuff. Maybe because all of my stuff is like seriously on blast. Yeah. Don't you wish Alex could give a closing? No, absolutely not. I'm such an amateur. Such a fucking amateur. Question: how late is too late to go back to school for law? I'm 30 and currently an ICU registered nurse. Because of these videos, I'm obsessed with LawTube. The oldest classmate that I had was 58 when I went to law school. She was starting law school at 58. She was a doctor, a licensed medical practitioner, and she was 58 when she went to law school. That means she graduated. When she graduated, she was 61 in her first year of practicing law, if that tells you anything. It's never too late. All right, what other questions do you all have? Yes, except for I think California, but their bar exam is extremely hard. Extremely hard. All the other 49 states, I believe you have to go to law school. I have no idea. Larry, what do you address in closing statements? Well, the facts. Do I think Alex did it? I think he's involved. Does anyone know how long Waters has been practicing? That's a good question. The poll has changed a bit. Definitely. 8 out of 10 now. Thank you so much, Rose. You are great. Thanks, LK Niche. He caused, I think, the deaths to happen. He didn't like hire the killer or nothing, but his actions led to their deaths. But he was there. The timeline just makes sense, you know? Think about it. Think about it. It's like 8:52. They're at the kennels. The video is taken. The real killers show up, kill his wife and son, warn him, if you tell anybody about this, we're going to kill the rest of your family, number one. And number two, pay the fuck up. You owe us money. Alec is distraught, goes back to the house, takes a shower, kind of cools off, cleans off or whatever, takes a nap. As he says, he did not take a nap. He was pacing. He was calculating. He's a very intelligent man. The reason he's got so many steps is because he was probably pacing about the house, stressed out, nervous, trying to figure out, what the hell am I going to do? I need a game plan. I need a plan of action because the police obviously are eventually going to be here. He's creating his theory. He's orchestrating it in his mind. He's like, all right, my first line of defense, I'm going to go to Ma's house. I am going to have my alibi, at least try to. At best, I can create. So for 20 minutes, he's pacing about. He finally goes to Ma's house. He goes to Ma's house and talks to her, maybe even seeks her advice. I just thought about that. His mother is a very intelligent woman. She's been on the planet a very long time. She tells him what he needs to hear. He rushes back to the house, goes back to the kennels, calls 911. I mean, it's not that far-fetched a theory. It usually, see, again, it's the what is it called when the obvious shortest answer is usually the correct one. What is that called? It's not, oh god, it's Occam's razor, right? I think Occam's razor. She suffers from dementia. Okay, so he just needed, Occam's razor. So he just needed an alibi. He just needed an alibi. It's Occam's razor. Occam's razor. The shortest path, the shortest answer, the most logical answer is usually the correct one. So he just did an alibi. He just had an alibi. I am 97 years old. My soul, at least. My soul is like 227 years old. I have a very old soul. I've been collecting souls for my entire life. Apparently, in my previous life. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm sure people are going to disagree. I had the same theory. 200 steps because he was pacing, freaking out, takes a shower to clear his mind and think of his alibi. I mean, that's just, again, Occam's razor. It's what makes the most sense. My parents are mom and dad, Jenny Benny. Samantha Priest, you read my question. Eek! Favorite law tuber. Thank you so much. Fangirling. Oh my God, stop. You're going to make me blush. Thank you. Have we noticed how unemotional Buster is? Like father, like son. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I think they're in it together. It's possible. I can't find a reasonable motive, says Agape Forever. Unless he literally just went postal and flipped out over the mountains of crap he was facing. I don't know. How long did I study for the LSAT? A few months. Do you have to swear on the Bible? This is South Carolina. This is like Bible Belt Central. So they don't know, like Kentucky, we don't do that. That's Kentucky. Kentucky, we don't do that. California doesn't do that. Virginia, they didn't do that. I mean, you remember the Johnny Depp trial. I don't need to tell you. There we go. So some people disagree. Living Proof says, I don't believe you. Your theory, I think you are wrong. And that's fair. New York doesn't. There you go. There's another one. Some people are going to disagree with my theory, and that's fine. It's just a theory. It's a theory based on the evidence we have heard in this case. It's a theory based on what we have seen. It's a theory based on what we have heard. And don't forget, part of that theory also includes giving the killers sufficient time to clear out of there, because they're like, one of the things we're like, if we get caught, you know, our bosses or whatever are going to send other henchmen to clean up house. I don't remember. There's a lot of like fear and threat. No, but I've spent half of my life here. About 17 years. Did you see the flags covered? I didn't actually. If so, why? I have no idea why they would do that. Oh, Navy vet for the broken. Kentucky used to swear on Bibles years ago. No, not yet. What about it, Alice? The White Tower of Genesis says, Larry, this is a good theory. Thumbs up. Makes sense. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Thoughts on Walterboro, born there? Thoughts on Walterboro? Born there, never lived there. It's a quiet little town, very peaceful, very nice, very cozy. Everyone is super polite. Everybody knows everybody. Everyone is related to everybody also. Very Southern charm. Being polite, cordial, and nice will get you places. I like it. It's a very nice little cozy town. I like it. Oh, sorry, Zinni. You shifted. You shifted. Come here, Zinni. You want to go on camera? She's undecided. All the DUI guy shorts like lawyer destroys cops are always a letdown. Why do you say that, DN? I think people are actually really liking them. I mean, this last one got like 10,000 hits in yesterday, and now it's at 20,000, and the day has only begun. So I don't know. I think they're kind of hitting, but I'd love to hear your opinion as to why you think they are, in your opinion, a letdown. Because the full trial is on YouTube. Okay, you appear to be in a minority. Most people are saying they like them, so no, David, no. I need like a $3 million down payment. $3 million down payment. I'm not there yet. Like minimum. Obviously, you don't want to have like $3 million in the bank and go for that purchase. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to milk yourself dry. I am back home. I am back in my studio, as you can tell by the background. Yes, Christina. Why do you think he said, I thought Maggie was shot first in the interview? Because I think she was. I think she was shot in the leg to get Alec to talk. So think about it. This is my personal theory. I have zero evidence of this. This is a theory based on the data and information that we have. Here's what happened, okay? All speculation. Speculation warning, okay? Killers show up to the kennels because they know that's where Alec, Maggie, and Paul are at that moment. They shoot Maggie in the leg to get Alec to talk. So Maggie's still alive. Paul is still alive. Paul is hiding in the feeder room like maybe the killers didn't notice him. They won't notice him. Alec is terrified. Maggie is on the ground, maybe crawling, and there are two killers, right? Alec thinks this is it. I'm dead. This is it. This is the end for me. They get him to talk, where's our money? Where's our drugs? Where's our whatever? Alec talks, tells them everything they need to know, thinking they're going to go away. Nope. They find Paul. They take care of Paul. And then maybe they get some more information out of him. And then they finish Maggie off because they can't leave her alive. They've seen their faces. Maggie and Paul might still go to the police also. Alec is not. Alec is terrified. And he knows that they're going to come and they warn him. Number one, if you go to the police, am I bleeding? I have a little bit of blood here. Been picking at it. Shouldn't have been picking at it. Number one, they say, you go to the police, we will kill the rest of your family. We're going to leave you alive, but we're going to kill the rest of your family. Number two, you don't give us enough time to escape, we're going to kill the rest of your family. So you got to give us time to escape. Makes sense. No guns found. Exactly. That's what leads into that theory even more. You can't just you think they didn't scour every nook and cranny looking for those guns when they did? They would have eventually found something. You can't I don't believe that family guns were used. Again, they have no proof of that. And even if they were, imagine two killers. One shoots Maggie in the leg. She's incapacitated. Paul's hiding in the feeder room at the kennels. One of the killers simply asks Alec, hey, where are your guns? We're going to grab... We brought two AR-15s with us. We want to use one of your guns because we're going to try and frame you or something. Where are your guns? Well, obviously, there was no secret that these were going to be shotguns being used in the killing of Paul, rather, because, well, Paul was clearly shot with a shotgun. There's no realm of possibility where the defense could argue, or the prosecution, that it wasn't a shotgun blast. So, anyway, those are speculation warning concluded. Now we can get back to reality again. So, what other questions do you all have? Yes, not just Buster, but maybe Lynn, maybe John Marvin, maybe they're all on the hook now. Literally, the rest of his family is on the hook if he talks. KJ says, I do not believe the police looked for anything at that site. They left brain and skull at the site. No footprints, no fingerprints. They dropped the ball. Exactly. They didn't look, or maybe they did. Maybe Alec just got lucky that SLED is so incompetent that they didn't even look for footprints. That's insanity. That's insanity. My question about the bar exam. Okay, Suzanne? What is it? Why isn't the prosecution open to this logical theory? They are. They just don't care about it. Question. When you said it was bad waters when after Murdaugh about being an addict, he was claiming he wasn't an addict by actions like police composite. Is that wrong or attacking? That one depends. The police also know about this theory and they're in fear for their lives? Maybe. Maybe. It is beyond a reasonable doubt that Waters has no case. Irish eyes. Question. Is Kitty ready to be seen again? Now, there's a question we can all get behind. Zinni. Yeah, Zinni. You want to be on camera? No, Zinni's very unimpressed right now. She's going back to nap. I don't want to disturb her. I don't want to disturb her. I think your theory is correct, and they can collect their money from the family members. Exactly, Nitch. I'm just going to call you Nitch, if that's okay. Or Nick, because it's short for Nicholson. Or I'll just call you LK. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. Larry's face looks red. I think it is a little red. I don't know why. I try to be. You can scroll back. I was holding her earlier, but she's kind of like orange tabby colored with stripes. She looks like a tiger. Well, I slept like 11 hours, you guys. I went to bed at like 11 and I woke up right before I started streaming. So I had a long sleep. Maybe I'm like, I slept too long. That's also a possibility. All right, James, come on. Larry's mind is not in the gutter, at least right now. It normally is, but not right now. Thanks, Melissa. Man, James is really pulling. I don't know you, Larry, because I'm not over there.
Your call has been forwarded to an...
Court's gonna come back in about 20 minutes. The DUI guy, Suzanne's was, can you sit? Oh, Suzanne's question was, can you sit for the bar exam without law school? Yeah, I answered that, I thought. I have not ended the poll yet, but we can end it now. So 3 out of 4 people basically are saying, out of 1,000 votes, 3 out of 4 of you are saying Waters did not convince you beyond a reasonable doubt. That's very powerful. That's very powerful. That means there's not enough. The Bucks fan 1, welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining on as a member. Thanks for keeping it entertaining. The case was hard to follow. FOP444, you're welcome. Paige says, I fully believe in the roadside incident. Alex was planning on setting up Cousin Eddie as the man who was after the family. I think Alex wanted to live, but get the heat off him. It's possible. Orange female tabbies are rare. Heart. I lost my Mabe in my divorce. She's an orange tabby. In the divorce? He took your cat? No, see, for that, I think murder is justified. Like, kill him and take the cat. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. But if you did, it would be justified. Like, if I was on the jury and it'd be like, what was the motive for the murder? He took my cat. I'd be like, not guilty. You know what I mean? Nope. Did she commit the murder? Oh, 100%. We're not even arguing, but we're arguing the motive was justified, Your Honor. What was the motive? He took my cat. Not guilty. Go home. Call it a day. Am I doing a live when James kills you, Larry? Well, I'm gonna have to because I'll need proof. I'll need proof of the murder. Susan. Cinder Snow, welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining on as a member. Larry, what about the ballistic evidence matching the casings? What about it? It just shows the gun made the fire. You know, gun made brain splatter. How do you become a member? PMC Construction, you hit the join button. If you are on an iPhone, you're going to need to open it up in Chrome, not Safari. Safari sucks. I don't know why anyone would own an iPhone. That's just my opinion. I'm an Android user through and through, you know. But anyway, if you're on an iPhone or an iPad, you're not going to be able to join through Safari. You have to open it on Chrome or your desktop. Thanks, Suzanne. Hey, I tried not to. That was so not intentional. Come on, I would never do that to someone else. All right, one last try. One last try before I call it. This is literally call number 6 within the last 60 minutes. I'm averaging a call every 10 minutes, and I'm just being ignored. Olga's going to be my witness. A witness for the prosecution.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
I'm being ghosted. Just because I'm not in South Carolina anymore, so James is like, fuck you, Larry. Excuse me, it's because I left. James is like, I don't owe you nothing. Chad, let's get Larry an iPhone? No thanks. Hard pass. Welcome, Michelle Minton, to the Mini Grills. Thank you. Yeah, my boyfriend James just broke up with me. My boyfriend James. It's because I didn't cuddle him hard enough. I knew it. You see, I knew. Shelley Burgess, after a hung jury happens, what does that mean? They never find the whole truth. How possible is it that SLED reopens the case? Well, Shelley, if a hung jury happens, they can choose whether or not they're going to prosecute again. It's all in their hands. Welcome, Ellen, not Sarah Lee. To the channel. Thanks for joining. Question. So are you single or married? Yes. You shouldn't have left him alone. See, that's what happens. When you're on scene, people feel obligated. As soon as you leave, it's like, fuck that guy. He's not there. He can't do anything. James, I will be there in 8.5 hours. And I'm going to kick your ass. Oh, you're that same Christina Charlotte, who was bashing me on Twitter. You're such a sweet lady. I swear to God. I'm sure you're very fun at parties. Welcome to the chat. I ended up blocking you, by the way, because I'm like, I don't need that negativity in my life. James might be streaming from his car, that's for sure. Dumped. James said it was you, not me. See, I think James talked too much shit about the drug cartel. Drug cartel got James breaking news. He talked too much shit to the drug cartel. They probably got him. Oh, it's not just today, the life of Riley. It's not just today. James is having cuddle withdrawals. He's like, he's not here to cuddle me, so I'm mad at him. Maybe you overestimate the impact of your departure. I even let him stay in my hotel room, y'all. I didn't charge him anything. I had the room for one more night, and he's like, do you mind if I crash here? I was like, sure. I let him crash at my crib. I gave him the rest of my dinner, and this is how I get treated. I cuddle him for at least half the night, and this is how I get treated. It doesn't matter to me what you call me. I've been called worse. Oh, okay. All right. Straight up. Real talk. Jade Silverhill, okay? Real talk. With the right person, I love cuddles. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's human touch. Maybe it's the element of human touch, because my number one love language, I think you all can guess it by now, is physical touch. To me, physical touch is more important than anything. Dr. Gia, why do I love you so much? Because you're so funny. Thanks. You got to up my cuddles. Yeah, I guess I wasn't giving enough cuddles. Cuddling is where it's at. Please, Larry, I'm starving. Here, eat these bones. I thought you were going to go in a different direction with that second comment. But we're trying to keep this chat family friendly and failing at it. JM has been drinking the waters. LOL, just kidding. There are some people who don't like cuddles. I've met them. Hashtag dirty Larry. That's not, no. If you touch me, you love me. To an extent. I mean, you touch me with your fist. That doesn't mean you love me. Can Larry not see the ones that are not yet members? What does that mean? Shelly Burgess, other suspects, though, I mean, they obviously didn't try to before. Either way, Alex would be free to go. Yeah, I mean, he was initially. He was not a suspect in the beginning. And he's being held on a $6 or $7 million bond. I think it's $7 million bond. If he posts it, it's all going to get taken away. So it's never going to get posted. Yep, that can happen too. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. Anybody want to guess my second love language? There's 5, right? What are they? There's physical touch, gift giving, quality time. What are the other 2? Physical touch, gift giving, quality time, acts of service, and words of affirmation. Amy says words of affirmation is your second. Wow, everyone's saying words of affirmation. Yes, oil massage is my second love language. What the fuck? Lori says quality time, acts of service, quality time. Yiddish is my second love language. That is correct. Welcome, Jade Silverhill. Thanks for joining as a member. Gift giving, words of affirmation, quality time. Taking my calls, somebody said. You're a lawyer. It's words of affirmation. Damn. Most people got, I think it's kind of split between quality time and words of affirmation. I can see why. I can see why you guys would say that. But no. So my number 1 is physical touch. My number 2 is quality time. Because quality time and physical touch kind of go hand in hand. And I've taken the test like 3 times. My number 2 is quality time. My last one is gift giving. Because I don't care for gifts. Whatever I want, I can just get myself, you know. So getting something from someone doesn't mean a whole lot to me. It usually gets put on a shelf or in a drawer, or sometimes like not in the trash per se, but like metaphorical trash. Because to me, it's like, oh, that's so cute, thank you, and then I'll never look at it again. There's some things I save, but not usually. So there is an actual test. There's a test, Jen. Oh yeah. So it's physical touch, quality time. Well, now it's becoming easy. What's my third and fourth? Which one do you think is ahead? Do you think acts of service or words of affirmation is number 3 and 4? Which one do you think is number 3? Which one do you think is? Christina, after you annihilated me on Twitter, you're like, want to hang out? Oh, come on. Like, what the hell? It's like the most. Hey, you know, haters do love you the most, I suppose, but damn. Or maybe you're not the hater. Sorry, maybe it was someone else. Your face looks almost exactly like her. I apologize if I'm calling you out and it's wrong. All right, so who notes on the pillows, turn coffee on, love you. Notes on pillows, turn coffee on, love you. Thanks, Daniel. Maybe it's not her. I don't think it's her. Number 3 is acts of service. You're a lawyer. I love how chat just turned into a giant Tinder date, basically. It's like, Murdaugh who? No, bro, this is Tinder. Squid Vet, Ohio is very uncomfortable right now. I think every dude in the chat's like, what the fuck's going on? Larry's having, and the ladies are having a grand old time. Every dude right now is just like, why am I here? People are saying words of affirmation. Yes. So words of affirmation is my number 3. Acts of service are number 4. But like acts of service and physical touch for me are sometimes kind of like I don't care if you go wash the dishes. I can hire a maid to do that. So acts of service to me, like I get massages, I get facials, I go take care of myself. You know, I go to the spa. Like I do a lot of self-care. So to me, acts of service is like not a priority. Same with gift giving, like things that I can get myself. Things that I can get myself, like gift giving, I can get myself. Acts of service, I can get myself. It's the 3 that I can't get myself, right? And that's why number 1 is physical touch and quality time go hand in hand to me, because like when you're touching and you're holding and you're cuddling and all that, that's numbers 1 and 2. Extremely gay, Salt Storm. I 100% agree with you. It's so gay. That's why James won't talk to me anymore. And number 3 is words of affirmation. Because I can talk to myself in the mirror and give myself compliments, but that's just like fucking weird. So, oh, was that a Freudian slip? Physical touch does go hand in hand. All right, court's about to go back in session. Waiting on them. Let's put it on the. Hey Jim, let's put it on the teleprompter so we can be ready for when court gets back in session, shall we? Let's go check it out. Back to you, Jim. The ladies love Larry, apparently. Thanks, Steph. Where can we take this test? It's on the internet. Just Google the love language, whatever it's called. Do the. Oh, somebody. There we go. There you go. For those of you who missed it, number 1 is physical touch. Number 2, quality time. Number 3, no, flip them. That's wrong. Number 3, words of affirmation. Number 4, acts of service. Number 5, gift giving. Again, the things that I can get myself, acts and gifts, it's the 3 that I can't get. Physical touch, quality time, and words of affirmation that are numbers 1, 2, and 3. But they're not interchangeable. Time and love, exactly. I'm going through divorce. I'm sorry to hear that, Samantha. I ain't even thirsty. Damn, this chat is like Tinder. Look at Murdaugh bringing us all together. How to get away with Murdaugh. Oh, yes. So that's how I receive. How do I give? Oh, God. My number 1 is still physical touch, I think. I actually never analyzed that. I did watch Emily's TED Talk, by the way. Number 1 is still physical touch. I give it in physical touch. My number 2 giving love language, I think, is acts of service. Acts and gifts are my numbers 2 and 3 because that's the easiest for me to give. So like physical touch, and then the things I can give easily, like monetary things, acts of service. Actually, gift giving would be like number 2. Number 3 is probably acts of service, and quality time is number 4. And whatever's left, words of affirmation. No, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I've never. You would have to ask my girlfriends, my ex-girlfriends, as to which one is which. Alexandra turning everything into a game. Take a shot every time, says Larry, says physical touch. Physical touch, physical touch, physical touch, physical touch, physical touch, Now you're all drunk. I don't want to get you in the hospital. Outcool says, could Waters have been trying to say Alex Murdaugh was exaggerating his addiction to benefit himself, $50K a week? Not sure he was dissing addicts. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but listen to it again. Listen to it again. They're all X's for a reason, ladies. Larry is the common denominator. Hey, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Passing out from shots in 3, 2, 1. Oh, shit. God, I feel bad for every dude who has to suffer through this in the chat right now. I'm so sorry. I really am. Question. Did someone testify that they found Cousin Eddie's DNA under Maggie's fingernails? That's speculation. I don't think that's been. Facials now, we're just gonna head on. Not those kinds of facials, you dirty birdie. Lexi, that's because you send me 10 consecutive messages and wonder why I don't reply. I'm calling you out for that. I'm calling you out. You asked for it. Does any other chat bring this high quality content? I don't know where this quality content is. But sure. Oh, court's back. All rise. I'll see it my way. I'm glad you can play along, Lexi, and not get butthurt. I love that. Thanks for being you. JC says verdict by 3 p.m. tomorrow. Not likely. But you never know. Place your bets.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
May it please court, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Damn.
All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch.
I'm still eating
Motive
waters.
means opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way to determine identity.
So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime.
Family weapons were used to commit this crime.
Allegedly.
And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you.
All right, you have a point.
First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to murders, and that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for one of them. And it's this 3rd blackout, which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend, Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners to do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in the statements and saying they didn't have the blackout, they just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this third blackout. Until the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it, not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases or casings. Weathered cases right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. Two separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her, were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now.
Did Waters say anything interesting yet?
It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for.
I think by Monday. I think by Monday we'll have people are like, no, nope, no.
But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with one federal double-aught buck and one dry lock number 2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this.
Easy, Tiger.
Shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his 2 guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on the scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the two fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it.
Like your insufficient evidence, yes.
That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about?
That was a Freudian
shotguns?
slip by
Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3.
by Waters.
That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had.
I don't think so.
It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert.
Correct, Kelly.
And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2 that had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. What else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1.
What's with all the glitches today? Come
Remember
on,
Nathan
Ryan.
going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them?
Get your shit together.
SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims.
Allegedly.
And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, Federal double-aught buck and the Winchester dry-lock steel two-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We started, we talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes.
Well, what's the motive, buddy? Sorry, I was just checking my stream real quick.
At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence.
Did you
But
toss
the
it
last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolphy, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We've gone motive means opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show?
Okay, motive.
These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. He got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right.
Yes,
Almost
they can.
never
Renee. Any
was
evidence
right.
that has come in, they can use.
6:42,
If
he
it was
arrives at Moselle.
In evidence, they can use it. If not, then no.
Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that later. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low, but that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends.
Saying, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't talk about talking about it.
We see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. (8:05 to 8:09). Around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone. And it's the last step activity until 9:02, which we'll talk about in a minute. Alex's phone pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04, which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. And Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps. And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38
to 8:44. That's going to be the last GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you've heard from Rogan as it references this timeline.
I think they'll be done today. I don't think closing
And Rogan
tomorrow.
tells you and told you from that witness stand that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that.
We're approaching hour 3 of his closing.
Paul calls Rogan at 8:40 and they're talking about it.
Whoever has the
And
longer
Rogan
closing
says,
argument loses.
send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video. At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds.
Really?
And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded that lasts 50 seconds.
Not to dismiss. No, to Amber Heard to dismiss the case against them. That's
At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony,
Yes. Yes.
they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard
talk
in the
about it
defendant's August 11th statement
soon
that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this kennel video until April of 2022, when Paul's phone was finally unlocked.
Finally, he's got something, a little bit.
And that changed everything.
Finally, he's got a little bit of something, but is it
Why
enough?
did it change everything? Opportunity. Being at the scene of the crime when the murders occurred. Opportunity. And more importantly, exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that? And lie about it so early?
That's what he did. He lied.
He didn't know that was there.
It's a good theory. It's an interesting theory.
And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken.
I will give Waters credit here.
I'm surprised. Not if my times are right, was what he said.
I'll give him brownie points.
Rogan told you.
Even the
I
judge
was
is shifting
expecting
uncomfortably.
that video right there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail.
Some of us do. Not
He
all.
talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian or she had some association with one.
That's
It
a
was
good
an
point.
active
Why is
conversation
he
going
yelling?
on right then,
Usually,
right there.
people that are confident in their arguments, they don't yell. They're just very
And what's
calm,
going on
collected.
still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes.
Not really.
It's for barely a minute.
But it's definitely it's brownie points. But he's very loud, like very loud. Spouses
here,
are always suspects, but he wasn't for
8:58,
months.
8:49:01.
Months he wasn't.
That's the last time that Paul's phone was unlocked.
Okay, we got it. Okay,
what do we know?
Plea to emotion.
We know that the defendant was there just minutes earlier at the scene of the crime with the victims.
Oh, I forgot to pay attention to that. Yes.
8:49.
I don't know why. I've never seen that before.
01. Paul's phone locks. He never sends that video to Rogan. You heard Rogan say that when he watched that video. You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That is the video that my friend was supposed to send to me. And he never did.
Yeah, it was. That was funny.
In fact, Rogan responds at 8:49:35, and he says, see if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay.
God,
and he shouldn't
my
move around
ears.
too much. Even though this is an active conversation with Paul.
Sorry, I had to turn it down a little.
Friends.
He's literally like
He's one to
screaming.
respond and use his cell phone.
Golly.
Paul never reads it. Paul never reads it. What happens at 8:49:31? We're 8:49:01 for Paul. 8:49:31. Maggie reads Lynn's response to the group thread about Mr. Randolph. And then her phone locks forever. And is never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day. Down here. 6'8" at 110. $849 for both of them. The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first time and said, okay, I was there. He was forced into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen? Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he's told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got carried the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember their conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense. Because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? Puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new story to fit facts he can no longer deny. From a person who not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet. And we'll talk more about that in a second. What happened at 8:49? Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. But you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey and all the rest of them that clearly Paul was in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him. He's in that room. No defensive wounds at all. His hands are down. And he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business because this buckshot, but for some reason he was canted this way and it went through. It was 1,000,001 shot. That it didn't kill him. Alec thought it did. Alec, the lawyer, Alec, the prosecutor, Alec who's thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they call from Connecticut, where they can't even get ARs, he doesn't know about people riding around on property. He doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use. He doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together. Says, well, his only conclusion is, oh, it would be practical for somebody just to fire out the clip. But this is him. This is Alec, the prosecutor, the lawyer, and he's thinking through this. He's thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons? But he thinks Paul's shot. And you heard the testimony that Paul appears in the feed room doorway. Is Alex putting down that shotgun to pick up the blackout and is startled by Paul? And that's why the angle's like that? And catches Paul like that? And goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony from Kinsey? And blows his brains out. And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about sandal prints. You heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg from the Polaris over there by the overhang next to the feed room. You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found. You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul and sibling from that first shot, a close range shot, with no indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this, she's running to her baby while he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those 2 shots that you heard Dr. Riemer say were parallel, and it crumples her over. In those cases, you can see them move around. And takes that shot that goes through here, and she goes down flat. And then there's the shot in the back of the head. Malice? Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen? Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things? Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious. Clearly, it's malicious. She was running to her baby, heard that shot, was running to her baby when she got mowed down by the only person that we have conclusive proof was at that scene just minutes before, and who lied about that very fact until he could no longer do it to you last week. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 5-2 people and all the rest of it. be sitting in a golf cart. But he comes up in the golf cart. But what we don't see, as I said before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. But the crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53. Down there at the feed room, State's Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram. Remember that Roger Dale Davis did about the kennels and the hose there and how it wasn't put up the way he would put it up? If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The water, the pictures of the water in States 199 and 190. It wouldn't take long to strip down and wash yourself off. Get in that cart and head back to the house. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there, who wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince
Welcome,
you,
Law
he
Nerd
cannot
SC.
answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. That 4 minutes, he is not only going 283 steps.
This is exhausting. My brain hurts, you guys.
This is
exactly
Defense 156.
the clairvoyant and psychic.
283 steps, and they put in the distance. We heard the distance isn't as accurate, but it illustrates the point. That's 208 meters.
It illustrates the point, though. You guys got it by now, right?
Meter, roughly is a
You guys
yard, a
got
little
it.
bit more, a little bit less. I don't remember. But let's say it's 600 feet.
Oh,
That's a lot. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple
pacing,
times?
stressing
We can
out,
see
probably.
Right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls
can't.
Maggie again. All of that 4-minute period where he's moving around, but he couldn't
this
remember
is
what he was
still
doing.
the
Just
first
getting ready.
one. Yes, Hart. We're waiting for the defense to start. It's been
Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi?
manufacturing.
Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with.
Nice,
He's got to
Samantha.
compress those timelines so that it would convince whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. He's got to compress them.
Okay.
That's why he's doing all that right then and there. System startup.
Good point, Kelly.
905-56 in the Suburban. And then, this is interesting. Maggie's phone has that orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in.
Very good point, Kelly.
If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there and counted on family guns being there, did he have ESP?
He needs to No, you have
Did
ESP.
he have to move
You-
that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi that it was coming through? And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec. You heard from witnesses. He went down to the
Let me go
kennels, but he
find her.
didn't take his
Hold
phone.
on.
Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with him when he went down there? You heard testimony it would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels. And then he gets underway. With this call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much, if he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why would he not just drive by the kennels? Why would he not just drive down there? Just say, hey, Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey, Paul, you want to go? Why is he so busy and making so many calls but doesn't drive the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to? Why would he not do that? And you've heard testimony from Marion. You even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda, that Alec had actually asked her to come home that night, which he denies, and said in his statement that he found out later that that was the case. But you saw the text from Blanca, and you heard from Marion that Alec wanted Maggie to come home that night to make sure of it. Malice? With all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? He was just there in a golf cart. Why would he not drive down there? Why is he so anxious to have missed calls with her and he was just there and not drive down there? About the same general time period that he lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the stand last week. Right here, Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All of this is fitting together. He's on the move at 9:08:36. He's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And then 9:08:42, he's just past it. And at 9:08:58, just 20 seconds after he's almost at that location, he texts Maggie's phone and says, going to check on him, be right back.
Yes, she does.
That text was unread. Now,
Even Alec is like, my
there's
ear.
been a lot
bro.
of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables
He admitted
about that
to it.
light coming on.
20 years of pill popping.
Every single one of them said it's not going to record an orientation change unless that light is on. And you heard from each one of the experts about those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on.
Apparently.
We heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work, about how they work. That raised awake feature is set for actual somebody lifting it up in the normal course. It is not set to respond necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every single expert testified to that. Every single one of them did.
I like how Chad is more interested in my cat than
besides
listening
that,
to Waters. That's insane.
You have to
That's
accept the
that's
fact
the state of the chat right now.
Alec is driving.
You're more interested
by
in talking about animals and looking at my cat than listening
just
to him.
moments prior to that time. All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case. Paul McManigal got up there and testified.
It was given to her when I got her.
As to these issues, and as to the fact that there's no guarantee, in fact, more likely than not,
Look at Joe above Alex's head.
was violently thrown or flipped,
He's like
frisbeed, or
ready
whatever,
to go to sleep. He's very
it's not going
unimpressed.
to light up. And that's consistent with what every other expert said.
Even James just keeps looking at the
9:07 to
door.
9:22. The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudofsky about this, from Agent Rudofsky. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route.
Oh, even worse, Kelly.
What's he in a hurry
Financial
about?
crimes didn't come
It's
in.
faster than he drove to work. Why is he in a hurry? Because he knows he has to compress that timeline. And then along the way, he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson.
Yes,
He
I
calls
know.
John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back. He's on the phone the entire way.
I got my timing wrong. I'll give
Does
you.
he say to any of them, hey, I
I'll
can't get
tell you
Maggie
exactly
on
how
the
long he's
phone?
been going.
Say anything like that? They're very short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20, there's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45. And that's also when we see the vehicle go into park.
Been going about an hour, 45 minutes. I think.
That's when we have the arrival at Alameda as well.
Almost
And you
2
heard
hours.
from defense witnesses that.
I forgot to start it at
people would
noon, not
park
11.
around back right there. Okay. It's also, though, near these structures. There's that line right there.
Almost
But
2
what do we
hours.
see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Libby Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have.
It does, because it's so
9:31
hollow.
and 9:32, we have system startups
No,
on the
it's
Suburban.
two, it's
Which
two.
you've heard from the experts could be
Hi, baby.
from having that remote key in your pocket and walking near the car. 9:22 to 9:32 is the steps.
What kind of merch
And
you have?
9:31,
Kind of kidding
you've
me.
got two system startups. And what did you hear
I know,
from
right?
Shelley? That he called, but it still took a number of
What kind of
minutes
merch do you
before he
want?
came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there.
What kind of kitty merch?
Meanwhile, what's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile,
Ugh.
Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail.
Couple hours, plus the trip there and back.
He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me. Neither one of them can respond.
It's an idea, Aquarius.
Still a busy guy at Alameda. 9:35 to 9:45, we got 60 steps. We also got another at 9:36, around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here,
Sorry, I'm giving her a head scratch.
about a 5-minute period, we got another hit.
Oh,
And then at 9:43:05,
it's like 5 times.
Suburban moves out of park. He's not there very long. And he's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car
About 2.
while he's at Alameda. He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard Ms. Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44, and no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Alec calls that phone of Maggie's again. This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down on the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back?
You know what this case?
What did y'all talk about at dinner?
You know what this closing reminds me
What were you
of?
doing from 9:02 to 9:06?
It reminds me of the defense's
Those are
closing.
questions he doesn't want to answer.
The defense's closing in the Johnny Depp trial. It reminds me of
But
Elaine.
would a reasonable person remember those things?
His closing
They
reminds
might
me of
replay in
Elaine.
their mind
Just go
every day, the last conversations that they had.
fishing.
Why would he remember that console story?
That's the
Because
question.
He lies convincingly and easily, and he can do it at the drop of the hat. And you've heard testimony about that.
He's trying to
been doing
rest
it
mid-argument.
with all the people who trust him for years. And he did it to y'all.
He reminds me of Elaine.
He's manufacturing an alibi.
And you're manufacturing a closing
He's
argument.
smart. He's a good lawyer. His family has a history of prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we
Or
see
you?
this again.
You're also a prosecutor trying to
He calls
manufacture evidence.
Paul, he sends a text, "Call me, babe."
Oh, pot
Of course,
calling the
none of
kettle
that's
black,
read or
bro.
responded to.
Oh, what a Freudian
And then-
slip.
In 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson. "Call me if you up. Call me if you up." And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time. 2 minutes. And what does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation. Well, of course it is with this guy. He's convincing. But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alec was like, "Hey, I got to
Yeah,
go.
if it's merited.
I'm at Alameda."
No,
Did Alex say, "Hey,
He
I'm
doesn't
trying
have
to
his
get
phone in
home.
there.
I can't get Maggie on the phone. I've called her like 6 times. Paul won't answer either."
Phones are not
Did Alex
permitted.
say, he said, "Call me if you
God,
up"? Did he
stop
say,
yelling.
did Chris say that Alex said, "I got to ask you a question or let's talk about this"? No, Chris brought up some case and it was mundane.
Phones are not allowed in the courtroom. Jesus
mundane.
Christ, man, stop yelling.
It's manufacturing an alibi. He's
Paw
calling
posh.
anybody who will answer
No,
the
that's
phone
mean.
for these short conversations. And it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. "Look at my phone. I called this person."
I have to
called this
keep
person,
turning him
called this
down
person."
just because, like, he starts to yell.
He's manufacturing this alibi. Also, throughout all of this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th. What's up with that? On the way back, these are defense exhibits 141 and 142. Rolling pretty pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that that 80 miles an hour was a peak. Still running pretty good there. What's he in a hurry about in the dark? Doing 80 miles an hour. At 9:51:42, rolling 80 when he texts Chris, call me if you're up. His peak speed when he's texting me. 10:01, he arrives at Alameda, and this is going to be important. Rogan, of course, is trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, yo, which is unread, but hits Paul's phone. And then he gets to, says Alameda. Sorry about that. That's obviously back at Moselle. He gets there. He's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels. At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels about a minute later. Make it a minute in a Suburban. How long is it going to take in a golf cart?
You made your point, bro. Just sit down. Like
10:05:57,
you're out of stuff.
He arrives at the
Now you're
kennels.
repeating yourself. He's almost done, I think.
10:06:14 is the 911 call.
I think he's almost done.
Now, there's a lot of back and forth with him about that, but in his statements, with what he told his law partners, they went in great detail over about his activities that night, including lying to them about ever going to the kennels. He was very clear that he got out of the car and went and checked Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing, another time to say just check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they'd suffered.
Oops.
19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across
Fair
that
enough,
scene,
Samantha.
process what they are seeing? Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies and then call 911. He's changed the story now yet again because he's confronted with this evidence. The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find. 19 seconds. During that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call, he leaves for the residence from 10:11 to 10:14, and you can see the map points on there. Those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips. Took just under a minute, doing 35 and 30 miles an hour. So think about that when you go back to his story about a casual trip down to the kennels in the golf cart, and you look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. (10:17), he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls Randy again. He calls John Marvin.
He's
And
going
then
through the
you see
timeline.
At 10:20 and 8 seconds,
He has to finish. He won't stop until he
Paul's
finishes.
phone reflect that auto lock thing that could be, as you heard from the testimony, it not recognizing a face. This is interesting. As we'll see over the next few slides, he spends a whole lot of time trying
God,
to call
there's
Rogan
more.
Gibson.
Okay.
He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy. He lives down the street. He lives close by.
Anybody
He's
know how to
calling
download
Rogan
Candy Crush on your phone?
before
No,
he
I'm just
calls
kidding.
many of his family. Before he calls Buster. Calling Rogan multiple times. And those texts would have come in on Paul's phone. What's he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out.
I'm so bored. I'm sorry, you guys. Like, it's so daunting how you're trying to make something out of nothing. It's just,
Still exhibit. I'm
it's
not
just
gonna name it.
annoying.
Annoying and frustrating.
Popped out. Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence. Worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There, 1024. iMessages, call me, 1025.
Chad has always got it.
1025, the first deputy's on scene.
You got a typo in there, Salt. It's Chad with
call
a
it
D.
Randy, 1030, Rogan again. And then finally at 1034 is when Paul's phone powers on.
And I'm just gonna start adding "and" to like every other
Opportunity.
sense of his. And
Motive, means, and opportunity.
where it makes sense.
Guilty conscience.
Consciousness of guilt. That's when the prosecutor has absolutely nothing. They fall back on consciousness of guilt argument. I think it's almost over. Maybe. There's no time limit.
I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but you heard from Blanca Simpson. Blanca Simpson said he was wearing like a polo shirt when he left. Wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine. She recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt.
And?
3 shirts in one day, and a 4th one he tried to get Blanca to say. And you heard her testimony. She felt very uncomfortable by that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property.
And?
I've already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alec wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along to Alameda.
And
then she said, Alec made an interesting comment, one of many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time.
Did they know?
Why would he say that? Because he told you that it was just random vigilantes from the boat case, of which there is no evidence whatsoever that you've seen in this record. Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence to make a decision.
Yelling louder doesn't make it
His
true.
claims trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual. There has to be evidence to consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of evidence.
Rose, stop it.
Whoever did this
Stop it.
thought about it for
What
a
if
really long
you're
time.
gonna? What if he reads the
I
chat?
think if you think about the defendant's statements and some of the things he says, a lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most. We talked about Shelley. After Randolph's funeral, he shows up early. She might have said Wednesday, but there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up with something blue, shows up early.
Man, he's rhyming now.
Goes and moves vehicles. And then there's that raincoat, huge raincoat. She calls it a tarp, but it's a huge raincoat. And it's got a ton of GSR on the inside. And it's found in a closet upstairs. States 411. He was a busy guy at Alameda, as we just saw. Was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that way.
A hoodie reminder. I need to make some photos first,
There's
though.
many statements.
Play the video.
Went through a lot with the
Don't just
defendant
put a screenshot of it.
who told you that the reason why he was telling you this new story was because he was paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present, which one is in here, one of his law partners sitting in the back.
I understand. I totally understand. So you don't.
There you go. That's
have
how you
any
do it.
problem with it.
I asked him repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? At which point did you decide to lie?
I hate to have to do this. I understand.
I'm going to do that twice.
Sure you didn't.
Or was it this point when he first says, I was at the house?
I was at the house.
Or was this the point? He said, he mentioned specifically, and he kept adding factors. And one of the things was, well, Dave Owen asked me how my relationship was. This question, this is when he decided to lie?
About yours and Maggie's? Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
But he digs in on the point.
What did you do today? Were you at the office or? No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house.
Welcome,
laid down, took a nap
Jacqueline
on the couch,
Guzman.
Probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up. I called Maggie. Didn't get an answer. And I left to go to my mom's. She'd said,
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there. Look how easily he did it. About such a crucial thing.
and she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
It was odd, but not that big a deal. But again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing 283 steps, but he doesn't drive 50 seconds down to the kennels. Going to the next interview. Again, what's the tone of this interview? How is he being treated?
pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So,
Is that a aggressive interview?
Who cares?
Is that something to make somebody paranoid?
I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things and then other junk.
Okay.
Mentions the boat case.
And not a crime to mention the boat
And
case.
I'm assuming Paul left because of, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
It's a good question.
I was
Peanuts.
watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
So easy for him to do.
And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down? I believe that.
There's a camera in there.
I'm not sure. But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you wanted to. No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, it's just lies.
Well, he kind of admitted to it
Response
already.
this one. Watch what his head does. See if you observe that.
Watch his
yourself.
body language. That's how you're going to
Over there,
convict him? Watch his
looking
body
into your eyes
language?
and trying to convince you of something.
Oh, God. Waters.
Trying to narrow that the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper. Yes, sir.
Wow. Implication of guilt based on body language?
When Paul's phone came out.
You're joking, right? We can talk about it. You can't.
Place it back down on him, or
We can talk about it. We can speculate. You have a job to do, Waters.
I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that,
Going to the third interview on August 11th.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night. And you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah. I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I had already changed.
timestamp on it because there's so many posts. But I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess that changed when I got back to the house.
Had some very specific recollections for y'all when he testified with his new story that had never been heard until last week.
Did he and I know? But Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
One right there, he was down at the kennels, shaking his head forward.
Shaking his head. Wow, bro.
You were just down there.
Hashtag when you don't have anything.
You left. You went back
You default to body language.
to the house for dinner.
You know,
Like when we don't have anything on the jury, what do we do? I give you guys the body language of the jurors because we can't talk to them.
and that was before dinner yesterday.
Here,
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until
talk about the facts, man.
visiting your mother.
You have nothing.
Yes, sir.
You've got absolutely nothing.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone
This case should have never been brought to trial.
and Maggie was heard in the background and you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there, and he said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. You think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. You know, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
Aww. It's cute, but I don't think if that will sell very well. I imagine no.
We'll come back to that.
Again?
So I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. What it indicates. I want to advise everyone there will likely be sealed exhibits. I don't need the ammo quite yet. I'll let you know, sure. You guys went out to the scene today and you saw how it looks now. Take a good look at those trees and where they were back in the day of the incident. I'll put this up on the Elmo in a second. And you can see the proximity of the kennels to that residence back on June 7th, 2021. Get out the Elmo, please.
I know, that's what I'm thinking, Renee, at this pace. Jesus Christ. I'm not joking. I'm going to go grab some Tylenol. I'll be right back. Actually, I think ibuprofen is better. No, I don't do that stuff. I think ibuprofen is better.
There's not any images of the PowerPoint that I understood, but I do have these right here. All right, Dr. Riemer, you've heard from Dr. Riemer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So,
Huh. Yeah, James looks so bored too. I will, Julie.
Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling,
That
arms down,
seems like a lot.
not fatal for a buckshot blast.
I don't have any. I don't take any BP meds.
This is
Blood
where there
pressure.
was some dispute from the defense
Zinnia with a
experts,
bench
the
wig and
second
gavel
injury
take my money.
went into the left shoulder, into the cheek, with an exit wound on the top of the head. with
Oh, I've been
instantly
getting
fatal
sick of him.
Terminal collapse. Dr. Riemer's done 5,500 autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically examined the victim, and she was very clear that it could not have happened from the top without destroying Paul's face. And I can show the image again. I'm reluctant to because I know y'all have seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact. I'll rely on
Never.
y'all to recall, and this is
Never.
sealed, all the evidence up top here at the top of the door. I will rely on y'all to recall Kenny Kinsey's testimony that buckshot don't reverse course.
His
That kinetic
argument is
energy
giving me a
going in one
headache.
direction. I rely on y'all to recall all the biological matter that you see at the top of this door. I'll rely on y'all to
347.
looking at states 339, which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And if one of the things that you recall from Dr. Riemer's testimony and looking at Paul's face was the abrasions around that cheek wound that came from the wadding as it entered there. You heard from Dr. Riemer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact.
I mean, I've been streaming like 12 hours Friday, 8 hours Monday, 6 hours today. I don't have a problem streaming. No, we're good. The ibuprofen should help. I'm telling you, it's like, it's just his voice is loud and obnoxious and constant. I mean, tell me I'm alone in
Manner of
this.
death homicide.
Tell me I'm alone in this.
Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was
It's
first
just
shot
a
in the
very
feed room.
sharp, cutting
Largely
voice.
agrees with her.
And we have to listen
Arms
to
were
it
not up.
incessantly with no
I believe the
breaks.
shot was a little closer, and the lack of stippling could be chalked up to the black T-shirt,
Tell me I'm alone in this.
but also agrees, as she does, no defensive wounds. Looking at the blood spatter locations there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high-velocity blood spatter on the ground at the entrance to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested. The spatter travels upward in an upward direction.
I don't know why they picked him to do the closing. The AG would have been so much better.
And then he spoke of the blood on the ground that was around where Paul drops, and that it's low speed spatter.
But I'm not going to do that, Ellen.
The feed room door,
I appreciate it.
The pellet lodged in the door frame upward.
It's
only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested.
Why do we care? You don't have to negate every single point.
And steel is much less malleable
to win this case if you're going to try and win. Because so far I'm not seeing it.
What else did he say? Dr. Kinsey said that
It's possible, Steph.
3 dozen times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face.
Thanks, Kim.
And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see when defense experts are coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's 1 or 2 shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. Not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen.
You're the red herring in that courtroom, buddy, in my opinion.
You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues.
He thinks, again, if I don't sit down, I can't lose. If I never sit down.
Demonstration over there in the doorway.
Oh, I like that.
That seem realistic to you?
Stretch.
Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Riemer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor?
All right, you
What's
thirsty
consistent with the
bitches.
evidence? Maggie.
Ooh,
Again, no defensive
that's
wounds.
really
The
good.
first
I'm
2
writing that one
shots
down.
to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg. Running to her baby, didn't see it coming. Bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Riemer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that 3rd rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head.
You did.
And Dr.
You're going to have to go
Riemer
back.
Actually performed the autopsy physically.
He did, Lynn, multiple occasions.
Looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into
Even Wednesday Adams is getting a little like
the head.
aggravated. Look at her.
Showed you that.
And she's on his
And she
team.
took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was
And?
an entrance wound up into the head.
Talk about how he is the murderer.
Instantly fatal, internal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound.
We have the
Could be
best Chad in the
associated with this.
universe.
3rd rifle injury, and then, of course, the 4th rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that 3rd shot to come up. Again,
No.
manner of death is homicide.
And they can make objections. It's just there's not enough to
So what
object
did Dr.
to.
Kinsey say?
He's talking about the facts.
Yeah.
There's nothing to object to.
He took issue with a
Some of the facts.
expert coming in and
I think
trying to
they
tell
feel
you
they've
that
already
you can
won. That's
determine
why
the location
there's
or
no
the
reason to object.
height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard that cannot be relied upon. And
Somebody told me Wednesday Adams, calling her Wednesday Adams is an insult to Wednesday. So don't call her that. It's funny.
and that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing, the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it.
Hashtag when the ibuprofen starts kicking in.
I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out of over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4" or taller and fit all those bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider.
No, she's an attorney.
Is all his
Look at her furrowed forehead.
are holding the guns down like
Even
this.
she's like, what are you talking about, bro?
No consideration of kneeling, of sitting,
Look at her face.
of being in any sort of
Look
different
at, they're falling
position.
asleep. Joe's falling asleep. James is
But the
asleep.
reality is,
James is
these
checked
are
out.
fluid.
He's just like, what the
Maggie
hell? He's looking at the
is
jury.
running to her
He's
baby.
making jury notes.
She's moving. And when she gets hit, most likely when she hits her
Most
leg
likely,
against that
reasonable
Polaris,
doubt.
there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward
Most likely, bro.
And
He
collapses
just said, I just
as
can't.
Alec is moving around her, firing.
Most likely. This case,
They had
y'all.
that expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again, who came in yesterday, the day before. Even I've lost track of time at this point.
Yeah, so have the rest
Right.
of us.
Tried to get out over his skis again and testify to you that it had to be two shooters because there were two guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alec Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be one shooter and sorry, and although this is not to scale, you have the feed room right here, Polaris is right here. And the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here.
We need Judge Penny and a 2-hour time limit on closing. Yeah, he's already over it. He's approaching finishing hour 3, about to go into hour 4.
GSR on the defendant's hand and the seatbelt.
What happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. You'll go
Oh,
to the jury
thank
room. Please
God.
not discuss the case.
Oh, godly. 15 minutes. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Well, no, we're about to go into hour 4, yeah. Now we're about to finish hour 3, I think. I don't know. I honestly I lost track. We started at noon. We went until 1:06. That's 66 minutes. 66 minutes. Then
Take a 15-minute recess.
he resumed after the lunch break. He resumed at like 2:20, and he's been going since. So hour 6 plus hour 40, which is 2:46. Two hours and 46 minutes of absolutely nothing. Yeah, I think Lala, he's just making sure in his mind that he's covered all his points and his bases. The only problem is it's not doing anything. People are just bored and they just want to go home. What is it? Make like Eric Cartman. Screw you guys. I'm going home. My ears are bleeding, says Elm. Breaking news. Alec Murdaugh lied and stole money. Shocker. No one saw that coming. Oh, thanks, Renee. We are on break. Yes. Break until about 4:20. Oh, I know why the judge needed a break now. It explains why the judge is always so calm and chill. We're coming back at 4:20. And judge is not going to come back at 4:20 on the nose. He's going to come back around 4:25. Oh, we all know what the judge is doing back there. Yes, he is checking his prostate. Exactly, Spoonless Valkyrie. He's checking his prostate. Because that's what you do at 4:20. Oh, man. So what do you all think? No, Alexandra, James doesn't do that stuff. I was joking about it the other day. I just been and done weekly shop and he's still at it. Oh yeah. Let's call James. Let's get ignored by James again. Let's get ignored by James again. Getting shadow banned by James. Getting ghosted by the goat. The courtroom goat.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
No, James. No. James. No. James. Oh, you guys know the quote from Shakespeare. Oh, James, James, wherefore art thou, James? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, for I shall no longer be in South Carolina. To quote Romeo and Juliet, modified, of course, to fit the situation. All right, I'm just gonna keep calling him, see what happens. Eventually, he has to pick up, right? That's what I do with all my girlfriends. Is that why they're exes? Like, call them until they pick up. Doesn't everybody do that? No, just kidding.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
Oh, I don't have him on speed dial. I haven't found the right one that will allow me to call her 20 times without answering and wondering where she went. That's probably true, Aquarius. That's the whole point. My life is to annoy, like, my purpose in life. Like, when I was born, by the way, I don't know if you all knew this. When I came out of my mother's womb, like, like when I just came out of my mom's womb, my first words were, "Where's James?" I gotta annoy James. Everyone tweet at James. That's not gonna do anything. Any insight into the jury? Oh, they're probably falling asleep. Fuck. I don't think so. He usually doesn't stream until the evening when he has his PowerPoint prepared. Oh, shit. I'm screaming, laughing at this. Why? I'm glad that, like, my audience understands my humor. Like, you understand I'm not fucking serious, right? Like, some people are just like, oh, like, you are abysmal, DUI guy. And I'm just like, you have no sense of humor. If you think I'm abysmal, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. Creighton has convinced me Alec Murdaugh is guilty of fraud. I am slap happy. Like, I don't give a I don't take myself too seriously. Like, the other day I was joking about, like, if you last longer than 5 seconds, you're probably lasting longer than me, or whatever I said. It was like, because first of all, by the way, hands up, guys in the chat, how many of you have had sexual intercourse with your significant other or a girl, or if you're gay, a guy, whatever, it doesn't matter, and you lasted like a few seconds? Okay, first of all, if any guy ever tells you he did not last a few seconds, they're fucking lying to you. Number one. Now, if it's a regular occurrence, you probably have a problem. That's called being, too quick on the draw, premature ejaculation, like all that stuff. Like, that's fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is, I understand. That's a little extreme. But someone who is like, come on, if you can't joke about it, if you can't joke about yourself, like, how can anyone take you seriously? If you can't laugh at yourself, no one will ever take you seriously. That's the thing. People don't realize, they're like, oh my God. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking, it's facts, man. Just don't be afraid. Like, don't be afraid to be a human.
Don't be afraid to be yourself. Don't be afraid to like call yourself out. Don't be afraid of people making fun of you. People attack me and make fun of me all the time. You know what I say in return? I say, God bless you. I wonder who hurt you for you to be like that. Because I know it's not directed at me, because what I'm doing shouldn't trigger that kind of response. It is usually internal. So when someone attacks you, especially when you've done maybe something minute or like nothing really wrong, like on the internet especially, it shows their own internal capacity for a lack of understanding and a lack of decorum, not something that you did. You see what I'm saying? That's just a fact. Kill him with kindness. That's literally my mantra. That's literally what I do. That song by Selena Gomez. Brown Eye Saz, welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I exactly. I don't know how to not be me. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know how to not be me, you know? So it's just facts, y'all. It's just facts. Try James again? Man, he's going to be... Chica's like, I'm awake now. Well, see, prosecutor puts you all to sleep. I wake you all back up. That's my job. I am a Taurus, yes. James, wherefore art thou, James? Tweet his number. I think I already put him on blast enough once. Let's not do that twice. James is my boyfriend, yes. He's my sexy cuddle buddy.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice.
Everyone's gonna... So when James goes live tonight, go in his chat and give him shit. That's your job today. When James goes live, we usually goes live around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. Go in his chat. Don't tell him why. Don't tell him why right away. Just be like, just start giving him shit and be like, James, you're a this and that. He's going to be like, what? What's going on? And don't tell him. Lead him on as long as you possibly can. And then finally be like, it's but you did the DUI guy. It's because he goes to DUI guy. James is in divorce court. Yeah, because I'm going to divorce him after today. Yeah, that's a really weird thing to lie about. Yes, I'm really a Taurus. I have like outgoing calls, nothing but outgoing calls. Oh dear God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I called him 9 times today. Make yourself scarce. Let him chase you. I don't think it's going to happen at this point. It's a little too late for that 808. Actually, we have exactly 808 watching too. That's kind of crazy. Talk about coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidences. It's a one-sided relationship. Yeah, I cuddle and spoon him and he just lays there. That's basically it. I am an Earth Dragon, actually. I am a Taurus Earth Dragon. It's kind of funny. Next year is my year, 2024. Finally, the year of the dragon. This year is what? The year of the rabbit, I think. Larry is a stage 9 clinger. No. Absolutely not. Larry is a stage 77 clinger. Yes, that is more accurate. See, you got to make fun of yourself. Like, you can't. If you take yourself too seriously, no one will ever take you. Does he consent? You're going to have to ask James that question. I don't know. What sign is chat?
That is a very good question. That is a very good question. Oh, Law and Crime reporting that the jurors looked very impatient in the last 30 minutes. Fascinating. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Are you at all surprised? Because I sure as hell am not. I am not surprised one bit. They're sick of listening to Waters because they've been waiting. You know, there's only so much a human being can take, because it's like in the beginning, you start talking, we're all listening, we're all paying attention. And it's like, all right, you got nothing. What else you got? For the first hour, you're patiently listening. We waited, we listened, we commented. Through the second hour, we're just like, all right, you clearly have nothing. I'm still going to wait, though. Maybe you're just waiting to get into it. By the end of hour 2, you're just kind of like, okay, you clearly have nothing. Can you please sit down? And when he just keeps going, it's like, okay, all right. And by the end of like hour 3, you're just getting impatient because you're like, you clearly have nothing. Will you please just sit down and let the other side speak so we can go back to deliberate? Because now there's one rule. There's one rule when it comes to jury trials. The rule number 1. There's many rules, but the most important rule number 1, that you never, doesn't matter how weak or strong your case is, rule number 1 of jury trials: never, ever, ever, ever intentionally waste the jurors' time. They will hate you for it. They will absolutely hate you for it, for obvious reason. Waters obviously got them there. They dislike him for it. You never waste the jurors' time, ever, no matter what. No matter how strong or weak your case is, you never waste the jurors' times. Because once you start wasting their time, now they're upset not at the defendant. Now they're upset at you, and you're the one leading the show. Law and Crime chat always finds guilty before hearing anything, always. Well, that's a different story. Their chat is like people from all over the place who are just watching the trial. Are we back?
Well, I don't know.
Let the court know how long my closing would be, and then if we went at 5, I wouldn't be done until 7 or 7:30.
His closing is 2 hours.
You'll have an opportunity to fully argue during a time where the jury's attention span won't be frayed due to the long hours.
And Your Honor, are you considering dealing with that other matter if we, for instance, adjourn? I think that,
yes.
Okay, because I think the Attorney General's thinking he's going to be done in about 45 minutes, but. Or longer.
3.5 hour closing. Jesus.
Did you say you'll be done in how many minutes, or do you know?
I think less than 30, Your Honor.
Less than 30. Okay.
I thought I heard 4 or 5. Less than 30.
45. Oh, damn. Even the judge is calling him out. Oh, wow.
Bring them in.
Wow. Even the judge is calling him out. I thought I heard 4 or 5. Wow. Oy, oy, oy. Larry, James is going to take you to court to get a restraining order. Yeah, I hope so. That's the only way to get rid of me. Been gone for an hour.
Hey,
When
thank
teaching,
you. You may proceed.
always said your brain can't absorb what your ass can handle. I guess they're bored, probably. Oi, oi, oi is right.
GSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt. Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle. DNA on the Suburban steering wheel. No DNA or blood identified on the floorboards.
No doubt. You got it, eh? Eh? How Canadian of you.
Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment.
States Exhibit 7, maybe? They're not.
Second officer walks up. How you doing? States 5. Also from the body cam. It's very dark out there. We can see how well lit it can be when the lights are on. 22. 93. 47.
Explain them. What are you showing them? Like, what's your point? Don't just show them. Explain them. Basically, Corey. Yeah, that's basically where we're at. Somebody please explain to Catriona, what does that mean?
I'm almost done.
I'm almost done. Oh, wow.
Finally, a little bit more about the defendant's story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things. I asked him when he went down there, those dogs are clearly out in the kennel video. I asked him if the dogs were alerting on anybody nearby or in the woods, as dogs do. And he said no. He said that their dogs were not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing the scene. You heard from his law partners.
It's possible to go tomorrow.
That he was not, and also from Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no. Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie and Paul. He knows there's no vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it.
He never said vigilante.
That's why he
Again, you're putting words in his
called
mouth.
Rogan first the night of. He knows the only threat is him. I asked him if he could remember lying to all of those close to him, people that he trusted, that he stole from. He couldn't detail one single conversation. He couldn't remember his last conversation at the kennels, to use his own words. And when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there. He's got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing when he was his most active on that day. He didn't say,
He never
if only I had
alleged
been
he had a photographic memory.
If only I had gone to the kennels. If only I could have stopped it. If only I had been there a little longer. He says,
If
I got
only
out
you
of
would sit down, Cretan.
What father would hold anything back, if he were innocent, what father would care what happens to him after that? He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED. But he hadn't. There's nothing more important if someone's innocent to telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them.
Banging.
I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them.
Again, the hallmark. It's not his job to tell him to go get him. That's fucking SLED's job. You're just calling out your own team for their slackery.
He mentioned paranoia and tried to convince you that there was paranoia about some case 10 years ago.
And all this incessant banging, it's like trying to beat facts into their head when you have nothing.
He got on the stand, ladies and gentlemen, and as he got confronted with things, as he was allowed to keep talking, he kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor to justify why he's lying to you, why he had lied to law enforcement, and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is that there's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams. We showed you that picture of David Williams. This is a man who rides around with a badge in his windshield, who had blue lights installed.
He had privileges, dog.
Private vehicle. And if you need any proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly, the guy got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket. He tried to assert to you that sometime maybe it was an accident, that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How is that
No,
an accident?
not at all, KJ.
See how quickly he was able to lie? But more importantly,
Yeah.
the blue lights. He sat there and told you 3 times, I think he said his name 3 times, that Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle for a part-time assistant solicitor, and blue lights in a private vehicle. He told you 3 times, effortlessly got up there, pivoted, and lied to you. Because Sheriff Smalls came in here and said, of course not. That never happened. I've never heard of such a thing. This is a man who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important fact in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly.
That's his only claim
to a new lie.
to fame,
Confronted with something he wasn't
is that he lied.
And the sheriff came in here and said, no,
And that's how he plans on winning.
of course not.
Good luck.
He looked you all in the eyes and told you that.
Good luck, buddy.
Looked you all in the eyes and told you that. As if, what's your problem, Mr. Waters? Sheriff Small said it was okay.
Not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Tries
I'm
to
sorry.
tell you that he was paranoid about having a bag of pills in his pocket. The man who had blue lights in his car.
No, he's almost done.
Rides around with a badge in his windshield.
He's almost done. He's got, like, he said, according to him, less than 30 minutes. So he's less than 20
That's what he
left.
thinks of his power.
According to him. That's what he
thinks of
said.
appropriate use of the
Not
power.
saying he's right about his own.
It only serves him. It's only there to serve him. But he tried to also tell you that he gets paranoid, and so he's tried to lie about the most important fact that he could offer law enforcement when his wife and son were brutally murdered because he had a bag of pills in his pocket. But yet at the same breath says, I wasn't concerned about the law firm and that fair stuff. I'm not concerned about the boat case.
I don't think you're wrong, Audra.
Why would he lie about that time unless he's manufacturing an alibi? And that's just why it took him only 19 seconds to call 911, because he knew what he was going to find out there. This has all been constructed by him to try to confuse the situation. That lie that he told you, he tried to make it seem like he'd been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand that, and as did his brother, that his own brothers heard it for the first time last week. That his own attorney was.
I listen to EDM usually, but I'm sporting this shirt today.
On HBO in November, just a couple months ago.
I like
lie, ladies and gentlemen.
I like throwback rock, 80s rock. Like classic disco a little bit sometimes. Grew up on that. I like electronic dance music.
Something like this. This brutal murder.
I can listen to EDM all day, every day.
About a bag of pills.
Still Russian in me.
People lie.
And these really.
Because they knew they did something wrong. That's why he lied, ladies and gentlemen. And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no longer can deny, he backtracks, he pivots.
Stop
he tells a
banging.
new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye.
Please.
And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie.
Even Wednesday's laughing at him. Look
I'm
at
sure if he
that.
could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him.
Even
The one
Wednesday
thing he knows
Adams was
constantly is that
laughing.
He lied to them.
If you don't believe me,
Martinez is
rewind the
lying.
tape.
Jeannie Seckinger's lying.
Watch
Shelley
her.
Smith is lying. Blanca's lying. Everybody's lying on the master liar.
Oh my god. I can't lower the volume anymore. Apparently she wore white yesterday, but I missed it. I think Waters is wrapping up. Thank God.
You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator.
Yeah, we did. We heard you.
He answers those questions. Did you see him do this? Did you see him do that on those videos too? And ask.
Whoa, you're gonna again body language?
Is that
No.
ever?
No, he's been sitting there like this the entire time. Like he's.
One thing I will agree with him.
Oh
He said
God.
up there.
Oh my God. He's
"Oh,
been reading
what a
comments.
tangled web."
He's been reading comments on Twitter, and he formed his closing argument from Twitter comments.
Coming from that man.
Oh my God, Waters. You poor excuse for a lawyer. Wow. I can't believe he just said that. I cannot believe he just said that in his closing argument. It's okay to say it on Twitter. It's okay to talk about it on stream. It's not okay to say it in the courtroom in a closing argument to a jury.
Trying to sell you
You're supposed to convict on law and facts,
idea
not body language speculation.
that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South.
Clearly,
Then
Arena.
he got in his car. Just seconds after the supposed vigilantes, these vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone
You
at this
should.
time.
I still can't believe that
They
just
knew
happened.
knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you have to accept. The 5-2 vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well.
When you don't have facts and you don't have law,
Somehow they arrived
you
during that
argue
time.
body
The dogs
language and
never
speculation.
heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennels. Somebody rolled up the hose.
Is this the real life? Is it just fantasy? Please take waters and escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the jury and see. You're just a poor boy and they're no longer listening. Because it's easy come, easy go, little high, sit down waters. Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to us anymore. Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against their heads, pulled my trigger, now they're deads. But we don't believe it was. At least the evidence is insufficient to show. Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you fall asleep. But waters just won't sit down for a minute. Stop carrying on, as if any of your words matters.
Doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for
I'll be here all day.
He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator.
Look at James fixing his tie. Thanks, Chica. Hey, that was pretty good. All right. I tried to change the words and fit them to the situation.
And I was thinking,
it's all about creativity.
that people who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all.
Yes. Thank God.
And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple that never get to testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature.
Excuse me. Thanks for joining on as a member, Johnny. Welcome
There's
to the
two
channel.
more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered.
Mm-hmm.
But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can speak for them. And they deserve a voice.
Thanks. I tried.
Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the two guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, or trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alec. But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time.
Allegedly?
That he hurt the ones who were closest to him. It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, that when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life, and the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long.
Thanks, Harpers. Thank you for joining, Jackie. Welcome. It's been 22 minutes since he started talking out of his 30. Again, alleged. He's got 8 minutes. Exactly. Took the words out of my mouth.
There was one mistake, though, he didn't expect. And this is why he was worried about Paul's phone. This is why he's trying to get in touch with Rogan. And it was that kennel video that came up late in the investigation.
All right. I think we got it, Waters. You can sit down now.
One of the things I asked him, and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. We went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asking him about his relationship, and asked him, at what point did you decide to lie?
Couldn't remember.
He finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed.
More banging.
If that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen. You saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked.
He's actually teaching me a lot. I'm not going to lie. I sometimes will bang on the witness stand or like something like that. He's teaching me not to do that because it's very distracting. I'm literally watching this and learning what not to do.
It was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up, just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it. Is that up?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul.
I saw them 45 minutes before that. Okay. Now you're going to sit down?
Motive. The means.
An opportunity.
The opportunity.
Boom.
And ample evidence of guilty conduct and guilty conscience.
3 minutes.
All four factors are present. And Maggie and Paul deserve a voice.
Wrong voice, bud.
They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job.
Someone should take the fall for them? That's not fair.
But the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision.
So because you took an oath, you have to find him guilty?
These victims. To vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives.
Oh, gosh. Come on. Finish up already.
This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too.
No, none. He's just trying to make his point.
On behalf of the state of South Carolina,
Oh, thank God.
I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant,
Even his
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Team can't even look at the
His
jury.
wife Maggie.
Wow. And did you
Son
see
Paul.
Adam scratching her neck?
And for his possession of firearms during the commission
That's
of those
Joe, yeah.
malicious offenses.
Yes, Ellen.
Thank y'all.
Thank God. That was 30 minutes, almost on the nose. That's 30 minutes right here. It started at 4:20. It's 4:50. Wow. Oh man, what is the judge going to do?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for
Oh, thank God.
this day. We'll resume at
Tomorrow.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes.
All right,
from
I
the
guess
jury room.
tomorrow is the final
Please do not
day.
discuss the case at all with
Should have
anyone,
ended today. There was no
including your
reason,
fellow jurors.
no reason to take this long. There was no reason, Waters. You did not need to go this long. You made absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Feel free to disagree, but I do not think he has jack shit. That's my opinion. This was the biggest bore since Daryl Brooks' closing. Like Daryl Brooks, I think, did a better job than Cretan Waters.
We'll recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, except for
9:30.
the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.
They're addressing matters in chambers with counsel. Okay. Okay. This was an absolute disaster. Jury's always unpredictable. You're absolutely right, Rose. There's always jury nullification. There's always, they're going to bring in their own bias. They're going to bring in, their own, opinions and whatnots. But at the end of the day, if the jury votes on the law and the evidence presented, this should be a not guilty verdict or a hung jury. If they convict unanimously, then it's a political trial and some sort of jury nullification has happened. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I'm not calling James anymore. This will be like call number 57 today. So I'm tired of chasing that little bitch. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm done. Can't wait to hear. Oh, don't forget to give him shit. Don't forget to give him shit. Just start giving him shit, and he'll be like, "Why are you guys so mad at me? What is going on?" And then just be like, "Don't worry about it. Like, we're just mad at you." And he'll be like, "Why?" If he's smart, he'll figure it out. He'll be like, "Is it because I wasn't answering the UI guy's phone call?" And then, no, when he calls back, I'm gonna answer. But he's not gonna call me back. I don't think. He's just been. James is cheating on all of us. There's Buster. And there is Buster. Why aren't they letting the jury out or the people out of the courtroom? What is happening? Why aren't they letting people out? What is going on? Oh, there we go. All right. Smiles on the family's faces. Hey, there's Law and Crime's Tony Vanetti, or whatever his name is. Ricky Patini, Tony Benetti, Richie McBurger. You hit the join button. If you're on an iPhone, you have to open it up in Chrome. James is going to be schmoozing now. Oh, my room's already cut off. I told, like, do you want the real answer or do you want the fake lying answer? Let's start with the fake lying answer. After I found out that James is not picking up his phone, I cut off his room privileges. What you talking about, Willis? I paid the fool. Like all of that noise. But the real answer is it ended yesterday morning. It was my checkout time anyway. So I could have extended it, but I didn't. Dude, I have a crush for... Fuck yeah, I have a crush on James. You kidding me? Who wouldn't love that baby face motherfucker? It's hard not to love him. He's got such a cuddly face. Of course I have a crush on him. You're welcome. You're welcome, Sherry. I broke up with James. I'm breaking up with James. James is pissed I didn't extend. No, I don't think he cares. All right, let's recap today real quick. Today's recap. Waters sucks. Period. The end. All right, next topic. I mean, that was literally it. What else? What else is there to say? Like, Waters has absolutely gone off the deep end. I mean, he knows he's got nothing, so he has to be reaching. He's been yelling at the jury. He was banging against items on the jury. He was crouching. He was kneeling. He was, I think at one point, he probably laid down in front of them to show like Maggie's body or whatever, or Paul's body. I don't know. I'm just dead. I am literally dead. He absolutely sucks. He's terrible. I don't know why they selected him to do the closing argument. I think a lot of people could have done a better job, better than him. But for some reason, I guess he's been leading this trial, so they just absolutely let him finish it off. He was up there for about 3.5 hours, maybe a little bit shy of. In 3.5 hours, not only did he not convince me personally, beyond a reasonable doubt, if I was a juror, that Alec did it, not only that, he also almost unconvinced me and maybe convinced me that he's not guilty in his argument. Some people disagree. Then you're more than welcome to disagree. Everyone has their own opinion. I don't understand with the yelling, though. Again, people who have a strong argument, and I'm guilty of it myself in my own jury trials, when we don't have a case, what happens? We get loud. We try to force our opinion down people's throats. And so a lot of people, actually, it creates more distance that way. And like I said, I'm guilty of that as well. I'm guilty of that as well. So he just sounded frustrated, angry, and trying to force it. That's what I believe. Diana also disagrees. Waters loves squirt yoga. I shut down. I think a lot of people do, Spoonless Valkyrie. She says you shut down if you yell at me. Vinny, right. I keep calling him Tony Vanetti. Tony Vanetti is someone, okay? I know he's just like a sports commentator, I'm pretty sure. Vinny Politan, that's right. Tony, I call him Tony Vanetti. I don't know why. They all sound the same to me. Like those generic announcer names, like, hi, I'm Dick Cheney, or, well, that's a bad one. I don't know why I said that. Probably because we were talking about it earlier. My name is Tony the Tiger. Like, it's all the same. They all sound like the same talking head. Like, hello, today we are going to be talking about something that none of you care about hearing from me. You want to see the real action. However, I will be talking for the next 15 minutes just because we have to milk the clock and we don't have enough content for an hour, but we promised you an hour show, so I'm just going to be milking it for as long as I possibly can. Now, beginning with Exhibit 1 that none of you care about. I mean, that's literally how most of these 1 hour long talk shows or 1 hour long things go, Yeah, Tony Vanetti is a radio host. See, I knew he was somebody. I knew he was somebody. He gets to rebut after the defense closes. Well, he does his closing, not really a rebuttal, but yes. Hi, I'm Larry Foreman, and here are the late breaking news. First on the agenda, what's his name? Oh yeah, Cretan, treading waters again today in the courtroom. Absolutely failing at convincing, in my opinion, the jury of abso-fucking-anything. Just going back and forth about the testimony. He had maybe like 1 or 2 good points. And after that, yeah. All right, so from yesterday's testimony, what are we still missing? Do we want to listen to Professor Chief Examiner guy? Why, thank you very much, Elusive Red. I very much appreciate that. They're going to be drawn down to 12. Do the rest. Okay, which part should I do? I'm not watching this whole damn thing. I want to skip to the good parts. The last witness? Okay, let's skip to the last witness. Wait, was he not the last witness? He was the last witness. Yeah. He is the last witness. Okay, let's go to the cross though. Let's go to the cross examination. Because I think that's where the fireworks are. Wait. Here we go. That's cross. Jim's doing the cross.
Dr. Kinsey, is it your expert opinion that a 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be 2 shooters based on the testimony you heard yesterday? In your expert opinion, can you exclude 2 shooters?
I cannot include or exclude 2 shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, 2 shooters?
Absolutely not.
Welcome, newbie 2015. Thanks for joining. Looks like you figured it out. That's just gross,
Please
Melissa.
answer any questions the defense has for you.
All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, she's wearing white. I guess we called her out too much. She got tired of being called out Wednesday Addams, and she wore white. That's so crazy. You know, I'm not going to lie, you all. Like, it's quite incredible how much power the public voice has. And I don't know if anyone else was publicly calling her Wednesday Addams other than me. So I don't want to get my head too much into the clouds thinking that I personally, with the assistance of chat, of course, because it's you guys who started it. It's amazing to me if like she changed her outfit yesterday because we called her Wednesday Addams. I wonder. I can't help but wonder. All right, let's get to the good stuff. I talked about this a lot, Brenda. It's like cartel or type killers who are coming after Alec for something that they wanted from him, like money and stuff.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsey.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
Don't forget, this guy has been hired by Jim before.
Anyone who has a doctorate degree, I want to call doctor. It's all right if I call you doctor?
I'll answer to anything you call me, Mr. Griffin.
I understand.
I appreciate that.
But now, your degree, though, is in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You're not a doctor of pathology?
Absolutely not.
And you have no medical training?
I have training in pathology of gunshot wounds. Yes, sir. I've attended several courses, classes, and seminars. It was also included in the
This is yesterday's
criteria for
testimony.
the certifications I mentioned for the International Association for Identification. I've also conducted extensive research on police officer use of force cases and the injuries that result from therein.
Your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I believe your dissertation research is in use of force and perceptions of public attitude held by police trainers?
That is correct.
What was that?
Well, with the current atmosphere or what's been going on the last 5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video.
Hey.
We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population, a lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement. And I wanted to study
So rare.
if the media perception as held by the three types of law enforcement trainers,
I like
if
this
the
guy.
media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hyper vigilant, or if we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner, is that going to make law enforcement more prone to use force or use less force or those kind of criteria? And that's what I was interested in. I was laying the groundwork with a scientific quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and do some further research just to expand that topic.
Right. But you said you also have done some gunshot wound training as part of some certification?
Yes, sir. The IAI, as I mentioned, I was formally certified 2 different times. I think it's a 5-year certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research and you have to do a written test. And then with my proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass proficiency, and that is practical examinations, testing, and that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, in this case, that the state did have a pathologist, Dr. Riemer, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And you reviewed her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Well, did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Ms. Griffin. I can't tell you I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe we agreed on that. Yes, sir.
And your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir. But I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs and I went to the scene myself.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
But, and then did you hear Dr. Eisenstadt, his testimony?
I did.
Now, you worked with SLED, did you not?
I did. Yes, sir.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked for GBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
SLED does not have its own in-house division of medical examiners, do they?
No, sir. There are several fine medical examiners throughout the state. I've done autopsies in a lot of the bigger cities in South Carolina.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not. No, sir.
Now he says his opinion is it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head. Is that correct?
That is what he testified to. Yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect. Is that right?
I don't share the same opinion as that doctor. But yes, if he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Okay. Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, no do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dobb, and there's also one Gunshot Wounds by Doherty. And those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a bad textbook, and I'm not saying that the information in it's not correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more of that in a moment. What I'd like to do is first address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticisms. We just have different opinions.
Which is
He's
fair.
an engineer and I'm a crime scene investigator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, seems like you said that the angles of the into the quell pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
And I have several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Well, I want to ask you first, what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quail pen?
The original angles were the original SLED crime scene agent that responded to the scene.
Right.
And took those angles.
And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of the box as if Mr. Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it.
No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious, but depending on how she removed that dowel, she could have altered that impact.
Well, let's take a look at that, Doug. And this is Defendant's Exhibit 140. And can you pull that up? The one you were showing with the state. Excuse me. Just go to the second slide to start with. There you go. So you understood from this exhibit that Mr. Sutton relied solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley.
As I said, it wasn't his intentions, Mr. Griffin. It was his results that I disagree with. It's not absolute. And he gave, in my opinion, an absolute opinion to this.
Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if someone should not rely upon them?
I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley. But in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle of impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't put confidence reviewing this case or work in this case. I would not put confidence in anything that angle of impact tells me because it's cardboard.
All right. So if you can go to slide number 7, I believe I've numbered them correctly. And do you recognize that as being one of her measurements?
I do. Yes, sir.
And do you think she took the dowel out and then put it back in to put this measuring device?
No, Mr. Griffin, I didn't say the angle. I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part. That's what I was referring to. And that's what I'm saying. That hole can be altered when you remove those dowel rods. That shows direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge casings and we have injuries on Miss Maggie Murdaugh. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. If it struck anyone else, we don't know that the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. Those are unknown, so we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdaugh was moving.
All right, hang on. So Doug, if you'll back up one to number 6. So are you suggesting that this photograph, number 6, taken by SLED, Agent Worley, that was taken after the dowel was removed or before a dowel was put in there?
Mr. Griffin, I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place confidence in this before inserting the dowel because it's paper. It's not something hardy.
Well, would your opinions be different if you knew she took the picture first before inserting the dowel?
It would still be irrelevant except for direction because we know we had a moving shooter. We know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. So if you'll go to slide 8. Again, this is Agent Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole. Is that correct?
Same picture. Yes, sir.
Well, let's go to number 9. It's a little closer. And is this measuring up and down or left and right? horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to mention this, but the actual protractor or level finder is backwards. It would be a much more confident angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't going to bring that out.
And SLED did this, not
SLED did that, yes, sir. But I don't know what her intentions were. Like I said, she could have just been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
Well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a ferro system or just, the old-fashioned way with some sort of colored twine. I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head a million times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen. And we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris or another tire just like it. Okay. So I know that already.
So if you go to slide 12, please.
No problem.
Exhibit 70. So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also went through the feed room. Through the shed, through that wooden wall. That wooden wall there, correct?
I don't think I observed a photograph of the inside of the shed. I may have, but I don't believe I ever observed that.
Well, you see number 12 going all the way through. This is the dowel that it goes from the outside, the inside, and then on through the backside of the quail pen.
I see it being held up by the cardboard and the rabbit wire, but I don't know what's behind that cardboard.
You're unaware that it actually went through the wood there. You didn't know that.
I do not know. And like I said, I don't see what it would prove. I don't see any more that it would prove than you've got a moving suspect and a moving victim.
Well, if the measurement included going through fixed wood siding, that would give you more confidence that the angle is accurate, would it not?
Yes, sir. But the angle itself will prove no more for me than direction, because what this proves to me is at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was close to this quail pen. If this shot is related, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and my shooter was moving, my victim was moving. I don't know forensically what else that can prove.
Well, you can certainly measure the angle of the bullet entrance to the quail pen and calculate backwards to see where that shot was fired from.
You could, yes, sir.
And that's what Mr. Sutton did he not?
He did, and I never disagreed with his direction. I'm disagreeing with his final analysis or his final result that you can judge how tall a shooter is without knowing a whole lot of other variables.
Well, you understood that Mr. Sutton said that the gun, the barrel was somewhere on that line at to make the shot angle.
Moving back and forth on that line. Yes, sir. Yeah. I heard his testimony.
Swan
and
Music
he
Park?
picked a spot.
Is that, where's that, New York? No.
Put the
Salt Lake
gun
City?
At a hip
No,
level
no.
to get on that line.
May 5th is my birthday.
He used a 5'2" person as an example. That's
exclusively. Yes, sir. I do.
But he did not say the person had to be 5'2", did he? I mean, we all know it could be dynamic. A 5'8", 6 foot person can get low.
What I gathered from his testimony is it was his opinion that only a person in that height range could have fired that weapon. That was my opinion.
Well, his opinion was that it would be a shooter at 6'4". It would be an unnatural position for them to fire at that low of a level.
And that's the part I disagree with. I don't know how Mr. Sutton could publish an opinion about what's natural or unnatural.
Well, if it's someone 6'4" and the muzzle of the gun is being fired at 28 inches off the ground, I mean, the 6'4" person who's got to get down on the ground or hold it down below their knees. Isn't that correct?
I have demonstrated several different ways, depending on distance and height, that a shooter can shoot. We don't know. We don't have a video of it, Mr. Griffin.
Right. But Mr. Sutton's methodology, I think what I'm hearing you now is you don't have a real dispute to his methodology.
He's an engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. What you dispute is the accuracy of the angle coming out of the quill pen because of the construction being cardboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I said that if I was investigating that and even reviewing that case as a consult, I put little or no confidence in that angle of the impact of that cardboard. Now, I put much greater confidence in the one for the dog kennel.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can. You mentioned you had a fair amount of confidence in at least one of the angles coming out of the quill pen, right? Left or right?
The direction, yes, sir.
The direction. And so that's.
I think you're right, Gregory. He's not getting anything out of Professor Dr. Chief.
Take a look at that right
Police
quick.
cop.
And Doug, if you'll go to
Time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Break. Okay, let's skip forward. Here we go.
And you remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not remember, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report, take a look at it. We don't, it's already in evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury.
Yeah,
consistent with.
I see that, Kelly. He's not really qualified, but he comes off so good. That state expert comes off so believable. I agree with you.
Yes,
it's questionable, but he comes off like he knows his shit.
Did you inspect when you were out there? Did you inspect the entry in the quill pen or the damage to the shop behind the quill pen at all?
Great talker.
I looked at all of it, but I
Really
did not
knows
run
his
any
stuff.
angles.
Whether it's true or
And
not.
did
is
you
a
ever
different
talk to
story.
Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did. Yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
Where was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But are you being compensated for your time?
I am. Yes,
Of course
sir.
he is.
And how much have you been paid thus
Who
far? And how much
cares?
you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And
$100 an
when I
hour?
added it up.
That's
I was
it?
up a little over 100 hours, but I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from
So about
a little bit before
12.5?
last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So
Okay, get to the point.
roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay.
Okay.
So
you've made
about 10 grand.
$7,500, $10,000.
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've
Ha
probably
ha.
been to 20
Oh
meetings
my
or so, but
God.
yes, sir,
Okay.
if you look at it that way.
You just lost me, buddy. You just completely lost me. Just fucking say it. I made 10 grand. I made 15 grand. I made $25,000. I'm just an expert witness. What's it to you? Why are these people afraid of talking about money? Will somebody please explain to me? I don't understand. Who cares? Let him earn $150,000 fucking dollars for his work. Why? Because he's the best expert in the land on these topics. Who cares how much he made? What matters is what he's there to testify and the value of his testimony. When you're like, oh yeah, I spent $7,500 in gas just going up and down, like you just lose, like you just reek, you stink at that point. I don't get it. Like, yeah, like, is it personal? Like, don't take it personally. Just earn your fee. You're being paid for your work. Yes or no? How $100 an hour is really, really cheap, by the way. Extremely cheap. Welcome, Jessica Phelps. About 12.5 is the math that I did on the spot. He earned about at least 12,500. And so what? And now he's not charging anymore. Who cares? None of this matters. Just answer the damn question.
Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Ha 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 ha.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to
wow, dude.
Slide 31, please.
The attorneys are being paid too. Everybody gets paid for their work.
I think it's the right number. Yeah. So this is from Mr. Sutton and
For an
it's
expert,
got,
sorry.
Let's just focus on the angle.
When I said $100 is cheap for an expert witness, that is extremely cheap. Most expert witnesses charge at least $250, like on the low end, all the way up to like $800 an hour on the high end. Again, depending. Like who charges $800 an hour? Probably like a surgeon expert who testifies in medical malpractice cases, for example, right? Like a surgeon that's been a surgeon for like 25 years, retired, and now goes around the country testifying in like cases where surgeries have been botched, let's say. I mean, they could easily charge $500 for case review and then $800 for their testimony. Like that's very, very normal. How much was Dr. Curry? How much was Dr. Curry charging? Do you guys remember? Somebody mentioned it. I don't remember from the trial. How much was Dr. Curry charging? Do you all remember? Defense expert testified to $600 an hour. Very common. That's a good round number for an expert witness to testify. Deb K, New York, welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining. Does anybody remember? Dr. Curry was a high rate. Somebody's saying free of charge? No, I don't think so. How much did Dr. Curry charge in Johnny Depp trial? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find. I'm going to get like 1,000 articles. 650? Somebody said 650. Like 1,000? I'm getting too many mixed answers. People don't remember. It's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to see if I can find her rate. 500 or 600 an hour. That seems reasonable. And then another fee for court. So, no, Stephanie, don't do that. Don't do that. There's no need. There's no need. That's gonna be way too much. Phantasmic Ether, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining. All right, for those of you troopers who are still with me, by the way, shout out to every single one of you who are still here with me, watching this. I mean, you are the real OG gangstas. You are the real OGs. Here's a treat. All right.
So going in the quell pin, this is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that
Look
angle.
at this photograph.
Okay. But and the quell pin's 4 feet. The defect in the quell pin's 4 feet 2 inches off the ground, and according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
120
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising?
What?
I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quell pin?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir. I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect. I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cents or a quarter one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun if you had confidence in the angle.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the
Would you?
distance. Did he move a shell casing? Did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
No, I mean, would you have to
Well,
know all
you
those things
shouldn't make
to
them
know
up.
how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point,
Okay,
and
there we
I
go.
knew that
Showing
I had
that
a
he doesn't know.
strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure.
They're picked at
and
random.
know where they were at.
I
And
don't
it doesn't
select
matter whether it's
these.
a 7.4,
I just hit
6.4,
one button
4.4 person.
and
The
you
muzzle's
guys
going to be
get
at
the rest.
a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, on this Faro, and Faro is SLED does Faro.
Tomorrow,
work, do
the
they
end.
not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology in scanning and getting measurements?
It is
Tomorrow
the
morning.
new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be about right in here? Can you see that? You want to come down and point out where the feed room would be on this angle? Excuse me, on this Faro? And I'll give you I thought I would.
Oh, it sounded like it was raining outside for a second.
Right.
Right there at the end of the structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I mean, is there going to be anything good here, or are we just like rewatching this testimony? It feels like
And
this is all.
I guess you don't have the measurements, but do you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
We still have like
You've not done that,
25 minutes of this.
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Thank you, Sassy. People told me I need to watch it. I'm waiting for like good stuff to happen. Like earlier, we had some good stuff. Can we just call it? All right, you guys, I'm calling it. There's nothing there. People are just like over this shit, and so am I. Zinnia's asleep. Otherwise, I would. Oh, James is going to stream early because he's going to a press party. Go. Okay, this is your job, chat. Your job is to go into James's stream today and give him shit. He's going live in 54 minutes. This is his channel. Your job is to go into his stream and just give him the most epic shit of all shits you can give him. Don't tell him why. Don't tell him what's up. And just tell him the party was canceled. Just give him shit. Rail him. Dog him. I think what's really happening here, I'll tell you what's happening. He is becoming a real grifter and he's hogging all his information to himself now. He's finally learning. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm actually proud of him. He has ignored me completely because he does not want to share anything with me. He wants to make sure that it's only shared on his channel so he can make money off of it, grift off of it, and get the views and subscribers. And you know what? I fucking respect that. I am not even mad. I am not even mad. I would have probably done the exact same thing if I were in his shoes. I am very impressed with James. So good on him. I really don't care. But you can still go bully him. I mean, those two are not mutually exclusive. I can respect him and you can still go bully him. So I'm not even mad. Like look, respect the grift. He wants to monetize. I've trained him well, apparently. He's finally learning. Oh man, that's so good. Catnip money for Zinnia. Zinnia, did you hear that? You're getting drug money. I'm sure she's excited. Thank you, Kat. So good on him. Good on him. Still give him shit. I mean, he's so he needs to be like toughened up. He needs to be toughened up. He needs and the fact that he's been ignoring me, like at first I thought it was personal, but now that I know probably that it's completely purely business, I respect the fuck out of it. I would have done the same thing. Look, you're sitting on a mountain of information. You're about to like reveal it, and you want to reveal it on your channel, because if he shares it ahead of time, I actually asked him, this is true. Okay. 2 days ago, I asked him, James, why do you go on other channels? I really shot myself in the foot, but at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm real. I'm a real homie and I'm going to support my friend. You know what I mean? I asked him, I said, James, why do you go on other channels? He goes, well, he gave me an answer. I was like, you should really consider, I said this, you should really consider going on your own channel, because otherwise you're like giving away the boat and you're not getting anything in return. He's like, well, I just got monetized and all this. And I'm like, yeah, bro, like I literally told him this. I told him this. So I can't hate on the guy. He's actually following my own advice. So go and give him shit though. Still does not stop you from giving him shit. And he's gonna laugh and we're gonna have a good time, James is the one with the details. He's the one in the courtroom. He knows I'm not there. And I can't give him shit in person. He's taking homage in the fact that I can't punch him in the face. No, I'm just kidding. he's taking homage in the fact that he's chilling. That's just you, Melissa. That's just you. I can still see that people can hear me. So maybe your speakers, or if you have Bluetooth, maybe it died or something. I don't know. So I would check on that. Does Zinnia have a wish list? Not anymore. Cat Dad has already bought everything that she needs. She has a cat wheel. She has toys. She has more toys. She has more toys. She has more toys. She has wet food. She has dry food. She has more toys. She has more toys. She has water, and she has more toys. So y'all want a wish list for Zinnia? I don't know what I don't know. Okay. All right. Good, Melissa. He keeps asking the same question. Who is asking who, where, what question? I need you to be more specific. All right, y'all. Thanks for joining. I had a lot of fun, and I will see you all tomorrow with closing arguments for the defense, rebuttal by the prosecution, and verdict watch. Bye-bye.